Chapter 1. She was confident that the dog would definitely come back to its owner. Sudong, this is my resignation. The metropolis, the city center, the top floor of a skyscraper. Gu Chufeng placed the resignation in his hand on the table. The woman in front of him was cold and aloof, her deep eyes made it impossible to read her thoughts. Her short hair could not hide her face of peerless beauty, just as it was 8 years ago when they first met. 8 years ago, a huge change occurred in Gu Chufeng's family. His parents died in a car accident, and their relatives occupied their house. Gu, who had originally had a happy family, was left on the streets. At the darkest time in his life, Su Xiaoxue came alone. He was taken in and became her lover. She brought him into the company and made him her secretary, teaching him how to handle work and negotiate. Perhaps because Gu Chufeng was very talented in the business world and learned quickly, he soon gained a firm foothold in the company and worked with Su Xiaoxue to design several investment cases that shocked the industry, making the entire company make a fortune. In a few years, Su Xiaoxue's Su Group had become one of the most prestigious investment companies in the city. During the day, Gu Chufeng is Su Xiaoxue's most capable secretary, and at night, they live together like boy and girl, having sex and not knowing what the world is. Back then, Gu Chufeng thought that Su Xiaoxue and he would be together forever and would eventually end up together, but everything changed 3 months ago. Thinking about this, Gu Chufeng looked at the boy standing next to Su Xiaoxue, a male college student who had just graduated Chenbei. He had a delicate appearance, was soft and weak, and made people want to protect him at first glance. He spoke softly and could always cheer someone up with a single sentence. Chenbei appeared next to Su Xiaoxue 3 months ago and became a new secretary. They go in and out of the same circles, rubbing up against each other, and everyone in the company says that the chairman has met his true love and thinks that they will be able to achieve their goals together. At that time, Gu Chufeng, who had already been promoted to director of the secretariat, felt only bitterness. Su Xiaoxue taught him how to handle company matters and took care of him in every way, just like Gu Chufeng had been 8 years ago. At that time, Gu Chufeng knew that he had been abandoned. During these 3 months, Chenbei framed Gu Chufeng countless times, and everyone in the company knew about it. However, Su Xiaoxue turned a deaf ear and became even closer to Chenbei. That time, when Gu Chufeng was in a car accident and forced to be hospitalized, Su Xiaoxue only made one phone call, and that call was to tell him to go negotiate business. With his still painful leg, Gu Chufeng drank a lot, and he only knows that on that day, he vomited until he passed out, and with his pre-existing injuries, he spent 7 days in the ICU. Afterwards, he learned that Chenbei was supposed to negotiate the deal, but since he couldn't drink, Chenbei asked Su Xiaoxue to let Gu Chufeng go. What really made Gu Chufeng decide to resign was an incident that happened 3 days ago. That day, he accompanied Su Xiaoxue to a friend's gathering. On the way back from the bathroom, he heard a sentence at the door. Gu Chufeng? He's just a lover I keep, a dog. Now that he has the wrong idea, I can replace him at any time. Yes. He is just a lover, just a dog. At that moment, he understood that he had overestimated his status in the other person's heart. Is it Su Xiaoxue's fault? No, it's not her fault. It was clearly agreed at the beginning that he was a lover. But he got the wrong idea. And now, Su Xiaoxue has someone else by her side. That person is younger than him and knows how to please people. He knows that he should leave. He has tried his best to repay the favor over the past 8 years, and he has more or less done so. The entire office was quiet. Su Xiaoxue looked at the resignation letter on the table and kept tapping the table with her hand. She looked up at Gu Chufeng and her eyes were full of amusement. Is this how he releases his dissatisfaction? Gu Chufeng, you are so childish. Su Xiaoxue did not believe that Gu Chufeng really wanted to leave. In her eyes, Gu Chufeng was like a dog to her. How could a dog bear to leave its master? Gugu, don't be like this, is there a misunderstanding between you and Sudong? At this time, Chenbei spoke. You see, he always knows when to strike, and projects the image of a kind person. No wonder he can make Su Xiaoxue happy. But so what? In the past, he would have yelled at her, but now, he wouldn't. There are some people who are above everyone else, and they will never belong to you. In that case, it's better to face reality and leave. At least you will be able to retain the last shreds of your dignity, which is better than being kicked out. Have you thought about it? The woman's voice was cold and ruthless, without a hint of emotion, as if she was just talking to an ordinary employee. I've thought about it. Gu Chufeng nodded. Good. Su Xiaoxue picked up the resignation letter in front of her and looked at the content, wondering what she was thinking. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng. She didn't believe that the other party would really leave. She was the most prestigious female CEO in the city, with a lofty status and untold wealth, so she would not be manipulated by anyone, let alone the lover she had raised for 8 years. So, she wanted to see how Gu Chufeng would end up this time. Perhaps, he would come to her in tears, saying that he was wrong. And at that time, she would mercifully let him come back. Everything would be the same as before. Nothing would change. But Su Xiaoxue didn't know that in this world, no one is indispensable to anyone. Su Dong, why don't you make things clear with Brother Gu? Looking at the back of Gu Chufeng's departing figure, Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of an unknown expression. Chen Bei, who was standing next to her, was full of smugness in his eyes. This is what he wanted. After Gu Chufeng left, his biggest competitor would also be gone. However, in order to maintain his own image, he still said so. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue looked up and glanced at Chen Bei. Unlike the coldness she had shown Gu Chufeng, her face now was warm and gentle like the spring breeze. Come over here and give me a shoulder massage. Ah, okay. Chen Bei came behind Su Xiaoxue and carefully massaged her shoulders. The two leaned very close to each other, so close that the air they exhaled could hit the other person's face. They were so intimate, like the sweetest couple. Soon after, Gu Chufeng had already completed the resignation process at the company. All that was left was to wait for the chairman to sign. When Gu Chufeng arrived at the chairman's office with the resignation document in his hand, he was stopped by someone. Brother Gu, the chairman said that no one is allowed in right now. It seems that Secretary Chen is also. Gu Chufeng is capable, treats his subordinates well, and is famous within the company for protecting his subordinates. He also doesn't take credit for his subordinates, so the people in the secretariat respect Gu Chufeng. Secretary Chen? Gu Chufeng nodded. He looked at the object in his hand and handed it to the person in front of him. After they come out in a while, give this to Director Su and have her sign it. Send me a message when it's done, and I'll come get it. Although he was already preparing to leave, when he heard that Chen Bei and Su Xiaoxue were still in the office and no one was allowed to enter, he felt a bitter feeling in his heart. After all, giving up was not like deleting a conversation, which could be done quickly, but giving up would take time to digest. But it didn't matter, Gu Chufeng didn't lack time at the moment. Okay, Brother Gu, don't worry. Brother Gu, are you really leaving? When saying this, the person in front of him sounded reluctant in his tone. He had followed Gu Chufeng since he joined the company. At that time, he knew nothing, and it was Gu Chufeng who taught him little by little. When he made a mistake, although Gu Chufeng scolded him, he would take the blame for him and tell him what to do next time. In the hearts of these people, it seems that Gu Chufeng is not like a leader, but a brother. Now, he is also in charge of his own affairs and does things in an organized manner, but Gu Chufeng is leaving, and he is reluctant in his heart. Do a good job. Gu Chufeng did not answer his question, but left this sentence, which was tacit consent. It was time to leave. 8 years. It was also time for him to end his underground relationship with Su Xiaoxue. This was something that could not be seen in the light of day. In fact, at the beginning, there were also rumors about Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue in the company, but with his quick learning and excellent abilities, these rumors disappeared. At that time, Gu Chufeng asked Su Xiaoxue if she needed help when she was at a disadvantage, and Su Xiaoxue just asked in return, "Aren't you?" However, this time when there were rumors about Chen Bei, Su Xiaoxue simply fired those employees. This should be the difference between love and not love. Leaving this last sentence, Gu Chufeng left the company. But Gu Chufeng didn't know that after he left, Su Xiaoxue came out. Chairman Su, here is the resignation process for Brother Gu. Please sign it. By the way, should I ask Brother Gu to come back? He shouldn't have gone far yet. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue looked at the man. Are you telling me what to do? Chairman Su, I wouldn't dare. Su Xiaoxue took the resignation process, returned to her office, looked at it, her face was calm, and then threw it into the trash can next to her. Gu Chufeng didn't know any of this. He drove to the villa where Su Xiaoxue usually lived. This was also where he and Su Xiaoxue lived. Obviously they were just lovers, but every night they would live in the same bedroom, just like a couple or husband and wife. Perhaps it was this illusion that made Gu Chufeng have thoughts that he shouldn't have. Yes, a lover should have the mentality of a lover. But now, looking at every little detail in the villa, memories of the past came flooding back. In the past few months, Su Xiaoxue rarely came back. It goes without saying that she must be spending time with Chen Bei. The new couple is all smiles, but the old one is crying. So, it's time to go. Gu Chufeng only took a few of his clothes, his computer, and tablet. Apart from that, he didn't take anything else with him. When he stepped out of the villa, he glanced back. Then he turned and left without looking back. It was a sunny day, with a gentle breeze. Perhaps it was the beautiful weather, but Gu Chufeng was in a much better mood now. But Gu Chufeng didn't know that in another CBD building in the Magic City, the woman sitting in the chairman's office on the top floor received a phone call. Chairman, Mr. Gu has tendered his resignation. He should be going to his house in the Magic City right now. As she listened to the words on the phone, the corner of the woman's mouth rose slightly. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, the woman's eyes were glowing. She knew that her chance had come. Su Xiaoxue doesn't want Gu Chufeng, so I want him. Chapter 2, if she doesn't contact him, he'll leave. And the moment Gu Chufeng left the villa, Su Xiaoxue received a phone call. Miss, Mr. Gu just came to the villa and took his things. Upon hearing the butler's words, Su Xiaoxue kept tapping her hand on the table, her expression on her face full of disdain. I see. He'll be back in a few days. I've raised him for so many years. Su Xiaoxue was certain that Gu Chufeng would not leave her. Maybe in a few days, no, maybe tomorrow, he would be back. So this was not something to worry about. After all these years, Su Xiaoxue really didn't understand Gu Chufeng. If he had decided on something, he would not regret it. Division line. After a long time, Gu Chufeng arrived in the community located in the center of the Magic City. Financially, Gu Chufeng was really talented. A long time ago, he started buying stocks. Over the years, except for the occasional 3 or 4 losses, the rest of the time he made a profit. Over the course of a few years, he earned himself a house, 19 shops, shares in several companies, and a savings of 470 million yuan. He just hasn't been here since the renovation was completed because he usually lives with Su Xiaoxue. The house is 482 square meters, which is considered a large flat. Wang Rui did the renovation himself, and it is simple, elegant, and full of whimsical ideas in many places. After the renovation, Wang Rui felt that if he were a renovation master, he would be able to make a lot of money. As the elevator door slowly opened, Gu Chufeng walked out. What Gu Chufeng didn't expect was that just after arriving here, he would run into an acquaintance. Huang Ziki, chairman of the board of directors of the Shanghai Juanda Investment Group. This company is an old investment company that was established 40 years ago and has invested in many projects at home and abroad, and can be considered a leader in the domestic investment field. A few years ago, Huang Ziki joined the company as president and carried out reforms within the company, removing many old employees who relied on their seniority and abandoning many loss-making investments. She managed to turn the company around and, with her own vision, successfully invested in the domestic internet, pharmaceuticals, and new energy vehicles, putting the company back on the fast track to development. But now, a high and mighty female president is standing right at the door, next to her is a dog on a leash, and her eyes are full of anxiety. President Huang. Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki are considered old acquaintances. After all, they are in the same field. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. So the two of them have clashed with each other in the business world more than 10 times, but most of the time, Gu Chufeng wins, so the two of them are familiar with each other. Gu Chufeng? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng in front of her and slightly curved the corner of her mouth. Then she pointed to the house next to them. This house is yours? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Yes, Mr. Huang. You are. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki in front of him, his tone full of exasperation. I forgot my keys, so I've asked my secretary to go to the office and get the spare key. It'll probably take more than an hour for her to get back. If you don't mind, would you like to come in and wait for a while? In the business world, they are enemies, but in private, they are neighbors. Most importantly, Gu Chufeng has now resigned, so there is no conflict of interest with Huang Ziki. Then thank you. You're welcome. Huang Ziki was all smiles. Well, the first step was successful. Next is to start the second step. At this time, Gu Chufeng would never have thought that this was all arranged by Huang Ziki. The interior of the house is simply decorated in a low-key style, but it is not lacking in substance. Mr. Huang, here's some water. Gu Chufeng washed 2 glasses, poured 2 glasses of water, and placed one glass in front of Huang Ziki and one in his own hands. He sat on the sofa. To be honest, Huang Ziki is quite attractive. Maybe this is the darling of heaven. She was given a perfect family background, talent, and most importantly, a perfect appearance and a top-notch figure. I heard you resigned from Sudong? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked up. Chairman Huang knew the news about speed pretty quickly. This circle is not big, especially for a core figure in the industry like Gu Chufeng. Every move will instantly spread throughout the entire circle, so Gu Chufeng was not surprised that the other party knew. That's right. I have kept in mind someone who has defeated me so many times. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose. So Chairman Huang, how many people are in your heart? Currently, you are the only one. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with a keen gaze. Well. For some reason, Gu Chufeng felt that this remark seemed too ambiguous. In that case, I would be honored. But Director Huang, you have defeated me too. The two of them can be considered to have won and lost against each other, but Gu Chufeng has won more often. So, do you have me in your heart? Huang Ziki asked bluntly. Perhaps it was because Huang Ziki suddenly moved close to Gu Chufeng, causing the perfume on her body to enter Gu Chufeng's nose, which was quite fragrant. That. Before Gu Chufeng could answer, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the note on his phone. Sorry, I'll take the call. After saying this, Gu Chufeng went to the balcony. As he watched Gu Chufeng talking on the phone from the balcony, Huang Ziki took a watch out of her pocket. After making sure that Gu Chufeng was not looking in her direction, she placed the watch in the gap between the sofa cushions. I'm sorry, but at the moment, I really have no plans to join another company. Okay, if I have any ideas, I will definitely contact you first. Gu Chufeng's abilities are known within the industry. It's not that other companies contacted him as soon as he just left his job, but with his dozen or so stores and his shares in those companies, he can receive more than 70 million yuan in dividends and rent every year even if he doesn't work, not to mention those savings. The financial world is a chaotic place, and Gu Chufeng doesn't like it. In the past, because of Su Xiaoxue, he forced himself to be in this world. Now that he has severed his relationship with Su Xiaoxue, he just wants to do what he likes and enjoy life to the fullest. After the phone call, Gu Chufeng returned from the balcony. What? It seems like someone has been digging into your past. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng. Well, I guess so. But right now I just want to enjoy life and do the things I like. As for work, I'm not thinking about it right now. This world is chaotic, and you're very capable, but you have a pure heart, so it's for the best that you've left. What does Huang Ziki like about Gu Chufeng? His ability? His looks? His figure? She likes them all. But if she had to choose her favorite, it would be the temperament that Gu Chufeng has. He's in the world of fame and fortune, but he has such a pure temperament. This temperament fascinates Huang Ziki. It's like a poison. She knows all about Gu Chufeng's past with Su Xiaoxue, but she's hopelessly addicted to it. So what do you like to do? Find out what the other person likes, and you'll have something to talk about next time. That? I guess I like to cook. That's great. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked up and looked at Huang Ziki. You like to cook too? No, I like to eat. Puff. Both of them laughed. The atmosphere was also cheerful at this time, not as cold as it was at the beginning. I just don't know if I'll have any luck today. Huang Ziki had learned about Gu Chufeng. This person is relatively passive, so if you want to be together, then you need to take the initiative. Of course there is. Why don't you have dinner at my place today? Gu Chufeng felt that Huang Ziki was exceptionally proactive today, but he didn't have many friends either, and the two of them had a lot in common, so naturally they went along with each other's words. Okay. But don't call me Huang Dong, it sounds weird. Just call me Ziki, or Kiki. The second step in promoting togetherness is to use intimate terms of address. Then I won't be polite, Ziki? Chufeng? The two of them smiled at each other. The dividing line. Inside the KTV, VLP private room. Su Xiaoxue sat in the middle of the room, next to a few well-dressed and glamorous girls. Hey, Xiaoxue, it's my birthday today, so can you not be so cold? A slightly chubby girl with delicate features like a porcelain doll said in a loud voice, sitting next to Su Xiaoxue. She is one of Su Xiaoxue's best friends. Su Xiaoxue's circle of girlfriends is either rich or noble. Among those present, Gu Chufeng knows them all. At that time, Su Xiaoxue often brought him to her girlfriend's gatherings, but recently she has switched to Qinbei. However, she didn't bring Qinbei here today either. After arriving, she just drank alone and occasionally checked her phone. Normally, Gu Chufeng would only go without contacting her for an hour at most, but now, it had been a full 4 hours, and Gu Chufeng still hadn't contacted her, which made her feel restless. By the way, let me ask you something. That is, has Gu Chufeng resigned? Upon hearing the words Gu Chufeng, the air pressure in Su Xiaoxue's body dropped. How do you know? The whole circle knows. I heard that Wang Dong contacted him first, hoping that he would go over there, director of the investment department, with an annual salary of 10 million. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. It was like someone had their eye on something that was hers. And once this sentence came out, there was complete silence in the entire box. Everyone knew about this, but looking at the expression on Su Xiaoxue's face, no one dared to say anything, except for Chen Xian, the carefree girl. However, he didn't go, saying that he wanted to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue let out a sigh of relief. She knew it. Gu Chufeng was just having a temper tantrum with her. After this period of time, he would come back on his own. The two of them would still be the same as before. He's been so tired these past few days, so give him a few days off and he'll be back in a few days. Su Xiaoxue said. She believed that Gu Chufeng would definitely not leave her. Ah, it turns out that there is no. It's a pity. My father asked me to join our family company, but I don't know how to run it, so I was thinking of poaching him. Su Xiaoxue felt a little sour in her heart as she listened to this. She stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue pushed open the door of the compartment and left directly. What do you guys think? What's going on between Gu Chufeng and Xiaoxue? Is there really a problem? I guess so. Although Xiaoxue said she was supporting Gu Chufeng, he is in good shape, good-looking, and capable. In this circle, he is loyal and unchanging. I thought he could really be with Xiaoxue. If they really break up, I'm going to go for Gu Chufeng. He's so handsome, I'd be happy just to sleep with him for a few days. Chen Xian really never stops surprising me with her shocking comments. She takes such things in her stride. This world is a mess, and there are endless things like this going on, but no one takes it seriously. Then I guess Xiaoxue can really kill you. Just from Xiaoxue's reaction just now, it's obvious that she doesn't treat him as just an ordinary lover. In fact, in the hearts of these women, Chen Bei is really far inferior to Gu Chufeng. Every time he came, he was by Su Xiaoxue's side, crying at every turn, annoying everyone. Compared to Gu Chufeng, the gap is too big. It can even be said to be worlds apart. It's just that no one knows why Su Xiaoxue chose Chen Bei. It's just outrageous. Su Xiaoxue came out of the bathroom and was washing her hands when a voice came from behind her. Aren't you going to call someone? Su Xiaoxue glanced back, and it was Xia Shihan, one of her best friends. Su Xiaoxue turned her head and continued washing her hands. Why did you come out? You know I don't like this kind of atmosphere, and it wasn't Xiaoqian who chose this place, so I'm not coming. Compared to the rest of her best friend group, Xia Shihan's private life is the cleanest. She was with her childhood sweetheart in high school, got married after graduating from college, and now the two of them are living a happy and blissful life. Stop pretending. If you really don't care, why do you keep checking your phone in the private room? If I remember correctly, this is probably the first time you've done this. Xia Shihan looked at Su Xiaoxue with a calm tone. He will come back. Su Xiaoxue repeated these words seriously, and Xia Shihan sighed when she heard them. Since you were young, you have always been a very confident person. But this kind of thing is different from other things in relationships. Because with other things, you can use reason to judge, but emotions have nothing to do with reason. I don't know why you let Chen Bei hurt him by default, and even let him enter the coup, but I know that if he leaves, you will definitely collapse, so as a best friend, I advise you to contact him. Xia Shihan looked at Su Xiaoxue with a serious tone. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue smiled. Shihan, you are a pure love warrior, but don't think of me as a pure love warrior, just a lover. At most, I am just a lover who has been with him for a longer period of time. Even if he doesn't come back, I won't care. Don't forget, as long as I want, I can have countless lovers. At this time, Xia Shihan didn't know what to say. Okay. Turning around, she was about to go back when she suddenly thought of something. Su Xiaoxue, in this world, no one is indispensable to anyone. If you miss it, you really have missed it. My people told me that Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng are neighbors, and after Gu Chufeng resigned today, Huang Ziki moved there. I think you should know what she thinks. That's all I'm going to say, you figure out the rest yourself. Su Xiaoxue heard this and clenched her phone in her hand, her expression gloomy and uncertain. At this moment, the negative emotions in her heart could already support a dozen evil sword immortals. Back in the box, Su Xiaoxue kept drinking glass after glass, as if she wanted to get drunk. Chapter 3 Su Xiaoxue broke through the defense, and they really got together. Chufeng, this one, and this one are also delicious. What should I do? I want to eat them all. No one would have thought that Huang Ziki, who controls a business empire, would have such a childish side. Not to mention, she is quite cute. Gu Chufeng's mouth corners rose slightly. He didn't know when he had been so relaxed. If he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be when his parents were still alive. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just as Gu Chufeng was remembering these things, a voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Gu Chufeng looked over. It's nothing, just thinking about some past things. It's fine. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled. So amazing, you can cook anything. It's okay. For the past 8 years, Gu Chufeng has been Su Xiaoxue's secretary and butler. He has solved all of her problems. Because she has a weak stomach, Gu Chufeng started to learn how to cook on his own, and over the past 8 years, his cooking skills have improved a lot. Okay, then I'm full of expectations. No problem. After buying the groceries, Gu Chufeng bought some other things that he could use in his life, and it took almost an hour. The two arrived at the front desk and were about to pay when Huang Ziki took out her phone. I told you to cook, so I have to spend money. Otherwise, I'll feel too embarrassed eating this meal. It came to 1,086 yuan in total. For the two of them, this amount of money was like an ordinary person's 1 yuan. Since the other party had already paid, Gu Chufeng didn't say anything. The two of them each took a large bag and returned inside the house. It turned out that Huang Ziki's dog was quite obedient, staying on the sofa and not going anywhere. I'll go wash the vegetables for you. As the saying goes, it's not tiring for a man and a woman to work together. Therefore, Huang Ziki volunteered to help. The main reason is that the two of them have more time to spend together and can chat more. Your dog is quite well behaved. In the kitchen, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki chatted while they were busy. At first, he didn't listen, but after a professional dog trainer was called in, he started to listen. I'll tell you, my dog can even do backflips. HM. On hearing this, Gu Chufeng thought of something and his mouth slightly curled up. What are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. Nothing, I just thought of some scumbags who always use this excuse when they lie to little girls. Huang Ziki rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Pidden, come here. The reason it's called pidden is because Huang Ziki likes to eat it the most. Come on, give Dad a backflip. At this time, Gu Chufeng also became interested and turned his head to watch. Bang! This dog is really smart. At the command of its owner, it performed a backflip. How about that? Awesome, right? Say, have you ever cheated on a girl using this as an excuse? That's true, but Huang Dong, in the future, if you need it, you can lend me this dog. Whether you can fool a girl in the future depends on your dog. You're calling me Huang Dong again, and calling me Ziki. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and said viciously, but although it was vicious, it didn't make people feel afraid, but rather cute. Okay, Ziki. Huang Ziki smiled as she saw Gu Chufeng being so cooperative. But borrowing a dog to help Gu Chufeng fall in love? No way. Even if Gu Chufeng falls in love, it can only be with himself. Gu Chufeng meticulously cooked the meal. In the past, he also liked to cook very much, because when cooking, he could let his mind empty, not thinking about anything, and this feeling would make him relax as a whole. By the way, what are you going to do next, since you're not going to any company? Hearing this, Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. First, take a break, and then study cooking in my spare time. If I'm really bored, I'll find a place to work as a security guard. Work as a security guard. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng. She felt that with Gu Chufeng's looks, if he really became a security guard, she was afraid that the single female owners in the community would be the first to make a move. After all, this person is really handsome. Ziki, help me taste this. Sure. Huang Ziki tasted it, and the taste was really quite good. Of course, it was definitely not comparable to the top chefs in the country, but the taste was also full of color, aroma, and flavor. Even if you opened a small restaurant, the taste would definitely be very popular. Oh my, it's delicious. Here, try it. Huang Ziki picked up a chopstick and placed it in Gu Chufeng's mouth. Gu Chufeng glanced at it and it seemed that this chopstick was just used by Huang Ziki. If he used it himself, it would seem to be an indirect kiss. Don't worry, I don't dislike you. Well, it's mainly that I dislike you. That's what he said, but Gu Chufeng still ate it. Maybe he smelled the fragrance of the food, so the preserved egg also came over. Smell the fragrance. Little greedy dog. Gu Chufeng looked at the preserved egg and threw a piece of meat on the ground. The preserved egg looked at the meat and ate it. Chufeng, can I ask you for one thing? What is it? First, let's get one thing straight. I'm not going to the company. Although he has now severed ties with Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue was quite nice to him in the early years. So he is reluctant to join a company of the same type as Su Xiaoxue's, which would compete with Su Xiaoxue's company. How come? If you don't want to, then I definitely won't force you. Hey, I was thinking that you could cook for me every day, and I'll pay you whatever price you ask. Huang Ziki spoke her mind. There was no other way. Although she liked the other person, if they really wanted to succeed together, they would have to spend more time together. So if Gu Chufeng really agreed, they would have to meet at least once a day. It wouldn't cost any money. I'm bored at home anyway, and I'll cook for both of us, just as if it were for one person. As long as you don't get tired of it. Hearing this, Huang Ziki shook her head frantically. Don't worry, I definitely won't get tired of it. In about an hour, their meal was ready. There were 5 dishes in total. Huang Ziki helped to serve them on the table. By the way, has the secretary not yet delivered the key? It has been delivered. I asked them to leave it on the table by the door. The people who live here are either rich or powerful, and the security guards in the community are all retired soldiers, so even if the key is left there, it is safe enough. Okay. Well, eat up. The two of them tuck in. At this time, Gu Chufeng's phone rang. When he saw the caller, Gu Chufeng frowned. Uncle Chen. The housekeeper in Su Xiaoxue's house. Ha! Gu Chufeng took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, Uncle Chen. Mr. Gu, today Miss had too much to drink and her stomach is acting up. Do you know where the stomach medicine is? Hearing this, Gu Chufeng frowned. The third cabinet from the top on the nightstand on the right side of the bedroom. Su Xiaoxue naturally didn't pay attention to such things. Every time, Gu Chufeng took the initiative to put things there when she needed them. Okay, Mr. Gu, I've found it, but right now, Miss is not feeling well. Well, do you want to come over and take care of her? Take care of her? If it were before, he would have agreed to do whatever it took. But during those few days in the ICU, he had come to understand too many things. Uncle Chen, there are so many maids at home, I won't go, and I've also quit my job, so it doesn't really matter to Su Dong. Anyway, if it's possible in the future, it's best if you don't contact me. Huang Ziki heard this and a glint of brilliance appeared in her eyes. At that moment, a sudden thought came to her mind. Chufeng, do you want this? The voice was not loud. But the other party definitely heard it. Sure, just put it in my bowl. Okay. Huang Ziki put a piece of fish in Gu Chufeng's bowl, looking like she had succeeded in her evil plot. Then, Uncle Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Ah, okay. After hanging up, Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki. He knew what she had just done. But he didn't say anything. On the other side, inside Su Xiaoxue's villa, Uncle Chen stood in the living room, cold sweat running down his face. Su Xiaoxue, who was sitting on the sofa in front of him, had a dark expression like the bottom of a pot. She had asked him to make that phone call just now, with the intention of getting Gu Chufeng to come back and give the other party a way out. After all, Xia Shihan's words had still had some effect. She also believed that Gu Chufeng was so smart that he should know that she was giving him a way out, but he hadn't taken it. And that woman's voice. Huang Ziki, it really was her. Damn, how did they get together? Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. Chufeng, what a familiar name. They're still having dinner together. At this time, Su Xiaoxue was thinking, when did Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki become such good friends? Was it before or today? Miss, you see this matter. Let Chen Bei come over. Yes. Gu Chufeng and Chen Bei were not equally positioned in Su Xiaoxue's heart. She knew that Gu Chufeng loved her and was capable. Whether it was in bed or at work, he was always able to help her just right. But his words were not as sweet as Chen Bei's. Plus, after so many years, she was a little tired of Gu Chufeng. And at that time, Chen Bei appeared in front of her. Soft and weak, simple, and sweet talking. So she kept Chen Bei by her side, but she never wanted Gu Chufeng to leave. She hoped that Gu Chufeng would be smart and appear when she needed him, and disappear when she didn't, or do what he was supposed to do. However, after Chen Bei's appearance, Gu Chufeng questioned Su Xiaoxue several times, which made her feel uncomfortable. In her heart, Su Xiaoxue had never been more than a lover, but she had overstepped the boundaries of a lover. So she tacitly agreed that Chen Bei targeted Gu Chufeng in order to make him recognize his own status. However, she did not expect that Gu Chufeng would simply resign, which caught her off guard. Su Xiaoxue would never have guessed that if you love someone, you won't want to share them. Gu Chufeng, without you, I will find someone else. As Xia Shihan said, Su Xiaoxue is a proud person. This pride makes her never bow her head. Even if she thinks it's wrong, she won't bow her head. So at this time, she chose to call Chen Bei over. I'm afraid this is also to prove something to Gu Chufeng. Before the butler made the phone call, he glanced at Su Xiaoxue. He knew better than anyone else that, as things stood, one of the lady and Gu Chufeng would have to bow their heads. If they were just trying to prove something and went head to head, I'm afraid they would be completely finished. If someone bowed their head at this time, there might still be a way out. But, alas, the butler knew his place and could only obediently make the call. Hello, Mr. Chen. Su Dong would like to see you. Okay, I'll arrange a car for you. After hanging up the phone, the butler stood there, waiting for her orders. Dividing line. Then I'll come and have dinner with you tomorrow morning. Okay. At this time, Gu Chufeng and the others had also finished eating. Gu Chufeng walked Huang Ziki to the door, and after watching Huang Ziki enter the house, he turned around and went back. Gu Chufeng walked into the house, sat on the sofa, and started playing with his phone. As a result, as soon as he started playing with his phone, there was a knock at the door. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng frowned. Who is it? As he asked, Gu Chufeng opened the door. It was Huang Ziki. Ziki, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki's face was full of helplessness. Our house has lost power. The property management just said that the circuit has blown and they can't come to fix it until tomorrow. It's summer, so it's hot, and there's no air conditioning to use. So, can I stay at your place for the night? Is this a coincidence? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki. Does he dislike Huang Ziki? Not really. Especially after today's encounter, he found her very interesting, with a kind of contrasting cuteness. Well, okay. But have you got your clothes ready? Gu Chufeng asked. I've got them ready. Here, look. Huang Ziki pointed to the bag in her hand, which contained pajamas and toiletries. Gu Chufeng leaned over a little to make room. Then Huang Ziki walked in with the dog. Because of the area, Gu Chufeng's home had quite a lot of rooms. He took Huang Ziki to this room and took out the quilt to spread it on the bed. Is this okay? Yes. Huang Ziki stretched out on the bed. It feels so good. This stretch, Huang Ziki's curvy figure was displayed to the fullest. Although she tried her best not to look, the nature of men was such that they would subconsciously take a few glances. There's a bathroom outside, you can take a shower. Okay, then I'll go first. Hugging her pajamas, Huang Ziki was about to go out when she suddenly thought of something. Don't peek. If she doesn't say anything, Gu Chufeng might not even think about it. But once she does, he'll be thinking about it. Close the bathroom door. Thinking about the way Gu Chufeng just now wanted to look but restrained himself, Huang Ziki was satisfied. You little, I'm going to make you fall for me. You'll be in my family register. Chapter 4 Gu Chufeng, have you had enough? When Huang Ziki came out of the bathroom, Gu Chufeng was momentarily stunned. The reason was none other than that Huang Ziki at this time was exceptionally charming. Her hair was draped over her shoulders. She was not as sharp and astute as she would be in a business setting, but instead looked like the girl next door. Her pajamas were cool, and faintly, one could see some skin, and coupled with her face that could ruin a country, Gu Chufeng was actually a little dazed. At this time, Gu Chufeng suddenly realized something and coughed hastily. After all, it was not very polite to keep staring at girls. Gu Chufeng's reaction was caught in Huang Ziqi's eyes. Although she didn't react, the happiness in her heart was undeniable. Sitting on the sofa, the fragrance from Huang Ziqi's body entered Gu Chufeng's nose, making him feel restless. Gu Chufeng could only pick up his phone to distract himself. He opened the stock trading app to check on the stocks he had invested in. What's he doing? At this time, Huang Ziqi sat next to Gu Chufeng. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and win Gu Chufeng over as soon as possible, otherwise someone else would do it. Take a look at the stock market. Shunan tilted his phone a little so that Huang Ziqi could see what was on the screen. Hearing this, Huang Ziqi nodded. Cryptocurrency? You have good taste. You actually bought virtual currency 2 years ago. It should have risen quite a bit by now. Huang Ziqi has a lot of money in the investment industry, and although she doesn't participate in stocks, she has heard of this kind of stock that has risen so much in 2 years. Moreover, some time ago, this rise in value was already trending on the internet, and many people were investing across the entire network. It is estimated that it may continue to rise, and it may reach a record-breaking range of increase. It has already risen 423 times compared to when I bought it. 2 years ago, when the stock was first issued, Gu Chufeng spent 10 million yuan to buy it. How much did you spend? Huang Ziqi asked. 10 million. Hearing this, Huang Ziqi nodded. If you calculate it this way, then this time the stock can bring Gu Chufeng more than 4 billion yuan in income. It's no wonder that he doesn't want to go to work anymore. No matter how hard he works, it's impossible to have a salary of more than 4 billion yuan in 2 years. Of course, Huang Ziqi was just a little surprised. As a top financial industry woman of wealth, she knew that it was quite rare for such stocks to appear once in a few decades. I'm thinking about something. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziqi and heard her say, after a moment's thought. This stock? Well, Ziqi, you help me make a decision. I want to sell it, without keeping any. Take profits when the going is good. This is Gu Chufeng's infallible method in the stock market. If you are greedy, you may lose everything. After all, compared to those financial giants, Gu Chufeng and other big retail investors are really nothing. Therefore, he wants to quit now. Especially in recent times, there has been so much discussion online about this stock that everyone seems to think it will continue to rise. This atmosphere has given Gu Chufeng a vague and ominous feeling. He feels like he's being taken for a ride. Although there is no evidence, this feeling has saved Gu Chufeng many times, so he feels he should trust his instincts. Don't you think that recently the market has had too much confidence in this stock? Gu Chufeng nodded when he heard this. Yes, this doesn't make sense. If I were you, I would also choose to sell it this time. After all, 10 million has become 4.23 billion, and after deducting the tax, that's still close to 3 billion. People. You can't be greedy. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. He looked at the time and saw that there was less than an hour left before the sale channel closed for the day, so without any hesitation, he sold everything directly. Now online retail investors want to buy stocks, so when Gu Chufeng's stocks were sold, they were instantly snatched up by those retail investors. But then, if you sell now, will you regret it if it continues to rise? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head. Ziqi, you are also a leader in the financial industry. What is the difference between 3 billion and 30 billion for an individual? 3 billion, an ordinary person will never be able to spend it in a lifetime. The same goes for 30 billion. There won't even be any difference in the quality of life. In that case, just quit while you're ahead. There's no difference. I feel the same way. You have courage. You can resist temptation. At this moment, Huang Ziqi felt that Gu Chufeng was even more charming. The dividing line. Late at night. Gu Chufeng was lying in his own bed. He was browsing his friend's updates when one caught his attention. It was Chen Bei's update. He read the content with a calm face. It was a simple sentence and a picture. The sentence was, "A beautiful day deserves a beautiful ending." The picture showed Chen Bei's ring finger. Chen Bei was very thoughtful. The photo included a reflection in the glass, which was a little blurry, but anyone who had seen Su Xiaoxue before would recognize her. This can be considered an alternative official announcement. Gu Chufeng thought to himself. This ring is very familiar to Gu Chufeng. He bought it for himself and Su Xiaoxue, but after buying it, Su Xiaoxue never wore it. The reason was very simple: she didn't want anyone in the company to know about their relationship. But now, she has agreed to Chen Bei's official announcement. The gap between love and no love is too big. What others can get with ease is what I couldn't get before. Gu Chufeng shook his head at this thought. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it? She'll go her own way, and I'll cross the bridge on my own. What I owe her was repaid when I entered the coup and was on the verge of death. Gu Chufeng exited the circle of friends and stopped reading these posts, while Su Xiaoxue on the other side was on the phone with Xia Shirhan. If I remember correctly, this ring should have been the first gift Gu Chufeng gave you. You just gave it to Chen Bei? And you tacitly approved of Chen Bei's unconventional announcement. Xia Shirhan sounded a little surprised. She didn't understand what had happened to her best friend, and how Chen Bei could be so good that Su Xiaoxue was so infatuated with him. He seemed so ordinary, and even a little calculating, like a green tea drinker. It's just a ring. And it's not even valuable. He likes it, so I'll give it to him. Su Xiaoxue's tone was ordinary, as if she didn't care about this at all, but now she was thinking about how Gu Chufeng would feel when he saw this circle of friends, and whether he would take the initiative to contact her. If he did, should she say a few words to him and then let him come back out of the kindness of her heart? You're such a shrewd person in the business world, but now you can't see so clearly. Okay, I'm done talking. I'm going to sleep. Let them sort out their own relationship. Xia Shirhan didn't really want to get involved. When they were in the karaoke bar, she had made her feelings clear. Su Xiaoxue didn't want to bow down, and Gu Chufeng didn't want to either. Then it just proved that the two of them weren't meant to be. And now there was also Huang Ziki, eyeing them hungrily. Although she is Su Xiaoxue's best friend, Xia Shirhan also knows that Huang Ziki is a girl who is on Su Xiaoxue's level, and in some ways, Huang Ziki is even better than Su Xiaoxue. If such a woman pursues a guy, I'm afraid the guy won't last long. Therefore, Xia Shirhan feels that Su Xiaoxue will regret it in the future. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoxue looked at her phone. There was still no news from Gu Chufeng. It seems that he has disappeared from her life. Su Xiaoxue didn't know what was wrong with her. She always thought of Gu Chufeng for no reason, thinking of the past. When she first joined the company, Gu Chufeng made a lot of mistakes because he was unfamiliar with the work. Every time, he timidly admitted his mistakes, afraid that Su Xiaoxue would not want him. It turned out that, unbeknownst to her, many years had passed in the blink of an eye. The timid boy who apologized back then has now grown into a man who can stand on his own. She went out onto the balcony, head down, looking at the cars coming and going outside, the lights and the revelry. This city is really big. It's so big that if one person doesn't take the initiative, the two of them will never be able to meet again. In the past, Su Xiaoxue felt like she could see Gu Chufeng every moment of the day, but now, after so long, no news, no meeting. From 8 years ago to the present, this should still be the first time. She pushed open the bedroom door. This bedroom used to belong to her and Gu Chufeng. Many of the things in it were arranged by Gu Chufeng. At that time, she didn't think it was meaningful, but since Gu Chufeng liked it, she went along with it. It's just that now, when she looks at it again, it's very warm, but it's full of Gu Chufeng's scent. This time when he left, Gu Chufeng only took his clothes and daily necessities, and he didn't take anything else. Is this a way of cutting himself off from her? Su Xiaoxue sat on the bed, looking at her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she dialed Gu Chufeng's phone number. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. When Gu Chufeng saw Su Xiaoxue's phone number, he was a little surprised, but after a moment of hesitation, he still answered the phone. Hello. His voice was cold and ruthless, without any emotion. It was very different from the previous one, full of love. Come to the house and take away your trash. She clearly wanted to hear his voice and clearly wanted him to come back. But Su Xiaoxue didn't know why she had said such things. Perhaps she really wasn't good at being soft. Trash? Gu Chufeng knew that she was referring to the things that he hadn't taken away. Su Don, these things have nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with them. Like Su Xiaoxue, those things had nothing to do with Gu Chufeng now. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. Gu Chufeng, have you caused enough trouble? Have you caused enough trouble? Is this really trouble? But Gu Chufeng, really wanted to leave. Even if there really was nothing going on between Su Xiaoxue and Chen Bei, he still wanted to leave. Going into the coup and saying those things to his best friend wasn't something Gu Chufeng was ashamed of. He also had his dignity. Sudong, some worthless rubbish, just throw it away. As for the expenses, it seems that my salary for this month has not been paid yet, so I will use that as the expenses. After saying this, Gu Chufeng hung up the phone directly. This was the first time he hung up on Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue looked at the phone that was hung up, and a moment of disorientation appeared in her eyes. When her consciousness returned, she threw the phone away in an instant. She had already bowed her head. She had taken the initiative to call. What on earth did Gu Chufeng want to do? Yes, in her eyes, she had bowed her head. It was like opening a dog hole for Gu Chufeng to crawl in. But he didn't want to be Su Xiaoxue's dog anymore. Su Xiaoxue looked at the room and a nameless anger arose in her heart. She threw things on the floor one after the other. Perhaps, he wanted to destroy everything that Gu Chufeng had lived here. The dividing line. The next morning, Gu Chufeng woke up at 6 o'clock. However, no matter how late he went to bed the night before, he would always wake up at 6 o'clock. It was like a biological clock. He took out his mobile phone. Are you awake? Gu Chufeng sent a message to Huang Ziki. No reply. I guess she's not awake. Gu Chufeng got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face and washed his hair. Then he changed his clothes and went out for a run. It was also Gu Chufeng's habit to get up every morning and run for an hour. He doesn't like running on a treadmill, but prefers to run in the park. At this time of the morning, there are no people in the park except for some elderly people doing morning exercises. Running allows Gu Chufeng to focus on the task at hand. Not thinking about work or other things in life allows him to completely relax. After an hour, Gu Chufeng returns home. He is now dripping wet, so he enters the bathroom, takes a shower, and comes out. At this time, Gu Chufeng's phone rings. I just woke up. So, why did you wake up so early? It's not because I, a beautiful woman, was there yesterday, so you didn't fall asleep, is it? Huang Ziki had 2 more shy emojis below. Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly curled up as he looked at these 2 shy emojis. The main reason was that he felt that a woman of lust would enter his room, and it wasn't a good thing. Was that anticipation, or fear? Guess. Huang Ziki looked at the message, and her face turned red, like a boiled crab. You're up? Yes. Gu Chufeng replied, and soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside. Good morning. Huang Ziki, who had just woken up, was not wearing any makeup, but even without it, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. Good morning. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and asked. For Huang Ziki, being able to see Gu Chufeng every morning was something to be happy about. Anything is fine, I'm not picky. Then I'll make noodles, tomato noodles? Okay, I'll help you. The 2 of them went into the kitchen. Tomato noodles didn't take long, just 10 minutes. They were served on the table. Don't rush to eat. I'll post a friend circle first. Huang Ziki felt like showing off, so when taking the photo, she took 2 bowls of noodles, and Gu Chufeng's fingers also appeared in the photo. Then she posted it in her circle of friends. Chapter 5 Su Xiaoxue's tip, and her? Is it okay for me but not for me? Although Huang Ziki and Su Xiaoxue did not get along, the 2 were in the same circle after all, and usually dealt with each other a lot, so they still had each other's contact information. At this time, Su Xiaoxue was in the living room, her expression gloomy and uncertain. Why is it so salty? Su Xiaoxue's photo shows several people shivering. They didn't make it salty at all, so why did the boss say that? In fact, these people knew in their hearts that it wasn't the rice that was salty, but the person cooking it wasn't the one. If it was Gu Chufeng cooking, the chairman definitely wouldn't have said that, but they could only think it in their hearts and dare not say it out loud. Miss, we'll redo it right away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue sighed. She noticed that ever since Gu Chufeng had submitted his resignation, she had been in a bad mood and her temper had become easily irritated and explosive. No need. I'll just eat it as it is. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue began to eat. Although the taste was also quite good, she just felt that it was not as good as the food made by Gu Chufeng. The food made by Gu Chufeng was always just right and she liked it very much. However, although these chefs were professional, the food they made was never to her taste. She took out her mobile phone and browsed her circle of friends. When she saw the post from Huang Ziki, she frowned. Although the face in the photo was not visible, she knew that the person who made it must be Gu Chufeng. And the finger was also Gu Chufeng's. She was too familiar with that finger. At this time, Su Xiaoxue looked at the time the post was published in her circle of friends, 7:40. Could it be that they stayed together yesterday? Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. A man and a woman had spent the night in the same room. No one would believe that nothing had happened. I'm not eating anymore. The butler froze upon hearing this. Ah, Chairman, I'll have the chef cook it again. No need. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue left the villa directly. Seeing Su Xiaoxue's departing back, the butler sighed. He could only ask someone to quickly clean up the mess. At this time, Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng had also finished eating. I'll wash the dishes. You've worked hard today. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with a serious tone. So what reward are you going to give me? Hearing this, Huang Ziki thought carefully. How about giving yourself to me? Huang Ziki's eyes sparkled. Reward Gu Chufeng? Reward Huang Ziki. My goodness, if the people in your company knew that their stunning president had followed me, their hearts would be broken. Huang Ziki smiled at Gu Chufeng's teasing. How could that be? Then it's settled, I'll give myself to you. Brother husband. Maybe people who play in finance just have thicker skin. At least that's how Huang Ziki feels. Perhaps she was afraid that Gu Chufeng would regret it, so Huang Ziki took the bowl and chopsticks and entered the kitchen. Looking at Huang Ziki's back, Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. It seems that this is now considered a normal person's life. Gu Chufeng is very good. But when faced with Huang Ziki, he has some inferiority in his heart. He is not stupid. After this day, he also knows Huang Ziki's thoughts. But he was after all Su Xiaoxue's lover. No matter how successful he is, this identity can never be changed. And the identity of lover can never be seen in the light of day. Ziki. Gu Chufeng came out of the kitchen. Ha? What's wrong? Huang Ziki glanced back. I know what you're thinking. But you know about Su Xiaoxue and I in the past. So I don't think you need to treat me like this. I'm such a scumbag. Huang Ziki's hand motion paused. Why do you think you're a scumbag? It's just because we were lovers, but Su Xiaoxue wasn't married, and you weren't a third party who destroyed someone else's relationship, so I don't think this supposed experience should be called being a lover, but rather a relationship. Then since it was a relationship, it seems normal for a 26-year-old adult man to be in a relationship, right? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng, his eyes full of seriousness. So, if you look at it this way, you are very loyal. By the way, you are very good at switching concepts. Gu Chufeng was amused by Huang Ziki's words. It wasn't a case of switching concepts, it was just the way things were. Chufeng, we've fought many times, and I think you should understand a bit about my character. I'm just going to do what I like, and I don't care if other people point fingers and object. Anyway, this life, these few decades, since there's no way to make everyone else happy, I'll just make myself happy. Huang Ziki paused here and continued. So, don't say that you are a loser. I think you are the best boy in the world. Do you understand? At this time, Huang Ziki came to Gu Chufeng. The two were very close. It seemed that they were about to kiss. So, next time, even if you reject me, you have to use the reason that we are not suitable for each other, and don't say that you are a loser. Do you understand? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki in front of him. The girl's eyes were full of sincerity. Thank you. This thank you is from the heart. At the very least, Huang Ziki told Gu Chufeng that he didn't need to feel inferior. Idiot. Otherwise, since we've talked about it, I don't need to think of a reason. Well, starting today, I'll be moving in. After all, if I want to woo you, I should always spend some time together. At this time, Huang Ziki changed her line of thinking. Since we've already talked about it, what's the point of finding a reason? Just move in. What do you think, is that okay? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and asked. Thinking about this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Okay. Since you've already decided to say goodbye to the past, maybe it's not a bad idea to try a new relationship. Since she still had to go to work today, Huang Ziki left just after 8 o'clock. And Pai Dan stayed with Gu Chufeng. Since Gu Chufeng was alone at home, it was good to have a dog to keep him company. Just then, there was a knock on the door. At this time, Gu Chufeng thought that Huang Ziki had forgotten to take something. Forgot to take what? When he opened the door, Gu Chufeng was slightly startled. Su Xiaoxue. Why did she come? Su Dong, why are you here? Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng in front of her, her mind filled with images of him with Huang Ziki last night, which drove her crazy. What, I can't come? Are you afraid I'll see something? Like Huang Ziki, for example. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng frowned tightly. I said, why did you resign? It turns out you found a new person. Humiliation. This is humiliation. She looked at Gu Chufeng, her eyes full of ice. What, have you been my mistress for too long, so you've gone to Huang Ziki to be her mistress? And when you've had enough of her, are you going to go find a 60-year-old rich woman? Su Xiaoxue's tone was full of sarcasm. At this moment, she also noticed the dog next to her. This dog had appeared many times in Huang Ziki's circle of friends. So naturally Su Xiaoxue knew it was her dog. You've been keeping the dog. It seems that you are living together. Ah, that's great. You're so popular, so if I had known, shouldn't I have charged Huang Ziki some money? After all, I trained you to be so good. Su Xiaoxue outputted all at once. Su Dong, are you done? What, do you think I'm wrong? Before I resigned yesterday, I didn't have any personal contact with Huang Dong. If I'm wrong about this, I can go to hell. On hearing the word resignation, Su Xiaoxue's heart was filled with anger. She came up to Gu Chufeng and kissed him directly. However, he avoided her. Director Su, please respect yourself. Respect myself? In the past, why didn't you let me respect myself? What, did Huang Ziki make you feel good yesterday, better than me? You're just a lover anyway, isn't it the same as everyone else? It's even fine as long as you don't tell her, right? After saying this, Su Xiaoxue threw a bank card. There is 1 million yuan in it. Just consider it a tip for this time. Humiliation. It's a blatant humiliation. Not enough? Then I'll continue. Slapping. At this time, Gu Chufeng finally couldn't hold back anymore. And he slapped Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng and touched her own face, which had just been slapped. Su Dong, I feel that you have gone too far. In the past, you have been kind to me. But I have dedicated 8 years to the company, and the benefits I have brought to the company are probably worth 100 billion, if not 200 billion. And in the LCU, I have already gone through the gates of hell for you once. Therefore, I have repaid the kindness of the past. Now, I just want to part ways with you completely, with no ties whatsoever. So we part on good terms, leaving each other with the last shred of dignity. Gu Chufeng looked at Su Xiaoxue in front of him, his tone icy. This was the first time Su Xiaoxue had seen Gu Chufeng in this state. Part ways completely. No ties whatsoever. Part on good terms. She never imagined that Gu Chufeng would say such words. Yes. Gu Chufeng was right. She had brought him here in the first place. And he had repaid her with 8 years of hard work. Without him, the company would not have become what it is today. So what did he owe her? Gu Chufeng, you should know that no one dares to hit me. You are the first. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue turned around and left. Gu Chufeng sighed as he watched Su Xiaoxue's back as she left. He had thought that the two of them could end things decently and just never see each other again, but he never imagined that the end would be so undignified. Su Xiaoxue, who had left, sat in the car with a cold look in her eyes. At this time, she sent a message. Same place, drinks on me today. She shouted in her group of girlfriends. Holy shit, what's going on? Don't you not like to drink? I have to go. Come on. Su Xiaoxue was depressed. Soon, she drove to the karaoke bar. Her group of girlfriends were all here. Xiaoxue, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want to drink when you're fine? Chen Chen looked at Su Xiaoxue with doubt in her tone. It's nothing, I just feel like drinking. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue directly lifted the glass in front of her and gulped it down. Just as she finished, she poured another glass and continued drinking. Seeing this, everyone knew that something was wrong. Xia Shirhan directly stopped Su Xiaoxue. If you keep drinking like this, you will end up in the hospital. Even if something happens, you can't torture yourself. At this time, Xia Shirhan felt that it might be something that Gu Chufeng had done. Could it be Huang Ziqi's circle of friends? But a circle of friends would never have this kind of power, so what was going on that she didn't know about? It's fine, I have it under control. You all drink. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan didn't know what to say. At this time, no one could persuade Su Xiaoxue, and only Gu Chufeng could. She went outside and found Gu Chufeng's phone number. She dialed it. At this time, Gu Chufeng was playing with Pai Dan. When his phone rang, he picked up his phone. Xia Shirhan. After all, he had followed Su Xiaoxue for so many years, and he knew her best friend, Gu Chufeng. After resigning, Gu Chufeng didn't want to have anything to do with Su Xiaoxue's circle, but after all, he had called, and in the past, the other party had taken care of him quite well, so it would be inappropriate not to answer. Most importantly, Gu Chufeng and Xia Shirhan didn't have any conflicts. He answered the phone. Hello, Miss Xia. Where are you? At home. Gu Chufeng said. Now Chao Shui is drinking a lot by herself, and if she keeps drinking like this, something bad will happen. So, can you come over? Gu Chufeng frowned when he heard this. Miss Xia, I no longer have anything to do with Miss Su, and I have things to do right now. This was a rejection. Gu Chufeng really didn't want to have anything to do with Su Xiaoshui anymore. That's it. She has a problem with Chen Bei, but for the sake of the past, can't we just sit down and talk? After all, I think you had real feelings for her at the beginning. Miss Xia, if there were no real feelings at the beginning, I would not have resigned. Just call Chen Bei, he will sort it out. After saying this, Gu Chufeng hung up the phone directly. Xia Shirhan looked at the hung up phone and sighed. What's the point? At this time, Xia Shirhan had no choice but to go into the private room. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue continued to drink, glass after glass, as if she wanted to finish all the wine in her life. Xia Shirhan was the core figure of their group of girlfriends, and everyone looked at Xia Shirhan, their eyes asking what to do next. Drink. Maybe after you finish drinking, you won't be unhappy anymore. Xia Shirhan could only say this. Getting drunk is a way to escape from reality. While drinking, Su Xiaoxue kept repeating in her mind the slap that Gu Chufeng had given her. She had never expected that Gu Chufeng would actually do it, and it was the first time. That slap completely woke her up. The man in front of her really didn't seem to care about her anymore. Why? Because of Chen Bei? This made her feel bad. And what made her feel the worst was that she also felt Gu Chufeng getting further and further away from her. And it seems that he will never come back to her. Chapter 6 Chen Bei's phone. Xiaoshui, I've made a mess. It was still the same karaoke bar. The girlfriends looked at Su Xiaoshui in front of them, drinking glass after glass, her face full of surprise. They had been called here, but they still didn't know what had happened. Looking at the palm print on Su Xiaoshui's face, everyone knew that something must have happened. That's enough. At this time, Xia Shirhan stood up and directly took the glass of wine from Su Xiaoshui's hand. Do you want to get yourself drunk to death? Xia Shirhan's tone was full of dissatisfaction. I want to get myself drunk, so what? Am I not even allowed this right now? Su Xiaoxue looked at Xia Shirhan, her tone full of anger, as if she was venting her dissatisfaction. You have to at least tell me what happened, right? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue snorted. Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziqi are living together. Isn't that ridiculous? A secretary who has been with me for so long, it was me who brought him here, it was me who gave him his current life, but he has actually moved in with my archenemy. Why? Why on earth? What? Everyone was a little surprised to hear this. Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziqi, they are living together? How could this be? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This slap was from Gu Chufeng. What should I say? I deserve it, I guess. I forgot, he is a very dignified person. When they first met, Su Xiaoxue took Gu Chufeng's hand. She told him, "Sister will support you in the future." At that time, Gu Chufeng only said one thing. Sister, I will prove that I can bring value to you. I am not just your lover. Gu Chufeng was still a child at that time, and his voice was full of innocence, but his tone was firm. Looking at this, Su Xiaoxue only felt that the child was cute. Later, Gu Chufeng really proved that he could bring value to himself. But now they have become like this. At this time, Su Xiaoxue really regretted it. She felt that she should not have said those words. Picking up the wine bottle in front of her, Su Xiaoxue took a direct sip. Now she should have become the person he hates the most. Su Xiaoxue thought to herself. I'll drink with you. What can I do? When Su Xiaoxue first brought Chen Bei here, Xia Shihan had a chat with her and felt that in that case, Gu Chufeng would be unhappy, but at that time, she just said that Gu Chufeng was her lover and she was tired of him, so she wanted to find a college student again. Then when she resigned, Xia Shihan also said that she should take the initiative to contact Gu Chufeng and the two of them should have a good chat and not argue, but she still didn't listen. And now, nothing can be changed. The current Gu Chufeng is no longer the same as he was at the beginning. In fact, Xia Shihan and her other girlfriends don't understand why Su Xiaoxue is unwilling to give Gu Chufeng the status of a boyfriend. In their opinion, Gu Chufeng is really good, capable at work, and can take care of Su Xiaoxue in every way in life. Who wouldn't envy having such a guy? There is an old saying, those who are in the midst of blessings are unaware of them. Very often, it is only when something is lost that one realizes how precious it was. But what good is it to realize it after it is lost? That person will never belong to you again. However, Xia Shihan also didn't expect Huang Ziki to act so quickly. It was only the second day and they were already living together. If it had taken longer, I'm afraid Huang Ziki would have gotten pregnant. At this time, Xia Shihan felt that in terms of relationships, Su Xiaoxue was really no match for Huang Ziki. She didn't believe that Huang Ziki didn't know that Gu Chufeng had previously been Su Xiaoxue's lover, but in the end, she didn't care, and just went after him directly without any hesitation. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue's phone rang. It was Chen Bei. Su Xiaoxue answered the phone. Hello, Chairman. I'm sorry, I've made a mess. After saying this, the person on the other end of the line burst into tears. Since Su Xiaoxue had the phone on speaker, everyone around heard the sound. After hearing Chen Bei cry, everyone's faces were speechless. A grown man, all he knows is to cry. Every time he came here, he leaned behind Su Xiaoxue. He looked like a dog. He trembled whenever he had to say a word. If someone made a joke, he would just burst into tears. No one understood why Su Xiaoxue valued him so highly. You have to know that Gu Chufeng had followed Su Xiaoxue around for about half a year before she brought him here. But when he first arrived, Gu Chufeng acted so poised and gentle and considerate, while Chen Bei? He was brought here on the first day. Therefore, these girlfriends all think that Chen Bei is not as good as Gu Chufeng in a million ways. But there is nothing they can do, because Su Xiaoxue likes him so much. What happened? It's like this: I made a mistake in typing the decimal point in the contract, and then the other party, Wang Dong, criticized me, and I got into an argument with him. Hearing this, the people around him were even more speechless. Typing the decimal point incorrectly is a problem of ability? This is forgetful and absent-minded. What nonsense! You made a mistake, and you have the face to cry? And you got into an argument with the customer? What a stupid person. Outrageous. Give the phone to the person next to you. Okay. After saying this, Chen Bei handed over the phone. At this time, Chen Bei's eyes were full of delight. Letting you kid just scold me, today I'll let you get fired from this company. Chairman, now Wang Dong is very angry about this matter and feels that we are not respecting each other, so it is very likely that they will withdraw from this cooperation. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue frowned tightly. Cancel the cooperation? Let them do whatever they want. Chairman, this cooperation has been going on for a long time. Okay, let's do it this way, cancel the cooperation. After hanging up the phone, this person's tone was full of helplessness. What the hell? This chairman is crazy. Such a big deal, and it ended up being cancelled because of Chen Bei? It's outrageous. But there's nothing I can do about it. This company belongs to Su Xiaoxue. What can one employee say? Chen Bei saw this scene and his face became even more complacent. Now that Gu Chufeng has been removed by himself, then in this company, apart from Su Xiaoxue, he is the person with the most power. At this time, this person took out his mobile phone, found Gu Chufeng's chat interface, and sent a message. This person was also brought up by Gu Chufeng at the beginning. Because Gu Chufeng is like a big brother in their hearts, so usually, whether it is work or life, they encounter problems and they like to nag with Gu Chufeng. Brother Gu, I really can't take it anymore. At this time, Gu Chufeng was playing with the dog at home. After hearing the sound of his phone message, Gu Chufeng took out his phone and read it. When he saw the content, Gu Chufeng frowned. This project should be the last project he was responsible for before leaving. This project is in the chemical industry. The company's main business was not originally in the chemical industry. However, the fields in which the company had originally invested were already saturated, and astronomical revenues could be obtained through these projects every year. Therefore, he set his sights on this chemical company. This chemical company was quite good, but recently, due to research into a technology, the funds had run out. If follow-up funds were replenished and the technology was researched out, then through this technology, this company would become a leader in the chemical industry, and by then, the company would receive at least tens of billions in dividends every year. But unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxue cancelled it. Was it because the other party accused Chen Bei? At this time, Gu Chufeng thought of the first time he was in charge of a project. After all, it was the first time, and Gu Chufeng asked if there were any problems, but the main problem was not with Gu Chufeng, but because the data provided by other departments was problematic. However, that time, Gu Chufeng was scolded very severely. But with Chen Bei, there were problems, and the contract was returned without any criticism. Was the difference that big? Gu Chufeng shook his head. But now, he didn't want to worry about these things anymore. He had already left this company? If so, why worry about it? At this time, Gu Chufeng looked at the time. It was almost noon. Gu Chufeng went to the kitchen and looked at what dishes were left. Perhaps thinking about what Huang Ziki had said when she left this morning, he inexplicably opened the chat interface between himself and Huang Ziki. Are you coming back for lunch today? Gu Chufeng sent a message to Huang Ziki. And Huang Ziki replied immediately. Hey, are you missing me? If you miss me, just say so. Perhaps because they had cleared the air, Huang Ziki was now not hiding anything, acting like she was the one flirting. So do you want me to miss you, or not? Huang Ziki looked at the message and her mouth curled up slightly. This guy, he even asked back. Of course I want you to think about it. But I don't know if someone wants to think about it. Alas, but today I am thinking about someone. Huang Ziki is a very straightforward person, so she said it outright. Then I'll reluctantly think about you. I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words and say it again. After sending this message, Huang Ziki probably felt that it wasn't enough, so she posted an angry emoji. Think about it. Haha, that's right, I'll go back at noon. Huang Ziki really did miss Gu Chufeng, and although the company was a little far from where she lived, it wasn't too far, so Huang Ziki simply said she was going back. Okay, I'll cook. Is there any dish you want to eat? Gu Chufeng patted the contents of the refrigerator and sent it over. Turn the camera towards me. Huh? Gu Chufeng didn't understand what the other person meant and asked. I want to see the dish I like. Turn the camera towards me? The one being filmed was Gu Chufeng. Gu Chufeng is a very smart person, and he understood at once. But you can't eat this dish yet. Gu Chufeng's mouth corners rose slightly. Then I have to work harder to eat it soon. So what do you want for lunch? Anything's fine, I like whatever you cook. Okay, I'll just cook whatever. After sending the message, Huang Ziki sat in the boss chair with her mouth corners rising slightly. Today is another day of chatting with Gu Chufeng. I'm happy. At this time, the secretary pushed open the door and walked in. Chairman, do you have any plans for lunch today? Are you eating at the company? Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki shook her head. I'm not eating at the company, I'm going home to eat. The secretary was a little surprised, because normally, unless there is a business dinner, otherwise, Huang Ziki would eat at the company and then take a break at the company. Perhaps she sensed the secretary's confusion, and Huang Ziki smiled. Someone at home is waiting for me to cook. The secretary looked at Huang Ziki. At this moment, Huang Ziki's face was full of happiness. At this moment, the secretary froze. Oh my God. The chairman is in love. How happy is this? Chapter 7, Who says this is 6 is old? This is 6 is so good. After hanging up the phone with the company, Su Xiaoxue continued to drink the wine in front of her. What else could her group of girlfriends say? They could only drink with her. Xia Shirhan looked at Su Xiaoxue in this state and sighed in her heart. I hope Xiaoxue doesn't regret this decision in the future. Looking at Su Xiaoxue in this state, Xia Shirhan felt that her thoughts were impossible. No one else understands, but the two of them grew up together, and the way Su Xiaoxue looks, she must be regretting it. Time passed little by little, and just then Su Xiaoxue's phone rang. When she saw the caller, Su Xiaoxue frowned. It was her father. She answered the phone. Okay, I got it. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue hung up the phone. What's wrong? Xiaoxue? Xia Shirhan asked, looking at Su Xiaoshue's dark face. My father wants me to come home. Su Xiaoxue did not get along well with her father. Her father and mother started the company from scratch. After the company became successful, Su Xiaoshue's mother chose to return home to take care of Su Xiaoxue. However, what she did not expect was that Su Xiaoshue's father fooled around with other women. That day, the mistress barged in directly. Su Xiaoshue's mother, who was already in poor health, had a heart attack and passed away before the ambulance arrived. Su Xiaoxue was 14 years old that year. It was also from that day on that Su Xiaoxue and her father could never get along. They always fought whenever they met. After Gu Chufeng came, he mediated between them, and although their relationship couldn't be called good, with him mediating, the frequency of their arguments was greatly reduced. Otherwise, I'll go with you. In the past, with Gu Chufeng, nothing would happen. But now Gu Chufeng has resigned, and Su Xiaoxue is in this state. No, I can go by myself. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue left the box directly. The people in the box looked at this scene, wide-eyed. Xiaoxue, why did you do this? Obviously, if you were officially together with Gu Chufeng, there would not be so many things. It is possible that Su Xiaoxue really did not know her own good reputation. In her heart, she may have thought that she regarded Gu Chufeng as a lover without emotions, but she did not know that she had already fallen in love with each other long ago. There is nothing in the world, except for the medicine for regret. Everyone sighed. No matter how much others persuade, there is no way to change this kind of thing. Love is a kind of thing that can only be explained by the people involved. How can others understand? I'm afraid sometimes even the people involved themselves may not be able to explain it clearly. Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue. Their names go well together. But now, they have become what they are now. This makes them sigh. They don't know how long it took, but Su Xiaoxue appeared at the suburban villa. This was her home, or rather, her home before she turned 18. She would never forget the day her mother died here. Every time she came here, she felt sick, and every time, Gu Chufeng always stood firmly by her side, and gently told her, "It's okay, I'm here." But now, Gu Chufeng was gone. It seemed like she was alone again. "Miss, are you okay?" The driver looked at his boss and hurriedly asked. "It's fine. I'm fine." Su Xiaoxue's words seemed to be telling the driver, and also seemed to be telling herself. She slowly entered the villa again. Inside the living room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. Although he was in his early 50s, he still had an elegant temperament. "What made you ask me to come back?" Su Xiaoxue sat opposite her father, her tone icy. "Have you been drinking? It's none of your business. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm leaving." That was how father and daughter got along. After that incident, Su's father knew he had done wrong. From then on, he really kept his hands off women. Often, people only know they need to change after they have done something wrong, but what is the point of that by then? After Su Xiaoxue had become independent, Su's father gave her the company to manage. "What's going on with you and Gu Chufeng? Why did he resign?" In fact, Su's father was very satisfied with Gu Chufeng. He was young, good-looking, and most importantly, he could see that Gu Chufeng was serious about Su Xiaoxue. Therefore, he also hoped that Su Xiaoxue could be with Gu Chufeng. In that case, Su Xiaoxue would also have someone to rely on. However, no one expected that Chen Bei would appear in the company, and Gu Chufeng would resign. What else could happen? The person doesn't want to work here anymore. Just go. Su Xiaoxue felt a little sour in her heart when she mentioned Gu Chufeng. She never thought that Gu Chufeng would really leave her. She also never thought that she would be so devastated. At this moment, she realized that she had underestimated the status of Gu Chufeng in her heart. "So what's the deal with Chen Bei?" "My lover," Su Xiaoxue said nonchalantly. "What about Gu Chufeng?" "He's also my lover, so what?" Hearing this, Su Fu immediately stood up. "Su Xiaoxue, are you crazy? Just because of a lover, you let a right-hand man leave and give up the company's pioneering business. Where is your shrewdness? Where is your decisiveness? Su Xiaoxue glanced at Su's father when she heard this, and then laughed coldly. In what capacity are you accusing me? Father? Do you have the qualifications? My mother left this world because of your rotten business. She didn't even close her eyes when she left. Therefore, you are not qualified to accuse me. If there is nothing else, I will leave. This will always be Su's father's eternal pain. He looked at Su Xiaoxue's departing back. I know that as a father, I have done something wrong, and there is no reason to beg for forgiveness. But Xiaoxue, Gu Chufeng is serious. He has been with you for so many years, and I can see that your heart is also moved. In that case, I hope you can recognize your own feelings. I have made a regret in my feelings that I cannot make up for even if I die, and I don't want you to have regrets too. Let Chen Bei go. Go find Gu Chufeng. Su Xiaoxue heard this and looked up at the sky. It was gray and overcast. It seemed like it was going to rain soon. My business is none of your business. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue left directly. At this moment, there was no Gu Chufeng in her departing back. Instead, it was just her. The dividing line. Wow, your cooking is amazing. On the other side, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were eating inside the house. Seeing the way Huang Ziki was stuffing herself, Gu Chufeng smiled. Eat slowly. Seeing you like this, I doubt you're the rich woman I know, Huang Ziki. Gu Chufeng's tone was full of teasing. What do you know, she's providing emotional value for you. Haven't you read what everyone says online? Compliment your boyfriend more, and he'll do anything for you. At this time, Gu Chufeng did not correct the address, and she smiled. Then you should eat more. After saying this, Gu Chufeng picked up a piece of sea cucumber and placed it in Huang Ziki's bowl. Thank you. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and smiled. By the way, why aren't you eating? I haven't exercised much this morning, so I'm not very hungry. Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm a feast for the eyes. Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. That's also a reason. So do you want to eat it or not? By the time they got back, Huang Ziki had already changed into her own clothes for home, and coupled with her flirtatious eyes at this time, to be honest, she was really very seductive. Although she was a few years older than Gu Chufeng, she was still attractive. You're testing my resolve. Humph, you're pretty, unless you agree to be my boyfriend. Huang Ziki continued eating. At this time, Gu Chufeng also took out his mobile phone. He logged into the stock trading app. The money from yesterday's stock sale had already been deposited into the app account. To be honest, the app is quite user-friendly. If you withdraw money, the app will automatically deduct taxes for you. Gu Chufeng thought about it for a moment and withdrew all the money in it. Currently, there are no stocks in the stock market that are worth investing in. Since there are none, then there is no point investing. In an instant, the assets in Gu Chufeng's bank card had multiplied several times. Looking at the balance, needless to say, Gu Chufeng felt even more secure. Perhaps it was because of the huge changes in his family when he was young that Gu Chufeng was actually a person who did not feel very secure. Now, money is his greatest sense of security. Let me take you out to dinner this afternoon, shall I? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked up at Huang Ziki. What's wrong? You've cooked for me several times already, it's not a problem if I treat you to dinner. Of course I'm fine with it, but you're famous in the office for working like crazy, and you work overtime every day. When Gu Chufeng said this, there was teasing in his tone. Hearing this, Huang Ziki coughed. It's fine if I come back, but it's better to work hard for my career. Now that I have you. What do you say, are you going or not? Hearing Gu Chufeng nod. Yes, definitely. I'd be happy to eat your food. Huang Ziki's face lit up when she heard Gu Chufeng's reply. That's a deal then. How about I wait for you after work? I won't go in the afternoon. Recently, the company completed a very important investment, so I'm going to take some time off. Okay. In fact, there's another very important reason for taking some time off. She wants to give herself and Gu Chufeng some time to spend together, so that their relationship can grow quickly. After dinner, Huang Ziki did not stay at Gu Chufeng's place, but returned to her own home. After all, this was the first time the two of them had gone out to dinner, so naturally she wanted to look her best. It was summer, so Huang Ziki chose a black skirt. Although she had a lot of clothes, this skirt was her favorite, as it could bring out her figure and temperament. Then she picked a pair of high heels. After changing, Huang Ziki shook her head in satisfaction, feeling that she looked perfect. Gu Chufeng, on the other hand, matched a youthful and sporty outfit that made him look bright and handsome. In fact, when you think about it, Gu Chufeng was only 25 or 26 at this time, in the prime of his youth, and wearing this outfit, he looked exceptionally charming. This kind of charm could be considered fatal poison for older women. After picking out his clothes, Gu Chufeng sat down on the sofa. Hey, hey, hey. Do you like it or not? At this time, Huang Ziki sent a message to Gu Chufeng. When he saw the picture of Huang Ziki inside, Gu Chufeng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was used to seeing Huang Ziki in professional OL attire, but Huang Ziki in a skirt was even more beautiful. Beautiful. Maybe he felt that it looked too cold and indifferent. So immediately afterwards, Gu Chufeng sent 2 more shy expressions. Looking at the message Gu Chufeng sent back, Huang Ziki's face turned red. Although Huang Ziki really liked this skirt, she only wore it when she was with her best friend and family. So it could be said that Gu Chufeng was definitely the first outsider to see her wear this skirt. The two were looking forward to their dinner together. Boundary line. Brother Bei, let me tell you, this stock is definitely going to make money. Experts have said that if you invest 1 million at this time, it will become 10 million in a few days. This is a good opportunity to make money. In a restaurant, Chen Bei was with another guy. In Su Xiaoshui's heart, Chen Bei was a clean, kind college student, but in reality, this guy was not so clean. Chen Bei heard this and looked at the screen of his phone. He had heard many people mention this stock at work. It has been gaining momentum recently. It is said that many people at the company have bought this stock. Gu Chufeng has been abandoned by someone so important to Su Xiaoshui. In my case, it goes without saying. So, why not take this opportunity to make a good profit? In that case, even if there are others in the future, I can also get money. Chen Bei looked at this rising trend with greed in his eyes. He knew clearly. People like himself are just playthings to Su Xiaoshui. If he could be regularized, I'm afraid Chen Bei would have followed the others to be regularized long ago. Yes, if Gu Chufeng had also realized this, he would not have gotten himself into that state. But I don't have any money. At this time, when Chen Bei said this, his tone was full of helplessness. Su Xiaoshui only gave him 50,000 yuan a month, and he only had a little over 200,000 yuan in his hands. If he invested this 200,000 yuan, he was afraid that he wouldn't make any big money. This is simple. You are now second in command at Su Xiaoshui's company, and you are above everyone else. Getting some money shouldn't be difficult. Get tens of millions from her, invest it, and when we make money, we'll secretly return the money without anyone knowing. Chen Bei was tempted by this person's words. He and Su Xiaoshui could be said to be in their honeymoon period. Take some money and return it in a few days. What could possibly go wrong? Brother Bei, if you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Chen Bei clenched his fists. Okay, let's do it. Chapter 8 Official Announcement. Su Xiaoshui, Gu Chufeng, aren't you afraid that I will be sad? Gu Chufeng didn't know about Chen Bei and Su Xiaoshui, and he didn't care either. At this time, he was having dinner with Huang Ziki. This is an upscale restaurant in the downtown area of the Demon City, and the people who come here to eat are either rich or noble. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you out of house and home? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki in front of him, his tone full of teasing. If you eat me out of house and home, you'll support me. Huang Ziki said. Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki hadn't spent much time together, but he could tell that she was someone who liked to play straight. That's not a problem. Hearing this, Huang Ziki's eyes lit up. Huh? What did you say? Huang Ziki asked. Gu Chufeng knew that she had hurt him when he saw her expression. Ah, I didn't say anything. No, you did. Say it again, please, brother, OMG. No guy can resist a beautiful girl calling you brother. Especially when this girl is aloof and cold outside. This contrast is even more fascinating. I said, I'll support you. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki laughed. Don't forget, you said you'd support me. Okay, but your company can't go bankrupt either. Gu Chufeng handed the menu in his hands to Huang Ziki in front of him. Huang Ziki ordered a few of her favorite dishes and then handed the menu back to Gu Chufeng. Let's split it between the two of us. Okay, please wait a moment. This restaurant has been visited by Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue a few times. However, every time he came, he was always dressed in a suit. After all, Su Xiaoxue had always demanded that Gu Chufeng be decent. What are you thinking about? At this time, Gu Chufeng felt a foot touch him under the table. It was Huang Ziki. Today, Huang Ziki was wearing black silk on her legs. Looking at Huang Ziki's flirtatious expression, Gu Chufeng sighed with emotion in his heart. This woman is really a demon. Just now she was a cute girl, but now she's a mature woman. A woman like this is full of poison. He thought of something from the past. Just as Gu Chufeng finished speaking, two people walked in through the door. When he saw them, Gu Chufeng frowned. They were Su Xiaoxue and Xia Shihan. Huang Ziki saw that Gu Chufeng's expression was wrong, and she glanced back. At this time, Su Xiaoxue and Xia Shihan at the door had also seen Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. The expression on Su Xiaoxue's face changed, and it was very ugly. Xia Shihan frowned tightly. Xiaoxue, why don't we eat somewhere else? Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue shook her head. No. Let's eat here. If others can come, we can come too. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue walked directly towards Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. Su Dong, I didn't expect to meet here, it's really rare. It really is rare. Su Xiaoxue's tone was cold and ruthless, and his gaze was fixed on Gu Chufeng. She felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, as if she had been betrayed. Su Dong, is there anything the matter? Gu Chufeng's tone was calm. It seemed that Su Xiaoxue's appearance had not affected his emotions. In fact, she really did not affect Gu Chufeng. Nothing much. Huang Dong's ability to seize opportunities is really good. But it's a bit embarrassing. What I don't want, you treasure. Do you want me to give you this one I have now? Su Xiaoxue spoke with sarcasm and barbs, and Xia Shihan, who was standing next to her, heard this and frowned, pulling her arm to indicate that she should stop talking. But at this time, Su Xiaoxue would not control herself, this was her character. This one now? Shen Bei? Forget it. I am quite devoted. I only like what I like. Therefore, I will take care of Chufeng, and in this life, I only want him. In fact, in the final analysis, I should also thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Chufeng and I really wouldn't have had much of a chance. Don't you agree, Su Dong? Upon hearing this, the expression on Su Xiaoxue's face instantly soured. Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng. You guys are really together? At this time, everyone's gaze was on Gu Chufeng. Upon hearing this, the corner of Gu Chufeng's mouth rose slightly. Sort of. Gu Chufeng nodded. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki's face was full of joy. This sentence can make her happy for a long time. Good, really good. Don't you regret it? Gu Chufeng. Regret? Gu Chufeng felt that he should not regret it. He had already thrown away half of his life for Su Xiaoxue. Now, he is ushered in a new life, a life that he really likes, and naturally he would not want to go back to the past. I don't think I will regret it. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue nodded, then turned her head and went to a position not far away. Xia Shihan looked at Gu Chufeng and then at Su Xiaoxue, and could only follow Su Xiaoxue over. Why are you so happy? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki in front of him, his tone full of curiosity. Maybe it's because you just admitted that we're together. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng laughed silently. Is that why? No one would have thought that a high and mighty female CEO would be happy about something like this. What a fool. Well, eat up. By this time, the waiter had also delivered the food. Good. Not far away, Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki, both of them laughing and talking. Her heart was full of bitterness. At this time, she was not as tough as she had just acted. When Gu Chufeng answered her question just now, she had hoped that he would say that he was not with Huang Ziki, but he did not. Gu Chufeng still admitted that he was with the other woman. Admit. He admitted it in front of her. Su Xiaoxue really wanted to ask, if Gu Chufeng said that, wasn't he afraid of hurting her feelings? Hurt her feelings? But why would Su Xiaoxue be hurt? After all, it was because of Su Xiaoxue herself that things had turned out like this. If she hadn't acted the way she did, How could Huang Ziki have taken advantage of the situation? And now she was putting all the blame on Gu Chufeng. I don't know what she's thinking. Xia Shirhan looked at Su Xiaoxue like this, knowing in her heart that she was suffering now, but relationships are like this, you only know how to cherish them after you've lost them. But by then, it was too late. Xiaoxue, do you want to eat something? Anything's fine. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan sighed. Okay, I'll order for you then. In the past, whenever they went out to eat, Gu Chufeng would be especially happy. He would remember Su Xiaoxue's favorite flavors and take care of everything, but now, there was no one else who was so good to her in every detail. Su's father was a scumbag in the past, but in terms of relationships, he understood better than Su Xiaoxue. Hey, come on, tell me, are we officially together? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with anticipation in her eyes. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng smiled. Take a guess. I'm not going to guess. We're together anyway. Otherwise, I'll have someone drug you and make it happen. Ah, this. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng froze for a moment. This woman is really fierce. But from Gu Chufeng's understanding of Huang Ziki, as long as she can say it, then she can definitely do it. It's fine. Gu Chufeng nodded. He still had a good impression of Huang Ziki. If that was the case, then it would be better to be together. It never takes a long time to woo someone in a relationship. If two people like each other, it may take a few days. If you woo someone for months and get no response, then congratulations, you can stop wooing them, because someone who likes you won't let you woo them for that long. Then, Huang Ziki extended her hand. Seeing this, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose. He also extended his hand. The two hands held together. Everything seemed to be understood without words. Huang Ziki's hand was slightly cold, but it was very soft. Okay, then I can live in your house openly. Of course you can. The two smiled at each other. Su Xiaoxue, who was next to them, saw the scene and felt her heart bleed. Just now, Gu Chufeng's gentleness was previously only hers. But now, Gu Chufeng has given it to someone else. It's like the thing you care about most, and when you turn around, it belongs to someone else. Who can accept that? I'm full. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue stood up and left directly. Seeing this situation, Xia Shirhan sighed and followed her out. Xiaoxue, are you really in love with him? Su Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Love? I don't know what love is. I only know that at this time my heart hurts. Su Xiaoxue has never known what love is. What happened in her family when she was young made her subconsciously not believe in love. Upon hearing this, Xia Shirhan paused for a moment. She looked at her best friend. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Shirhan, I want to be alone for a while. Okay, call me if you need anything. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue slowly walked towards the distance. She didn't know what her destination was either. For some reason, she once again felt the lonely feeling. When did she last feel this way? It was probably the day her mother died. On that day, her mother was so angry with her younger husband that she died of a heart attack. Su Xiaoxue held her mother's body in her arms until the ambulance arrived. She thought her mother was just unconscious, not dead, and kept calling out her mother's name over and over again, but there was no response. Then that day, she lost her mother and fell out with her father. During that period of time, she was very lonely. She felt that no one in the world cared about her. She frantically filled herself with all kinds of things to make herself less lonely, because that was the feeling she hated the most. Every time she was lonely, she would always think of her mother. Then she met Gu Chufeng. At that time, Gu Chufeng was on the street, just like a homeless stray dog. She found him and asked him, "Will you go with me? You can't betray me, and you can't leave me." At that time, Gu Chufeng was dirty, but his appearance was really good looking, and his eyes were full of purity, so she wanted to take him away. And he also went from being a homeless child to becoming a genius in the financial world. But in the end, he left too. What about the dividing line? Shall we go too? Inside the restaurant, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki finished eating. Great! Gu Chufeng stood up and naturally took the bag in Huang Ziki's hand. Then he held out his hand. Ha! Since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, holding hands should be fine, right? Of course. Huang Ziki smiled, and when her hand was held, her ears flushed slightly. The two walked towards the outside. The weather was nice today, with a gentle breeze. Should we take a photo and make an announcement? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and asked, and on hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. It was too normal to announce something like being in a relationship. Huang Ziki took out her phone, found the camera, and took a photo of the two of them holding hands. What about the copy? Huang Ziki frowned tightly, as if she felt that the few copy ideas she had were not that good. On hearing this, Gu Chufeng slowly spoke. Us. How about this? Us. We are who we are. We are now, and we will be in the future. This will work. Huang Ziki sent the photo she had just taken, then opened her Moments feed. Both of them were in the same circle, and they knew quite a few people in it. After confirming the picture and the caption, they posted it. This official announcement would shock the entire circle. No one would have expected it. At this time, Chen Bei was lying at home, swiping through his circle of friends. He had bought this house for Su Xiaoxue and then gave it to Chen Bei. It was in the city center, and although it was only 80-odd square meters, it was almost close to 10 million. Su Xiaoxue had only given this kind of treatment to Chen Bei. Gu Chufeng had never received it. In fact, Gu Chufeng really didn't care about all this. At that time, he wanted to be with Su Xiaoxue and marry her. He didn't care about the money or the things she gave him. He just wanted her. But then, Gu Chufeng came to understand. Su Xiaoxue could give him anything, except affection. From beginning to end, he was just a lover. A lover who could be replaced at any time. When he saw that Gu Chufeng had posted something in his Moments, Chen Bei immediately clicked in. We. Chen Bei's heart tightened when he saw those two words. Could it be Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue? But on closer inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Su Xiaoxue. Huang Ziki. How could it be? This Gu Chufeng is so lucky, having left Su Xiaoxue, he's actually with someone like Huang Ziki. He has been in this circle for a while, and he knows and has met big shots in the industry like Huang Ziki. In his eyes, Huang Ziki is not inferior to Su Xiaoxue in terms of appearance and figure, and she is even more valuable. But no matter what, Gu Chufeng already has someone else, so now I can move into Gu Chufeng's villa. Thinking about this, Chen Bei's mouth slightly rose upwards. He felt that he might have a chance to succeed? Eating for a while and eating for a lifetime. If he could choose, he would eat for the rest of his life. Chapter 9, Teeth Meet, Shunan, President Huang, kissing is a bit lacking. After dinner, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki walked hand in hand on the road. The nighttime demon capital was full of lights and revelry. As the two walked past a bar, the music inside was loud and continuous, and the young people inside were releasing their passion and youth. Gu Chufeng is about the same age as these people inside, but after experiencing so much, his psychological age has increased by an unknown amount. What, do you want to go in and have some fun? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng next to her and said, and on hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head. No. I don't fit in here. On hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled. You're obviously so young, but the temperament you have is like that of an old cadre. But there's nothing I can do about it, because I like this aura about you. Huang Ziki put her arm around Gu Chufeng's, as if they were the sweetest couple in the world. The fragrance from her body blew into Gu Chufeng's nose, and it smelled very nice. Hey, I thought you liked my looks. Hearing this, Huang Ziki blushed. Shameless, how can you praise yourself like that? Humph. That's not true. I'm not the kind of person who gets aroused by the sight of a pretty face. Huang Ziki would never admit that when she first saw Gu Chufeng, she was attracted to his appearance. She had never thought that there would be someone in the world who was so good-looking and could perfectly match her own aesthetic. And he also had ability. This was the boyfriend she wanted most. Ah, really? Looking at the teasing on Gu Chufeng's face, Huang Ziki spoke, her tone full of coquettishness. You're so bad. I'm ignoring you. After saying this, Huang Ziki ran towards the front. Gu Chufeng asked and followed. The two of them just kept running. Soon, Gu Chufeng caught up to Huang Ziki. Hey! What? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki, his face full of confusion. Kiss me. There was no one around, so Huang Ziki naturally wanted to kiss her boyfriend properly. Under the streetlight, Shunan slowly bent down. It seemed that everything was understood without words. Huang Ziki, on the other hand, was on her tiptoes. At that moment, the man kissed the woman. Needless to say, Huang Ziki's kissing technique was a bit lacking. Their teeth met several times during the kiss. Gu Chufeng had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that he was Huang Ziki's first love? But obviously, as long as one is a normal person, one would never ask such a thing at this moment. Unless, of course, you want to make your girlfriend angry. And if your girlfriend gets angry, you'll understand what it means to have an angry girlfriend who is harder to please than a pig during the Chinese New Year. But Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki didn't know that not far away, someone was watching the other. It was Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue had seen everything that had just happened. She had already forgotten when the last time was that Gu Chufeng had been so happy. A few months ago? Or half a year ago? Or maybe even longer. When the scene of the kiss appeared, she felt her heart being pierced. After all, she had underestimated the position of Gu Chufeng in her heart. But there is nothing in this world, except for regret. I want to live with you tonight. Huang Ziki tilted her head and looked at Gu Chufeng, her eyes full of expectation, and her red cheeks were enough to show her shyness. That's not possible. Someone just said that my breath stinks. These were the words of Huang Ziki after the kiss. Of course, it was just a little joke between lovers to lighten the mood. Huang Ziki's face flushed with shame. Please, just say yes. I want to be able to hug you at night too. Huang Ziki now wanted to be in close contact with Gu Chufeng all the time, especially at night. To this man, Huang Ziki felt like an addictive poison. Even though you know he will make you die, you just want to be by her side. Reason tells Huang Ziki that she should stay away. But emotion kills reason at once and wants to get close. In that case, well, let's see how you behave. So you're saying yes? No. Gu Chufeng, you're looking for death. Huang Ziki looked at Chu Nan's evil smile and chased after him. The two of them could hear the laughter coming from a distance. Looking at the scene not far away, Su Xiaoxue slowly sat down in the chair next to her. At some point, her eyes were filled with tears. Dividing line. The next morning, Su Xiaoxue entered the company. At this time, Chen Bei was already waiting here. When Chen Bei saw Su Xiaoxue, a smile was on his face. Su Xiaoxue had said that she liked Chen Bei's smile the best because it was healing. In the past, whenever Su Xiaoxue was unhappy, just one of Chen Bei's smiles would make her happy. But now, Chen Bei's smile no longer had any effect on her. Su Dong. HM. Chen Bei obediently followed Su Xiaoxue into the office. So, Xiaoxue is here to see me? Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Bei, and at this moment, Chen Bei seemed to have made a decision of some kind, and then slowly said, Well, can I move to your villa? There are often sounds of quarrels next to the house where I am. I'm a little scared. That's right. Now Chen Bei wants to move to Su Xiaoxue's villa. In that case, his position will be more stable. It may even be possible to be promoted. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue frowned tightly. I'll have someone change your house for you. Hearing this meant rejection. Su Xiaoxue naturally refused. There were traces of Gu Chufeng in that villa, and she didn't want anyone to disturb them. No one knows what's going on in Su Xiaoxue's head. She obviously didn't cherish it when she had it, but now that the other person has left, she actually misses him. Sure enough. It's not so easy to understand things like emotions. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He never expected Su Xiaoxue to reject him. This had never happened before. In the past, no matter what Chen Bei needed, Su Xiaoxue would agree. If he wanted to go to her friend's party, no problem, Su Xiaoxue would take him. If he didn't want to go to the contract negotiations, no problem, he would let Gu Chufeng go. But now, the other party had refused. Why could Gu Chufeng live in the villa before? But not himself. What is so good about this guy? Chen Bei roared in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the person in front of him was his benefactor, and even if there was more to hide, it had to be hidden. Ah. Okay, I get it. Su Xiaoxue nodded upon hearing this. I really don't want to go to work. At this time of the day in Gu Chufeng's home, Huang Ziki is like a Siamese twin to Gu Chufeng, and she sticks to him as soon as she has a moment. Be good. If you don't go to work, who will support me? This is of course a joke, as Gu Chufeng has already achieved financial freedom. Sigh, I can see why emperors would be obsessed with women. Huang Ziki looks at Gu Chufeng's face. I really can't get enough of looking at it. I really want Gu Chufeng to be by my side all the time, so that I can look at him whenever I want. Go ahead. I'll pick you up at noon, okay? Since they have already become boyfriend and girlfriend, it is only natural for the boyfriend to pick up the girlfriend after work, right? Really? As expected, Huang Ziki's face was full of joy when she heard this. Of course it's true. Hey, then I'll eat 3, no, 5 kisses when the time comes, the kind with tongue kissing. Huang Ziki's ambitions have increased quite a bit now. Yesterday's kiss was just a taste. But now it's become a must with tongue kissing. Okay. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki, his eyes full of tenderness. Okay, then I'll go to work. Okay. After Huang Ziki left, Gu Chufeng sat on the sofa. He turned on the TV and prepared to watch a movie he really wanted to see, but before he had watched it for long, Gu Chufeng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Su's father. To be honest, Su's father held Gu Chufeng in high regard. He treated him like a son. So even though he had ended things with Su Xiaoxue, and it wasn't exactly a dignified end, he still had to answer Su's father's call. Gu Chufeng picked up the phone. He answered the call. Su Dong. Chufeng, do you have time now? Yes, what is it? Nothing, I just want to talk to you about you and Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue and himself? Gu Chufeng's face showed his helplessness at hearing that name. They were over. If nothing unexpected happened, they would never meet again in this life. I know you and Xiaoxue are over. But you have to meet up sometime. Don't you? The other party had already said so what could Gu Chufeng do? He could only agree. The meeting place this time was a coffee shop. Su Dong. I'm sorry, I'm late. Gu Chufeng said when he saw Su Dong, and on hearing this, Su Dong held out his hand to indicate that the other party should sit down. This place is relatively close to where I am, so I came a little early. I haven't kept you waiting, have I? On hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head. No, I'm free and clear. Do you have any ideas at the moment? Su's father asked, looking at Gu Chufeng. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. I don't have any ideas at the moment. I just want to take a break and relax. Gu Chufeng said, and he really wasn't going to enter the financial world in the future. It was too tiring, and there were a lot of memories here, but most of these memories were bad, so in that case, it was better to leave completely. He now just hopes that he and Su Xiaoxue will never meet again in this life. That way, it will be better for both of them. You and Xiaoxue. Finally, the topic came back to this. It's me who has developed some thoughts that shouldn't have been there. Since it's not possible, I'll just leave. At the very least, it will be a relatively decent ending for the both of us. A decent ending? If it really ended decently, then why has Su Xiaoxue been acting like this lately? If it really ended decently, why has Su Xiaoxue been drinking so much lately? In fact, everyone knows it clearly. Su Xiaoxue likes Gu Chufeng. She really likes him. She just doesn't know it herself. Even at this time, Su Xiaoxue doesn't want to admit it. Because, from beginning to end, she has told herself that Gu Chufeng is her lover, and she can change him if she wants to. You should know about the affair between Xiaoxue's mother and me. Back then, I did something wrong, and made Xiaoxue lose her mother, and made her never trust in relationships again. So she has always been relatively repelled by relationships. You were the first boy she brought home. After so many years, in fact, in her heart, you are basically no different from her husband. It's just a pity that she didn't realize this. Then she did a series of things wrong, and made you leave. At this time, I'm afraid she only realized a little that her feelings for you were different. At this time, Gu Chufeng did not say a word, but kept listening to the person in front of him. So, after all these years of feelings, have you really let go? You have been through so much together. You have met so many challenges, but in the end, you have solved them all. You two used to get along so well. If you two can no longer see each other just because she is emotionally retarded, wouldn't that be a pity? A pity? But the pain, sadness, and breakdown of the past few months, these are all experiences that Gu Chufeng has personally experienced. He doesn't want to go through it again. Even if there was no Chen Bei, there would be other people in the future. So if that's the case, then why doesn't he choose someone he loves? Su Dong, I understand what you mean. But the word fate really can't be explained. Maybe she really doesn't understand her own feelings. But since it's already in the past, then I just let it go. She deserves someone better, and I'm not that someone better. It's just that this person isn't me. Gu Chufeng's tone was full of calm. The things that have happened in the past few months have been enough to make my heart die. So, what's the point of looking back? The future is better. Sue's father sighed when he heard this. It seems that you should have made a decision. Yes, Sudong, I also thank you for being good to me in the past, so please forgive me. There is nothing to forgive. After all, this matter was the result of Xiao Shui's actions alone, so it's not your fault. Gu Chufeng didn't say anything when he heard this. If there's nothing else on your side, I'll leave first? Su Fu nodded. At this time, Gu Chufeng stood up, turned around, and left. Looking at Gu Chufeng's departing back, Su Fu sighed. Xiao Shui, you will truly regret this for the rest of your life. He said this sentence in a low voice. Very often, timing is the most important thing. Meeting the right person at the right time, going through the right experiences, and building a beautiful marriage. This is beautiful. But Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoshui are the right people for each other, they have the right experiences, but they didn't meet at the right time. Because at this time, Su Xiaoshui simply didn't understand what love was. If Gu Chufeng hadn't gotten emotional, they might have gone on like this forever. But it so happened that Gu Chufeng did get emotional. And this one little thing completely ended it for them. Chapter 10. Hey, Gu Chufeng, you're being hung up on. After meeting Su's father, Gu Chufeng went straight home. Not long after he arrived home, his phone rang. It was a message from Huang Ziki. A prompt from the little butler, please come at 12 noon to pick up your lovely girlfriend. You will be rewarded with 3 kisses from your girlfriend. Gu Chufeng laughed silently when he saw the message. I don't know if this is a reward for myself or for Huang Ziki. Received. I wonder what my lovely girlfriend wants to eat at noon. Gu Chufeng replied. At this time, in the office, Huang Ziki looked at the message sent by Gu Chufeng and her mouth slightly rose. Will sweet and sour pork ribs work? Yes. Then it's hard work for my husband. Sweet and sour pork is considered Gu Chufeng's specialty, and it's not that difficult to make. Gu Chufeng put on his jacket and prepared to go to the supermarket outside to buy some ribs. Before he left the house, his phone rang. Gu Chufeng took out his phone and glanced at it. It was Wang Duan. They had known each other for 6 years and were considered Gu Chufeng's best friends. Hey, Duan, what's up? Gu Chufeng answered the phone. Chufeng, do you have time right now? I want to ask you for a favor. Gu Chufeng frowned when he heard this. Wang Duan's family was quite well off, and he owned a milk tea brand that had a 40% market share in China and made a profit of over 1 billion yuan a year. Even in a place like Shanghai, he could be considered a real rich man. Wang Duan worked in the company and was preparing to take over the family business in the future. He was doing a good job and many of the company's veterans admired him. What could a rich kid like you possibly want from me? Just say it. Gu Chufeng smiled. Do you know Detzi? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Yes. Detzi is Wang Duan's childhood friend. Last time, Wang Duan specially introduced Detzi to Gu Chufeng. Currently, Detzi has started a game company. I heard that he spent 3 to 4 years designing a game, and it seems that it will be on sale soon. What's wrong with him? Gu Chufeng's tone was full of curiosity. Hasn't he finished his game recently and is it about to be released? Things like games require a lot of money for promotion, which is called marketing. But the funds he has are all used up, and no one is willing to meet with him to find investment. I've put together a little money for him, but it's still not enough. So he came to me, saying that he wants to talk to you and see if you have any ideas. Game company. Gu Chufeng had never invested in such a company before. Moreover, investors in the market were very cautious about game companies for a very simple reason. The domestic internet giant Tengfei Corporation had started out by plagiarizing games. As long as a game became popular in the market, they would imitate it as quickly as possible, and then use their own powerful traffic to ruin the original work. They had done this not once or twice, but more than 10 times, and every time they succeeded. It was also for this reason that investors would not invest in game companies. How could a game company that still needs investment possibly compete with Ascend Group? His game is a 2-dimensional game, right? Gu Chufeng thought for a moment and asked. The last time they met, Takoko mentioned this. Right. I've looked at their game and it feels pretty good. It's relatively new, and the plot is interesting and full of imagination. If the marketing level can keep up, then I don't think it would be a problem for this game to become a hit.
Wang Duan said so. Wang Duan has prepared 70 million yuan in marketing expenses, but this seems like a lot of money. But if you want to do marketing, it's definitely not enough.
But there's nothing you can do about it.
Right now, the company at home is controlled by his own father, and he is unwilling to invest in the game company, so Wang Duan really can't come up with any other money. Therefore, he thought of Gu Chufeng. Gu Chufeng is flush with cash, and if he is willing to invest, then the current predicament will be solved.
Okay. Let's do this. I have some time around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Bring him to my house. I'll have a chat with him. Of course, it's just a chat.
As for whether it will be successful, it still depends on the quality and level of the game, as well as the ability of the other party.
If any one of these three things is lacking, then Gu Chufeng will not invest. He is rich. But if he were a fool, then he wouldn't have so much money.
Of course, if it's really good, Gu Chufeng will invest. After all, investing is like gambling.
If you don't dare to try, you will never get income.
And Gu Chufeng's wealth is here, so 1 or 2 investment failures will not have much of an impact on him.
Okay, then I'll take him there. By the way, what's going on with you and Su Xiaoxue? Why are you suddenly with Huang Ziki again? Wang Duan's tone was full of doubt.
It's only been a few days, and something so big has happened.
Ugh, it's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet this afternoon. Okay. After saying this, the two hung up.
Gu Chufeng also went to the supermarket, and bought some small spare ribs. Generally speaking, the spare ribs used to make sweet and sour spare ribs are these small ones. The top is basically all lean meat, and if you buy large spare ribs, there is too much fat and it is particularly greasy to eat.
After buying them, Gu Chufeng also went home. He cooked
a dish of sweet and sour spare ribs and 2 vegetable dishes. After the meal was ready, Gu Chufeng looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Gu Chufeng put the dishes in the thermal box and then went out to pick up Huang Ziki. Gu Chufeng only got his driver's license 3 years ago. The day after he got his license, he bought himself a $1 million luxury car, all white. In fact, when he went to buy the car that day, he was thinking about another model, but when he walked into the store, he was attracted to this car at first glance. He felt very comfortable sitting in it, and then he didn't hesitate and just bought the car.
Soon after, Gu Chufeng drove to the parking lot. Here we are. Gu Chufeng took a photo and sent it to Huang Ziki. Soon, Huang Ziki's message came. Hard-working husband. Hee, I love you the most. Muah.
Looking at these words, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose.
It seems that the feeling of actually being in a relationship is really different. There is a kind of sweetness.
And this sweetness, Su Xiaoxue has never given to him. In fact, he also understands. If he really treated Su Xiaoxue as his employer, they would be together forever.
But he was unwilling to do so. That was why they ended up like this.
But now, none of that mattered.
Honey.
As Huang Ziki got into the car, she said in a loud voice. Today, Huang Ziki was dressed in professional OL attire, with black silk stockings wrapped around her legs, giving her a mature, intellectual feel.
If your employees saw you like this, wouldn't it ruin your image in the company? Gu Chufeng's tone was full of teasing. Just take a look. What's wrong with me calling my boyfriend my husband? La, honey.
It seemed like they hadn't seen each other all morning, so Huang Ziki called out to her husband frantically.
What a silly look.
Gu Chufeng reached out and scratched her nose.
Huang Ziki was really a delicate porcelain doll.
It was like the most satisfied work of heaven, and this face was without any flaws.
Let's go. I'll take you out to dinner.
Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded.
You've worked hard, my dear.
There were a lot of cars on the road at this time, but since the residential area was not far from the company's location, they arrived home after about 30 minutes.
Wow, what a delicious smell. Who has a boyfriend who cooks so well? Oh, it's my family. Huang Ziki's tone was full of exaggeration.
Oops, if you say that, I'm afraid my tail will fly up to the sky.
Ah, then you'll have to take me with you when the time comes. Huh? No. This female CEO seems to have some relationship issues. Gu Chufeng went to the kitchen and took out the food in the thermal container.
It was delicious and looked appetizing. Then he served himself and Huang Ziki some rice.
Eat quickly.
Okay. Huang Ziki picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it in Gu Chufeng's bowl.
Husband, eat first. Silly.
The two of them started eating.
After working all morning, Huang Ziki was really hungry.
Coupled with the fact that Gu Chufeng's cooking was delicious, Huang Ziki ate without any regard for her appearance. Seeing Huang Ziki like this, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly curled up, and his eyes were full of contentment.
There is nothing more enjoyable than having someone else enjoy the food you have cooked. After eating his fill, Huang Ziki burped.
It was delicious.
Okay, you rest first, I'll wash the dishes.
No, I'll do it, hee hee.
Huang Ziki was quick-witted and quickly grabbed the dishes and went into the kitchen, while Gu Chufeng stood next to the kitchen.
Well, why don't you go rest?
I'll stay here with you. Gu Chufeng said.
Ha. The two of them smiled at each other.
On the other side, Su Xiaoxue was here.
Bang. Su Xiaoxue threw the document in her hand on the table, and the few people in front of her bowed their heads and trembled.
Why did the other party to this cooperation raise the amount by 10%?
Hearing this, the few people looked at each other.
In the past, Gu Chufeng was in charge of this cooperation.
But now that Gu Chufeng has resigned, they have taken over the contract, but they never expected that the other party would raise the price by 10%.
Well.
Ma Dong said that those previous prices were due to Director Gu's personal relationship with him, so he gave a friendly price.
But now what? Gu Chufeng is gone. So naturally, they don't have to offer a friendship price.
In fact, compared to Su Xiaoxue, Gu Chufeng knew even better how to establish friendships with people. It was also for this reason that he was often able to get projects at a slightly lower price, or about the same price.
Don't underestimate this ability.
If you don't have this ability, then if you want to win the contract, you have to offer a price that is much higher than the other parties, and by then the profit will be reduced.
In fact, no one understands why Chairman Su actually let Gu Chufeng go. Just because of Chen Bei?
In their hearts, 10,000 Chen Bais are not as good as one Gu Chufeng. But this is after all a personal matter for the leader, and they can't say anything.
Then you go and talk about it.
Use the original price.
Hearing this, everyone's face was embarrassed.
Chairman, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. And at the moment we've heard that several companies are also in contact with each other.
If we delay a little, the project may be gone. One person's tone was trembling. They have done their best. But if the other party is unwilling, what can they do?
If there are difficulties, then find a way to solve them.
Otherwise, what's the point of me employing you?
Go, and in 3 days, solve this matter. The others had no choice but to leave. Everyone in the company could feel that Su Xiaoxue had been in a bad mood these few days, and the frequency of her losing her temper had also increased significantly.
This made them agree to it. If they really couldn't complete it, then they could just resign. What else could they do?
Anyway, capable executives like them would never lack for money to earn no matter where they went or what company they worked for.
In the office, Su Xiaoxue frowned tightly.
She could also feel that her emotions had changed a lot recently. In the past, Gu Chufeng was there, so a lot of negative emotions would be resolved by him. But after Gu Chufeng left, there was no one like him anymore. Gu Chufeng sat in his chair, his face exhausted. In addition to life, at work, Gu Chufeng had a great effect on Su Xiaoxue. It was just that he didn't feel that way before, but now, with Gu Chufeng's departure, Su Xiaoxue truly felt that it seemed like she had no way to leave Gu Chufeng. At that moment, there was a knock at the door.
Hearing the knock, Su Xiaoxue gathered her strength.
Enter,
Su Xiaoxue said. A person walked in. The chairman.
News came from the villa that the old chairman met with Gu Chufeng today.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue paused. What did he say? Even hearing the name Gu Chufeng now, Su Xiaoxue's heart would fluctuate to a certain extent. This would not have been the case before. It's about you.
This person was also hesitating about whether or not to say it, and Su Xiaoxue glanced at the other person.
Go ahead.
It's just that the old chairman hoped that Gu Chufeng would return to your side, but what he didn't expect was that Gu Chufeng directly refused.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue smiled. Gu Chufeng. He thinks he can be with Huang Ziki for life? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of family is the Huang family? It's a family with a longer history than ours. With his assets, he can't even get into the Huang family's good books? Su Xiaoxue just waited. She waited for the Huang family to intervene and separate Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. In that case, Gu Chufeng would still be alone. And she would still have a chance. So, in your opinion, continue to keep an eye on the situation here, and by the way, find out what Gu Chufeng is doing right now. Understood. This person is considered to be a direct descendant of Su Xiaoxue, and he knows a lot about Su Xiaoxue and Gu Chufeng. So he actually doesn't understand why the chairman is so concerned about Gu Chufeng, and why he had to do these things a few months ago. This is obviously not logical, but he knows that there are some questions that he cannot ask. Therefore, at this time, after he finished speaking, he left directly. As she watched him leave, Su Xiaoxue frowned. She was desperate to know what Gu Chufeng did every day. Even if Gu Chufeng left her, even if Gu Chufeng was with Huang Ziki, so what? She, Su Xiaoxue, wanted to control Gu Chufeng and know his every move. Chapter 11, Meeting the Parents, Huang Dong's ulterior motives. Hurry up and get it over with. In the afternoon, Gu Chufeng sent Huang Ziki to work. Then, as expected, Huang Ziki was late. In fact, when they arrived at the parking lot, Huang Ziki was not late, but when they kissed goodbye, apart from a little bit of excitement, the two kissed for almost 10 minutes. If it wasn't for Gu Chufeng breaking in time, I'm afraid neither of them would have been able to control themselves today. However, when they went down, Huang Ziki's face was all red. Fortunately, there was an exclusive elevator from the chairman's office on the top floor to the parking lot, otherwise, I'm afraid everyone in the company would be able to see Huang Ziki's red face as she entered the company. After watching Huang Ziki enter the elevator, Gu Chufeng turned the car around and left the parking lot. Back home. It wasn't long before there was a knock at the door. I think it should be Wang Duan and Detzi. Open the door. Xu Feng. I'm here, come in. At this time, Detzi's face was full of exhaustion. It seemed that he had not had a good rest for money during this period of time. The saying that a penny makes a hero really has no problem at all. Old Wang has already told me about your situation. I'm sorry to bother you at this time. If there is another way, I definitely will not disturb your rest. It's okay, I'm also an investor and a businessman. As a businessman, if the project is good, I don't think I will feel bothered. When it comes to this project, Detzi's face is full of confidence. He is very confident in this game. He has been working on this game for 3 years, and has spent nearly 100 million yuan. He has done everything himself, and he believes that the quality of his project is definitely not a problem. As long as it can be marketed well, the revenue will definitely not be low. Have you got the game here? Yes, here you go. This is the specific information about our game. This game is a two-dimensional game. Currently, no, to be precise, there are no 2D games in the world. Even if there were, the results would be quite average. No wonder no investor is willing to invest. Moreover, the marketing costs here would require at least a few hundred million, and not all investment companies can come up with that kind of money. The plot is good, and the character modeling is also okay, and the Krypton gold system is considered reasonable. Is there a game on the computer? At this time, Gu Chufeng noticed that the other party had brought a laptop, so he asked. I got it. Please take a look. The other party opened the computer and logged into the game. The graphics were also very beautiful. Although it was a fighting game, the scenery was full of beauty, which should attract many girls. Moreover, the characters in the game were quite good looking, and the care and attention to detail showed that the other party had put their heart and soul into it. It was estimated that it would attract many fans of the anime to come and play. At this time, Gu Chufeng tried the game himself for about 2 hours. It was good, the fighting effects were perfect, and it was very smooth. Overall, if it were Gu Chufeng, he would think it was worth investing in and giving it a try. I think this project is pretty good. How many players do you think there will be in the end? Gu Chufeng asked, looking at Detzi. Our prediction is that, with effective marketing, there should be around 15 million daily active users. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked at Detzi. You should know that even the most popular mobile game on the market only has about 5 million daily active users. I know that, but I believe in my product, and I think it's a game that can be called art. Very arrogant. But also confident. Gu Chufeng nodded. Tell me, how much investment do you need? Currently, we're thinking about 300 million for marketing expenses.
President Wang has given us 70 million, so we're still short 230 million. If you are willing to provide us with these funds, we can give you 35% of the company's shares.
230 million for 35% of the shares.
If it were an established company, this price would naturally be no problem. But now the other party's game has not yet been officially launched, and no one can say for sure how well it will do. Although Detsy is his childhood friend, Wang Duan also knows that he can only let the two of them meet once. As for the rest, he will do nothing and cannot speak during the negotiations.
35% of the shares, this is a bit less than I expected. I think I need 45% on my side. 45%.
When he heard this number, Detsy frowned. If he gives it, then the other party will be the largest shareholder in this company. If he links up with other shareholders, then the company will belong to him.
I know what you're worried about.
Although it's 45% of the shares, it corresponds to 45% of the voting rights. I can sign a contract with you and let you handle it on my behalf, which means that I only need 45% of the dividends. Of course, in order to protect my own interests, I also need a veto on the board of directors.
And I can increase the investment amount to 300 million. These are my conditions. You can think about it.
After saying this, Gu Chufeng pushed the contract in front of him towards Detsy.
Detsy frowned.
During this time, he had approached all the investors he could find, but none of them had agreed. If he refused Gu Chufeng, then he would have to sell the game to Tingfei for 200 million. At that time, he would be able to make tens of millions, but he couldn't bear to do so. This was his hard work.
I can do it.
In the end, Detsy nodded and agreed to the deal.
Good. When do we sign the contract? Do you have time tomorrow morning?
Yes, you can just come directly then.
Good.
After finishing talking about business matters, it was time to discuss some personal matters.
The balcony. You and Su Xiaoxue.
Wang Duan looked at Gu Chufeng and asked. In fact, he had known about Chen Bei's situation a long time ago. At that time, he had also been persuading Gu Chufeng to give up Su Xiaoxue, but at that time Gu Chufeng had been hesitant, thinking that the two of them should not end up like this. In the investment field, Gu Chufeng is indifferent and decisive, but in terms of relationships, he is hesitant. It's not that he is hesitant about relationships, but after so many years, Su Xiaoxue has occupied too large a position in Gu Chufeng's life, so he is reluctant to let her go. She is the woman who brought him out of hell. But in the end, they ended up with nothing.
It's over.
The 100 points he gave her have become 0 points.
When Chen Bei falsely accused Gu Chufeng for the first time, Su Xiaoxue pretended not to see it.
At that time, Gu Chufeng gave her 100 chances. As long as the other party was willing to speak up for him once, Gu Chufeng would not choose to leave, but there was not even one time. No one knows better than he does how heartbreaking it was that night when he decided to leave. To use the current internet slang, Gu Chufeng at that time was really a dog licker. He valued Su Xiaoxue more than his own life. Anyway, since he had left, he would enjoy his new life.
You and Huang Ziki. At this time, Wang Duan looked like he was eating melons.
She is my neighbor, and then the two of them got together for some inexplicable reason.
Look, they're inexplicably together. You're such a guy.
You're all smiles now, which is good.
I think Huang Ziki is a better match for you than Su Xiaoxue. I've read your official announcement on WeChat, and I can see the love in her eyes for you.
I've never seen that in Su Xiaoxue's eyes.
Maybe Huang Ziki is the right person for you.
Yes.
She's the right person for me.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked outside.
I hope so. She is a very lovely person. I think we will be very happy together. Wang Duan nodded.
Trust me.
It will definitely be the case. Because, the eyes cannot lie.
The two of them smiled at each other.
Yes. The eyes cannot lie. I hope to attend your wedding sooner rather than later. I will definitely be the best man. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Don't worry, you'll definitely be the best man.
I'll ask Ziki if there's a suitable girl for you next to her, and let her be the maid of honor.
Wang Duan smiled when he heard this. Whether that buddy is happy or not depends on you.
The two men smiled at each other, and everything was said without words.
The weather is very nice today. Wang Duan looked at the sky and said so. Gu Chufeng nodded when he heard this. If there are no accidents, tomorrow will be even better. At this moment, Gu Chufeng's phone rang. It was Huang Ziki. Honey, the family wants us to come over for dinner tonight. Huh? Are we meeting the parents? Gu Chufeng was slightly taken aback. Then he slowly replied. Okay. At this moment, in the office, Huang Ziki's face was full of nervousness. Because she was worried that it was going too fast and Gu Chufeng would refuse. When she heard the phone ring, her heart was filled with anxiety. She hoped it was the reply she wanted to see. She opened the phone. Good. When she saw the message, Huang Ziki's face was full of joy. Hey. Honey, I'll be back in a bit. We'll go to your parents' house then. Don't worry, my parents are very nice people, and they really like you. If that doesn't work, just say I'm pregnant. Gu Chufeng laughed silently when he read the last message. Pregnant. Huang Ziki can say something like that. Come on. I haven't done anything yet. If she gets pregnant, then Gu Chufeng feels like he's going to be green. And she's pregnant with sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour pork, that's what they had for lunch today. Huang Ziki smiled knowingly when she read the message. What's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Wang Duan, who was standing next to him, looked at Gu Chufeng with curiosity in his tone of voice as he watched him smile. We're going to the Huang's house for dinner tonight. Oh boy, meeting the parents? Well, if you tell me in a few days that Huang Ziki is pregnant, I won't be surprised. Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. Then you'll have to work hard. Go, you're torturing me, a single guy. Chapter 12, At midnight, there was a knock on the door at home. Huang Ziki said, Hubby, you promised me during the day. After seeing off Wang Duan and the others, Gu Chufeng sat on the sofa. He had heard of the Huang family. Not to mention the business circle in the Magic City, even the entire Kyushu business circle is a presence that will shake when you stomp your feet. However, the core industries of the Huang family have basically been handed over to Huang Ziki now. Huang Ziki is very capable. Under his leadership, the family business has completed its reform and its development speed has reached a higher level. Gu Chufeng took out his phone and found Huang Ziki's chat interface. Should I prepare a gift? Gu Chufeng said, after all, it was the first time he was going there, so he always had to bring a gift. At this time, Huang Ziki heard the sound of the phone in the office, picked it up, and thought for a moment. I've already asked someone to prepare it for me, so don't worry, I'm here. My parents said that as long as I can bring my boyfriend back, that would be the best gift. Huang Ziki thought Gu Chufeng was a little nervous, so she said this, and Gu Chufeng was relieved to hear it. Then I'll transfer the money to you. Gu Chufeng said. Silly, your money, my money, in the end, isn't it all our money? Be good. Okay, I'm going home. Be good and get ready for a kiss at home? After saying this, Huang Ziki sent another shy expression. Seeing this message, Gu Chufeng smiled. Okay. Time passed slowly. After a while, there was the sound of the door opening. Since the two had started living together, Gu Chufeng had given the other person a key, which was also convenient for the other person to come back. Before Gu Chufeng could finish speaking, Huang Ziki directly put her arms around Gu Chufeng. At this time, the door was still open. I want a kiss. It's the kind of kiss with a tongue kiss. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked at the door. The door was still open. It's fine, we're the only two people on this floor. After saying this, Huang Ziki didn't hesitate and kissed him directly. Then a few minutes later, the two of them parted. If you look closely, you'll notice that Gu Chufeng's lips are a little red around the edges. That's because the two of them kissed really hard just now. I feel better. I wanted to kiss you just now in the office. If only you could appear in a flash, then when I wanted to kiss you, you would appear in front of me instantly. Gu Chufeng laughed silently when he heard this. Was he that charming? At noon, he had just kissed Huang Ziki for almost 10 minutes. Let's kiss again tonight, otherwise I'll have a sloppy mouth when I go to your place later. Huang Ziki blushed when she heard this. She was shy at this time. Then, I want to. When she heard what Huang Ziki said, Gu Chufeng froze for a moment. No, are you that perverted? You're so perverted. When saying this, Gu Chufeng's tone was full of teasing. Hey. Please, just say yes.
Huang Ziki stared at him with pleading eyes, and in the end Gu Chufeng had no choice but to nod and agree. However, they still had to go to the Huang family later, so the two of them went back to change. Since it was the first time they were going, Gu Chufeng wore a suit. At this time, it perfectly highlighted Gu Chufeng's upright figure. Just standing there, the attention of the entire audience was drawn directly to him. That kind of charm really made countless girls fall for him, and it was no wonder that Chen Xian, Su Xiaoshua's best friend, had always wanted to sleep with Gu Chufeng.
But it didn't work out. So handsome. In the future, I don't want you to go out anymore. For fear that you will be liked by many people when you go out. What if you get abducted when the time is up?
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng smiled. He rubbed Huang Ziki's hair.
Don't worry, it's yours, no one can take it away. That's right, if anyone takes you away, I'll sink them into the sea. Ah, this is a bit bloody and violent. After tidying themselves up, the two of them went downstairs. What did you buy?
My father likes antiques, so I bought some antiques and got my mother a designer bag.
That should be enough.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. No, now Gu Chufeng felt like a man living off his wife. The car drove smoothly along the road.
The Huang family's old mansion was located in the suburbs.
It was a traditional Chinese-style courtyard with a Jiangnan style, and from the outside, it gave people a sense of antiquity.
Miss, sir, you two are here?
Hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded, handed the gifts in her hand to the person next to her, then took Gu Chufeng's shoulders and the two of them walked in. When Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki entered, Su Xiaoshue on the other side had already received the news from this side. Miss, our people over there said that at around 4 o'clock this afternoon, Mr. Gu and Miss Huang returned to the Huang family.
What? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshue was slightly surprised. Going home? Is this considered meeting the parents? How could this be?
He knows the situation on the Huang side relatively well. And she is also certain that the Huang family must know about her relationship with Gu Chufeng.
Under these circumstances, how could they allow Gu Chufeng into the family? Are you sure? Su Xiaoshue didn't even notice that her voice was trembling a little when she spoke.
This shows that at this time, she was really panicking. She had been so calm these past 2 days because she had thought that the Huang family would never let Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki get together. At that time, their family would definitely intervene to separate Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. But now, it was clear that her thinking was wishful thinking.
They were actually willing to meet Gu Chufeng. Damn it. At this moment, Su Xiaoshue's face was full of embarrassment.
Yes, miss. The staff didn't know what to say either, so they could only bow their heads.
Okay, keep an eye on them. Tell me when they come out.
The staff nodded when they heard this.
Understood. Su Xiaoshue's eyes were gloomy as she watched the staff leave.
She had originally thought that after Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki had parted ways, Gu Chufeng would come back, but now it seemed that everything was wrong. At this time, in the Huang family, Gu Chufeng had originally thought that he would be given a hard time after arriving here, but he had not expected that the Huang family parents seemed quite kind.
I have heard of you. A genius in the financial world. No investment has ever failed. Huang's father looked at Gu Chufeng with a tone of satisfaction.
He actually knew about Gu Chufeng's relationship with Su Xiaoshue, but there was nothing he could do about it.
Huang Ziki liked him. And despite his ignominious past, Gu Chufeng is top-notch in terms of ability, looks, and temperament. No, it's just luck. Luck? Haha, how could it be luck? 1 success, so to speak, 2 successes is a bit of a stretch, and 3 or even 10 successes, can that be called luck? You really are very talented, with an exceptional eye and decisive actions. I've seen that many times. Ziki is no match for you when it comes to judging some industries. That's true.
Gu Chufeng is not capable of making judgments in all industries, but he has the judgmental vision for 70% of the industries.
Such a person is truly extraordinary. Oh, Dad, why do you say that? I'm also very capable. At home, Huang Ziki naturally is not as aloof as she is at the company.
At home, she seems like a carefree girl, and such a person is truly happy. She knows when to relax and when to be on her toes. Yes, our daughter is very capable. She has managed to run the company so well.
She is truly invincible. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki gave a small smile. Hey, that's right, Gu Chufeng, don't you think I'm awesome? Awesome, there's no one in the world more awesome than you. Huang Ziki laughed happily. What do you think about the future development of the domestic economy?
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng thought for a moment.
Get out of real estate.
Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki's father was a little surprised.
Now real estate is obviously really hot, so why would you want to withdraw? Why? The expression on Huang's father's face was serious. Recently.
Gu Chufeng slowly told him his thoughts, and when he heard this, Huang's father gasped.
I didn't expect it.
The policy tightening thing is accurate news I just got this afternoon, and you actually judged it 2 months ago.
It was just good luck. I am a person who prefers stability. If there is really a risk, I would choose to give up.
I didn't expect that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse. Huang Ziki had originally thought that it would be awkward for Gu Chufeng to come for the first time, but now looking at Gu Chufeng and his father, it seems that there is nothing to worry about. The two of them seem to be getting along very well, chatting from the world situation to a certain industry, and Gu Chufeng answered fluently. It is clear that he really understands these things and is not just a half-baked amateur. The fact that he has never had a failed investment is not just down to luck.
If he didn't have some real substance, he couldn't have achieved anything. He really is amazing. The younger generation is always pushing the older generation, and each generation is better than the last. But there are actually many things that we should learn from you elders. We still don't think about many things thoroughly.
The world is always changing, and there are times when our experience may not be useful for your judgment, and it may even lead you to make the wrong judgment.
Huang's father looked at Gu Chufeng and said so.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
I think some experience is useful no matter when. Huang's father smiled. What are your plans next? The current idea is to take a break and then make some personal investments.
As for longer-term arrangements, I might do something I like to do. Yes, you've lived a lifetime and had a good time, but in the end, you realize you haven't done the things you like best. Sometimes you really have to do it while you're young, otherwise it'll be a pity when you're old.
Yes, you are right. Can you drink?
Of course. In a financial position, it is impossible not to know how to drink.
Have a drink with me tonight. Dad, we are going back at night, how can we drink and go back? Why go back? There is no lack of room for you at home, just stay at home. This. This. Huang Ziki glanced at Gu Chufeng. I was thinking of sticking to it. This is at home.
It was settled. In the end, Huang's father directly confirmed the matter.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng could only agree. After all, you can't disobey your future father-in-law, right? If you don't, you're done for. Has he come out yet? Su Xiaoxue looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening.
Gu Chufeng had been in the Huang's house for 4 hours.
No.
She was now in a state of confusion.
Keep staring. Yes. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoxue looked up. Has he come out? Miss, Mr. Gu has not come out yet. Su Xiaoxue could no longer sit still. She went to the window. What do you think they will say tonight? I don't think I know. What can they say?
The daughter has brought her boyfriend home. And from the looks of things, I think the Huang family is very happy with Gu Chufeng.
Otherwise, the Huang family would have told Gu Chufeng to go out already. And from the way things are going, I think they will stay the night.
Then the biggest difficulty in Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng's relationship has been resolved. The Huang family has agreed. As long as the two of them follow the rules, they should get married.
Getting married, Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng.
I'm afraid Su Xiaoxue has already thought of this, which is why her expression is so ugly.
But what can be done about it?
In the beginning, it was Su Xiaoxue herself who gave up on Gu Chufeng.
And now? I don't know? Or dare not say. Well, I really don't know.
The staff member was already trembling at this time.
Please, how can I say this?
Su Xiaoxue was obviously in a bad mood, and if what she said made Su Xiaoxue feel uncomfortable, she was afraid she would lose her job.
Go downstairs. Tell me the first time anything happens.
Hearing this, the staff member felt like he had been pardoned and quickly left the area. At this time, Su Xiaoxue on the balcony frowned tightly.
Gu Chufeng, are you really going to marry Huang Ziki? Marry. Gu Chufeng wore a wedding suit, and Huang Ziki wore a wedding dress.
Just thinking about this image, Su Xiaoxue felt a little broken. She clenched the phone in her hand, her eyes full of madness.
No. Absolutely not.
She would not allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the Huang family party also came to an end. Since Huang's father had drunk quite a bit, he went back to rest. At this moment, Gu Chufeng also lay in his room. At the moment, he was still able to stay awake. But if he drank some more, he would get drunk. However, Gu Chufeng wouldn't do much when he got drunk, and would just go to sleep. After all, his tolerance for alcohol was quite good. He was just about to check his phone and go to sleep when the phone rang.
Hubby, open the door for me quickly. Ah. Huang Ziki is here? Not here at home, and she dares to come?
This is quite exciting, let alone saying it.
Chapter 13. Su Xiaoxue blocked the door. Gu Chufeng, you really have a cold heart. Gu Chufeng came to the door and opened it. Huang Ziki's face was slightly red.
It seemed that she also felt a little embarrassed about the way she looked. After seeing the door open, Huang Ziki hurriedly came in, afraid of being seen by others.
You're not afraid of being seen. Gu Chufeng's tone was full of teasing.
Hearing this, Huang Ziki's face turned even redder, and she gave Gu Chufeng a gentle slap on the shoulder.
Humph, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done such a thing.
After saying this, Huang Ziki held out her hand.
Seeing this, Gu Chufeng also knew what the other person wanted. He gave Huang Ziki a princess hug.
Then he carried her to the bed. Due to the alcohol, Gu Chufeng's body odor was mixed with alcohol. This smell did not make people feel disgusted, but rather feel a sense of fondness.
At least Huang Ziki felt this way. Pressed against Gu Chufeng's chest, Huang Ziki's face was filled with happiness. I'm so happy. How happy?
Well, I'm just very, very happy.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng smiled. Every day from now on, we'll do this. Gu Chufeng nodded. Every day from now on, we will definitely do this. But, do you feel?
At this time, Gu Chufeng looked around and then whispered.
We have a sense of cheating.
Huang Ziki thought about it for a moment and said, don't mention it, there really is some.
Oh, don't worry, my husband won't be back.
Today, she is all yours. Perhaps because it was the first time Huang Ziki had spoken like this, so just after she finished speaking, her face looked like a boiled crab, and there was also a sense of shame in Huang Ziki's eyes. After saying this, Huang Ziki pushed Gu Chufeng over and sat on top of him.
You're going to press like this.
At this time, Huang Ziki was lying on top of Gu Chufeng, and this feeling made her feel warm. Seeing Huang Ziki like this, Gu Chufeng also reached out his hand and put it around Huang Ziki's waist.
Let me tell you something. What is it?
Lying on top of Gu Chufeng's chest, Huang Ziki listened to the heartbeat coming from inside.
It's very rhythmic.
I'm going to invest in a gaming company, and I'll sign the contract tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded.
That's fine, don't you have enough money?
If you don't have enough money, I have more than 10 billion in my personal account.
You really are a rich woman. More than 10 billion in your personal account. No need. I have enough of my own money. I just wanted to let you know. After all, you are now my wife. My wife.
These 4 words sounded exceptionally pleasant to Huang Ziki.
I want to hear more.
Huang Ziki opened her eyes, and at this time, her eyes were all confused.
What do you want to hear?
Gu Chufeng obviously knew, but now he just wanted to tease the other person.
Huang Ziki patted Gu Chufeng's shoulder. You know. I just want to hear it.
At this time, Huang Ziki pouted her lips, looking particularly playful.
Then just tell me, what do you want to hear? Huang Ziki shyly hummed. Honey, you want to hear it, you want to hear you call me your wife. Come on, call me. If you do, I'll give you a reward.
At this time, Huang Ziki was like a bad guy forcing a good girl into prostitution.
Wife.
Gu Chufeng saw that Huang Ziki was already too shy to continue teasing.
Ha. Sure enough, Huang Ziki's face was full of happiness after hearing the other person call her his wife.
Then Huang Ziki leaned closer to Gu Chufeng.
Muah. This is your reward. Ah, just this, sigh. Gu Chufeng pretended to be disappointed, and Huang Ziki blushed. No way. If you really want to, you have to go back. This is at home after all. If that's the case, it'll be weird. I thought you were going to give me 2 kisses, but I didn't expect just one. That's not true.
Looking at Gu Chufeng's wicked smile in his eyes, Huang Ziki was certain that this guy was bullying her.
You.
Alas, I didn't expect my wife to be so dirty. At this time, Huang Ziki really wanted to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. But obviously, the other party could not find a crack in the ground right now.
You're not allowed to say it. Otherwise. I'll ignore you tomorrow during the day.
Huang Ziki threatened with her arms folded, obviously threatening, but there was a cute feeling, just like a school romance.
While Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were enjoying their time together, on the other side, Su Xiaoxue arrived at Gu Chufeng's door. She just didn't have a key and couldn't get in. Looking at the door, Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of complexity.
At this time, no one knew what she was thinking except for herself. This time, Gu Chufeng's visit to the Huang family really took her by surprise. In her mind, the Huang family would definitely separate the two of them. However, without thinking, the Huang family seemed very satisfied with Gu Chufeng.
Could it be that? Su Xiaoxue came to the corridor window. Looking out into the dark night, Su Xiaoxue wondered what Gu Chufeng was doing right now. Was he with Huang Ziki? Had they already started talking about getting married? These things, Huang Ziki doesn't know. In the past, it was never like this. No matter what Gu Chufeng did, Huang Ziki knew about it. Even if she didn't know, Gu Chufeng would report it to her. Therefore, in the past, she knew everything about Gu Chufeng. But now, the person who would tell her everything has left. Maybe, she will use the way she used to treat her on other girls, such as Huang Ziki. Thinking that Gu Chufeng will comfort Huang Ziki, give her advice, and cook for her, Su Xiaoxue felt like she couldn't breathe. But at this time, she could only wait. Wait for Gu Chufeng to come back. Dividing line.
The next morning, because Huang Ziki still needed to take advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to sneak back into her room, she set an alarm for herself.
Honey, I'm so reluctant to leave. Huang Ziki hugged Gu Chufeng, her tone full of coquettishness.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly lifted upwards, and then he rubbed the other person's head.
Be good, the situation is special right now. After we go home tonight, you can do whatever you want. That's right, this is the only way. Although reluctant, Huang Ziki could only reluctantly leave. Of course, before leaving, Huang Ziki also kissed Gu Chufeng for a few minutes. The reason was to advance the kisses from earlier in the day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki finished eating at Huang's house and left. You drive my car back, right? My driver is coming to pick me up. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. These 2 cars of Huang Ziki's were luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan, and Gu Chufeng had never driven such a car before. Sitting in the driver's seat of this car, for some reason, Gu Chufeng felt that there was no obvious difference between this car and his car that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. But it didn't matter anymore. Gu Chufeng drove the car and went home.
When Gu Chufeng came down from the elevator, he was slightly stunned.
Su Xiaoxue.
Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept all night. Su Xiaoxue had some dark circles around her eyes.
You went to the Huang's house? Su Xiaoxue's tone was icy when she saw Gu Chufeng return. Gu Chufeng was a little surprised to hear this. You had someone follow me? Gu Chufeng's tone was calm. He didn't answer Su Xiaoxue's question. What's there to answer? The Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue of today have no relationship at all. I'm asking you, did you go to the Huang's? Is this question really important? Gu Chufeng's tone was calm. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned.
In the past, Gu Chufeng had never spoken to her in such a tone. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue suddenly remembered that the last time, Gu Chufeng had even hit her. Since he had already done it, there didn't seem to be a problem with speaking to her in such a tone. In fact, Gu Chufeng had hit Su Xiaoxue many times, but in the past, they had always been in bed. Are you going to get married? When saying this, Su Xiaoxue's tone was full of heartache. Maybe. Gu Chufeng looked at Su Xiaoxue and said. Maybe. These 2 words had a huge impact on Su Xiaoxue. Gu Chufeng married Huang Ziki. In Su Xiaoxue's mind, she couldn't imagine the scene of Gu Chufeng marrying someone else. Maybe it wasn't because she couldn't imagine it, but because she didn't dare to imagine it. How long do you want to make trouble for? You should know that my patience is limited.
I can promise you that I will get Chen Bei out of the way, and you will never see him again. Get Chen Bei out of the way? If this were in the past, Gu Chufeng would definitely be very happy.
But now, he is very calm. Gu Chufeng's current state can be described in one sentence: the child is dead.
You know what's the use of feeding it? Gu Chufeng looked at Su Xiaoxue.
She felt that if she said this, she would become very emotional and then happily return. Gu Chufeng, was not such a bitch.
Maybe Su Xiaoxue didn't understand Gu Chufeng.
When Gu Chufeng decided to give up on someone, he would be more indifferent than anyone else.
He shook his head. Su Xiaoxue, we're over. No, it seems like our relationship never really started. I'll always be a person who can't be seen in the light when I'm with you.
Everything you gave Chen Bei was what I wanted most in the past, but now, I don't want it anymore. After saying this, Gu Chufeng went to the door and was about to open it when Su Xiaoxue's voice came from inside.
What I gave him, I can also give you. As long as you come back. Okay? Su Xiaoxue never thought that she would have such a lowly day.
I'm afraid that no one who knows Su Xiaoxue has ever seen her in such a lowly light.
Gu Chufeng turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxue when he heard this. No need. We can't go back. From the day I decided to leave, I have never been able to go back.
Su Xiaoxue, in this world, no one will wait for you forever. I am very grateful that you brought me out of the abyss that day, but over the years, I have worked hard for you, and I have repaid your kindness. From now on, no, from the day I left, let's go our separate ways.
Let's go our separate ways. From now on, my life will be without you, and your life will not have me. That's it.
Gu Chufeng has experienced a lot over the past few months and has also figured out a lot.
Perhaps, leaving is the best choice for him.
Whether it is for himself or for Su Xiaoxue.
Touch.
Su Xiaoxue immediately put her arms around Gu Chufeng from behind.
It's still the same smell. It's a familiar smell to Su Xiaoxue.
For so many days, countless times in her dreams at midnight, she would think of this smell.
If you come back, I can pretend that what happened between you and Huang Ziki never happened. I will also let Chen Bei go. I can announce our relationship publicly. We can get married. We can have a wedding. Maybe, in the future, I will even have children. As long as you come back, I can give you all of these things. Marriage, wedding, children.
These were what Gu Chufeng had looked forward to in the past.
But now, he really doesn't look forward to any of it. Perhaps their problem has never been Chen Bei.
Even if there is no Chen Bei, there will be someone else.
He didn't want to act like a grudge-bearing woman and target those people who appeared next to Su Xiaoxue.
Gu Chufeng placed his hand on Su Xiaoxue's hand.
After feeling the temperature of Gu Chufeng's hand, Su Xiaoxue's face was full of happiness.
She knew that Gu Chufeng would not leave her.
But the next moment, the smile on Su Xiaoxue's face froze.
Her fingers felt a powerful force.
And this force made her hand in Gu Chufeng's arm separate.
She wanted to stop him from leaving, but the other party had too much strength. They slowly parted, just like the situation now.
Sorry, I don't need it. Really. Leave. Leave a final period for our story. I think I will bless you too.
After saying this, Gu Chufeng opened the door and stepped inside with his foot.
I am very happy with Huang Ziki, and we may get married after our relationship stabilizes.
Of course, you can rest assured that I will always remember the kindness you showed me when you rescued me from the abyss, so I will not help her against you.
I also hope that you will not come again. I really like my current life, a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time, so I don't want this life to be changed. You are a smart person, and if we keep getting entangled, it will make me look down on you.
Leaving this last sentence, Gu Chufeng closed the door.
In the hallway, Su Xiaoxue was left alone. Looking at the closed door, Su Xiaoxue smiled. But soon after, Su Xiaoxue's eyes turned red. Leaving this last period, I will look down on you.
These words were like knife after knife, leaving her covered in wounds.
How could I possibly let go? Gu Chufeng, you really have a heart of stone. Really. But I won't give up on you.
You and Huang Ziki will never be able to get married.
After saying this, Su Xiaoxue turned around and left. Give up? No. That's not her style.
Since she was young, as long as she liked something, it would always be hers.
And no one could ever take it away.
Chapter 14. Su Xiaoxue voted with him, so that we would have an intersection in life.
It wasn't long after Su Xiaoxue left that Detsy came. Mr. Gu. This is our contract, please take a look. The other party handed the contract to Gu Chufeng, who briefly looked at it and saw that there were no problems. He placed the contract on the table. Think carefully. If this game really becomes a hit, almost half of the revenue will be mine. Won't you feel like you're losing out? It's not too late to back out. Gu Chufeng looked at Detsy and said, if you don't want to do this anymore, you can still back out now. Hearing this, Detsy shook his head. No. If it weren't for your investment, I'm afraid our company and this game would be finished. I'm a very clear thinker. You've invested a lot of money, so it's only natural that you should get a larger share of the dividends. If I couldn't understand this reasoning, I'm afraid you wouldn't have invested in me either. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. At this time, Gu Chufeng did not hesitate and simply signed his name. When this name was signed, the contract came into effect. I will have someone transfer the money to you directly in the afternoon. But when are you going to start marketing? Gu Chufeng looked at the other person, his tone full of doubt. Upon hearing this, Detsy smiled. Tomorrow. So soon? Yes, at present our game has been produced, everything is ready, we only need the right opportunity, and now that opportunity has come, naturally we will not hesitate. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Okay, I believe you should be able to get the results I want. Of course, we won't let you down. The two of them smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. After signing the contract, Detsy left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xiaoxue also returned to the company. When she saw Su Xiaoxue return, Chen Bei had a smile on his face and was about to say something, but Su Xiaoxue ignored him and pushed open the door to the chairman's office and walked in. Chen Bei was a little embarrassed at this time. Sitting in the office, Su Xiaoxue was still thinking about what had just happened. She felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. This feeling was the first time it had ever appeared. If before she only felt that it was possible, then now Su Xiaoxue really felt that Gu Chufeng might leave her. It was like the most important thing in her life had left her body, and it really made people uncomfortable. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. A staff member walked in from outside. What is it? Chairman, we just received news that yesterday, Mr. Gu invested in a game company. This morning, they already signed the contract. It is said that Mr. Gu invested nearly 200 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue frowned. What game company? We checked it out and it is a two-dimensional game company. It is said that a product has already been released, but since two-dimensional games have not appeared on the internet, no investors are willing to invest. Su Xiaoxue kept tapping on the table when she heard this. Now she and Gu Chufeng had no contact at all, and there was nothing overlapping in their lives. This seemed to be the best opportunity. Contact this company and say that I said it. I am willing to invest 100 million in this company in my personal capacity. When she heard this, the staff member frowned. Chairman, our company does not have a layout in the gaming field. You are. The staff member didn't understand something. Didn't I say that I would personally invest 100 million? It has nothing to do with the company. If I tell you to do it, you just do it. After hearing this, the staff member had no choice but to nod and go make the arrangements. As she watched the staff member leave, Su Xiaoxue's face was full of indifference. Gu Chufeng, you are mine, don't even think about getting away from me. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of determination. As soon as the staff member had just walked out of the chairman's door, Chen Bei immediately came over. The entire company knew that Chen Bei and the chairman had an unusual relationship. Although he was not capable and only knew how to slow things down, everyone in the company still respected Chen Bei on the surface. After all, this person might become the chairman's husband in the future. Although everyone felt that this person was not worthy at all. Secretary Chen, is there something wrong? What happened to the chairman just now? Nothing, the chairman just wanted to invest in a game company. Chen Bei frowned tightly when she heard this. A game company? Yes, it's strange to say, but after Brother Gu invested in this company, the chairman also invested, probably because he thinks Brother Gu has a discerning eye. Chen Bei was full of astonishment as she listened to the other person's words. Gu Chufeng invests. So Su Xiaoxue will invest too. Does this mean that Su Xiaoxue still has feelings for Gu Chufeng? This is not acceptable. I went to all that trouble to get Gu Chufeng to leave,
but now it seems that my Anchi is just a joke.
Chen Bei's expression turned ugly in an instant. Gu Chufeng, it's still you. You've already screwed up, so how can you still threaten me? Damn it.
At this time, Chen Bei's hatred for Gu Chufeng had reached its peak. He really wanted to get rid of Gu Chufeng directly, so that no one would compete with him for Su Xiaoxue.
Secretary Chen, is there anything else? If not, I'll be going first. Hearing this, Chen Bei shook his head.
He sat in his seat, constantly thinking about this matter.
Could it be that Su Xiaoxue still couldn't forget Gu Chufeng?
And he himself had offered to go to the villa and stay there, but every time, Su Xiaoxue had refused. This gave him an ominous feeling. This guy had better be hit by a car when he goes out tomorrow.
Chen Bei said viciously in his heart. Just then, Chen Bei's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and opened the message. Brother Chen. I have already invested in that stock. Just wait and see you make money. It is still rising crazily today.
When Chen Bei saw this message, his heart eased slightly.
This was considered good news. If there was really no way to turn it around, it didn't matter. As long as there was money, it was fine. Okay, I'll wait for good news from you. Okay.
It has to be said that Chen Bei really didn't have much financial knowledge. When a stock is rising crazily, one must be cautious. Because this situation is likely to be a fleecing, but this guy didn't do any background checks and just invested directly. It can only be said that he is stupid and has a lot of money, and this money is not even his own, but 30 million transferred out of the company through various methods. At this time, Chen Bei closed his eyes and imagined how he would make money. In his eyes, as long as he could make money and then return the 30 million, the company would not find any problems. However, the premise was that this thing had to make money. If it didn't make money and the company went bankrupt, then Chen Bei would never be able to make up the 30 million hole. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chufeng here, he received news from Huang Ziki. The rumor was that the stock would officially crash after work on Friday. When he saw the news, Gu Chufeng was not surprised.
No stock can keep rising.
And this stock has risen so dramatically recently, there must be a lot of problems with it. Most likely, it was just a way to rip off the investors. Now that the investors have been almost completely ripped off, there is naturally no need to continue pouring money into it. The reason it was Friday is because trading doesn't open during the weekend, so you can't buy or sell. This also causes a drop in the price.
Although retail investors are anxious, they can't sell, and can only experience what it's like to be desperate.
Luckily, I sold directly, Gu Chufeng said, and Huang Ziki smiled when she saw the message. To be honest, she really admires Gu Chufeng's decisiveness. Under these circumstances of a sharp rise in the price, Gu Chufeng just sold, and this kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have.
Wow, my husband is really amazing. Oh my, why is my husband so amazing? Kiss. Muah. Ah, this. Don't say it, Huang Ziki's emotional value is provided quite adequately.
However, at this time, Gu Chufeng was still a bit embarrassed. It seems that his family fortune is not as much as Huang Ziki's.
Ha. I'm embarrassed. I'm still going to ask rich women to support me in the future.
Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki chatted with each other in a nonchalant manner, probably because they were not too busy at work.
Well. But those rich women have some benefits. I wonder if I can have some benefits. Huang Ziki was like a sex-starved ghost at this time. Don't think that only boys are horny.
In fact, many girls are even hornier. When she saw the message, Gu Chufeng was a little embarrassed.
What kind of benefits do you want? How about a kiss? Gu Chufeng said. Oh. That's not good enough. If someone could send me a picture of their abs, I think I'd be very happy.
In fact, Gu Chufeng does have abs. After all, he has been exercising for a long time, so it's hard for him not to have abs.
Moreover, Gu Chufeng's abs are different from those abs that are specifically built to attract the same sex.
His abs basically have no appeal to the same sex, but for the opposite sex, combined with his face, they are completely lethal.
Oh. That's not good. Someone might use my picture for evil. Huang Ziki blushed when she heard this. She would never do that.
She would be off work soon, and she could do evil things to Gu Chufeng himself, so why would she need to do evil things to a picture?
Oof. She would never do that. After work, I'll go touch it. Reserved. No.
Miss Huang had never known how to write these two characters since she was little.
Okay, then hurry up and think about what to touch.
I'll pick you up first. At this time, Gu Chufeng also had nothing to do at home, so he took it upon himself to pick up and drop off Huang Ziki to and from work every day. There were still quite a lot of cars at this time, but the house was relatively close to the company, so despite the traffic, he still arrived at Huang Ziki's before work.
Then as soon as they met. Do you want to be less anxious?
Gu Chufeng sighed as he looked at Huang Ziki, who was fiddling with her hands.
This woman is a bit impatient, isn't she? Chapter 15 Su Xiaoxue declared war on Huang Ziki.
Shen Bei, go to the logistics department.
After receiving Su Xiaoxue's order, the staff immediately contacted Detzi.
When Detzi received the call, he didn't expect that the project that no one cared about a few days ago would suddenly want to invest in it now that he didn't lack money. However, the money that Gu Chufeng had given was already more than enough, and he had also given more than half of the dividend rights. If he agreed to this investment at this time, then for Detzi himself, the dividend ratio he would get would be too low. I'm sorry, but at the moment we really have no intention of investing in other projects. The staff member frowned when he heard this. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing.
They were offering money, and the other party was refusing? Outrageous. I think you should hear our reasoning.
We are willing to invest 100 million, and we only want 5% of the shares. At the same time, we do not need to participate in the day-to-day management of the company, nor do we want a vote. We will entrust it all to you, and you will only need to provide us with dividends. To be honest, even the staff don't understand why Su Xiaoxue is offering such terms. Because no matter how you look at it, this condition is really poor compared to the 100 million yuan of capital.
But this is Su Xiaoxue's personal investment, not a company investment. Otherwise, the company's senior management will definitely object after they find out about it.
I see. I just don't understand is that this condition is very good for us, but for you, it's pretty average.
Z doesn't understand some things.
Are there really such idiots in the world? In fact, he has no idea that Su Xiaoxue is investing 100 million. Conditions or not, whether it can make money or not is not important. She just needs an opportunity to interact with Gu Chufeng, even if she has to throw this 100 million into the sea. But as long as she can have the opportunity to get in touch with Gu Chufeng, she will not hesitate.
Miss Su is not short of money.
Even if she just lay at home, the companies she invested in every day could bring her 50 million in profits. As for 100 million, that would only take 2 days.
I think these are very good terms. If there are no problems, I think we can sign the contract today.
When Detzi heard what the other party said, she also had some hesitation. 5% of the shares in exchange for 100 million. Although the money provided by Gu Chufeng was enough for the current marketing plan, with 100 million, they could do more marketing strategies, which would have better results.
Are you sure that's the condition you're talking about?
Of course. The staff member nodded.
Upon hearing this, Detzi made his choice. Okay, then do it your way.
After resolving the communication, the staff member went to Su Xiaoxue's office, knocked on the door, and when he heard the sound of someone entering from inside, the staff member pushed open the door and walked in.
At this time, Su Xiaoxue's expression was not very good, gloomy and uncertain, like an ancient tyrant. Chairman. You basically have already dealt with the matter.
The other party has accepted our conditions and is currently rushing to the company to discuss the details of the contract with us.
Well, Chairman.
At this time, the staff member gathered his courage and looked at Su Xiaoxue.
What? Are you investing in this company for Brother Gu?
Su Xiaoxue froze for a moment when he heard this.
Go out.
After they arrive in a while, just bring them directly to my office. The staff knew that although the chairman did not say it, since he had said it, he must have tacitly approved of it. He nodded, turned around, and walked out.
Su Xiaoxue sighed as she watched the staff leave. If it weren't for him, why would I invest in this company? Gu Chufeng.
If you were still by my side, how wonderful that would be. Su Xiaoxue, for some reason, thought of the time she spent with Gu Chufeng in the past. At that time, Su Xiaoxue did not feel anything special, but only felt that this was a little puppy she had raised, and she could do whatever she wanted with it, and it would never leave her. But now, when she recalled the past once again, she felt a sense of sweetness, which she had ignored at the time. It was only now, when she recalled it, that this sweetness had become a knife after knife, leaving her body covered in wounds. Soon, Detzi arrived at Su Xiaoxue's company. Under the guidance of the staff, the group walked into Su Xiaoshue's office. When she saw these people go in, Chen Bei's eyes were full of jealousy. He had also heard that Su Xiaoshue had invested 100 million in this company this time, and the conditions were very low. He knew that Su Xiaoshue was doing it for Gu Chufeng, otherwise she would never invest in this company.
100 million, right? Chen Bei didn't even know how much 100 million was. If you put it all together, I'm afraid you'll kill yourself.
And now, for the sake of Gu Chufeng, Su Xiaoshue has just taken it out. At this time, his eyes are full of madness, because the money Su Xiaoshue gave him together is only a few million, but now Su Xiaoshue has taken out 100 million for Gu Chufeng.
Why? Why isn't this for yourself?
But unfortunately, Chen Bei doesn't have this value.
This is the contract. If you have any questions, you can just say something. Upon hearing this, Detzi nodded.
He then handed it to the lawyer next to him, who took a quick look and said there were no problems.
There are no problems. Upon hearing this, Detzi nodded. Okay, in that case, let's sign the contract. Detzi wrote his name on the contract. Su Xiaoshue followed suit.
With the two of them having signed the contract, they had officially reached a deal.
Within an hour, the money will be in your account. Thank you, Chairman Su. Detzi nodded. I'm just a little curious.
You're a powerful figure, so why would you trade such poor conditions for so much money? To be honest, I don't care about your company, and I don't care about the 100 million.
I'm thinking about something else. Something else.
At this time, Detzi thought about the rumors he had heard recently.
It seems to be Gu Chufeng.
At this time, Detzi couldn't help but feel a little envious of Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki, and Su Xiaoshue, the two goddesses of business competing for him.
This is really.
Detzi felt that if he could let Huang Ziki and Su Xiaoshue chase after him, even if it made him the richest man in the world, he would be willing.
I understand.
Just rest assured, I have always been very responsible to my investors. This is true for Mr. Gu, and naturally it is also true for you.
When she heard the name Gu, Su Xiaoshue's expression changed significantly. I hope so. After seeing this person off, Su Xiaoshue clenched her fists. Chairman, what do you think? Spread the word, tell Huang Ziki that my people will always be mine. She can't have him. Su Xiaoshue's mouth curled up slightly. Gu Chufeng can only be mine. If someone tries to take him away, she won't hold back. Understood.
The staff nodded and was also preparing to leave, but when they were about to go out, Chen Bei happened to come in. When she saw Chen Bei, the staff nodded and then gave up a position, indicating for Chen Bei to go in. When she saw Chen Bei, Su Xiaoshue frowned tightly. These past few days, she had also been comparing Gu Chufeng and Chen Bei. The conclusion she had finally reached was that her best friend was right.
Chen Bei was inferior to Gu Chufeng in every way.
It was really a mistake for her to bring Chen Bei into the company in the first place, but there was still a chance to change things. Yes, Su Xiaoshue felt that she still had a chance at this point, but she had no idea that for her, Gu Chufeng had already given up hope, and she would never have any chance.
Xiaoshue. Chen Bei looked at Su Xiaoshue, his tone trembling.
When they were at the company, he had always called her Chairman Su. But now, he called her Xiaoshue. At this moment, his eyes were red, and people who didn't know him would think that this guy had suffered a lot of grievances. In the past, this trick really worked on Su Xiaoshue, but now, seeing this guy's aggrieved and whiny appearance, Su Xiaoshue felt some indescribable disgust.
Just say what you want to say. Do you still have Gu Gu in your heart?
Chen Bei looked at Su Xiaoshue, and tears fell unconsciously. People say that goddesses are made of water, so Chen Bei is probably made of tears. To be honest, no one knows how Chen Bei can cry at any time.
It's just ridiculous. This has nothing to do with you. Chen Bei, you should know that I like smart people. There are some things that you can't get involved in.
Hearing this, Chen Bei's heart lurched. He had never heard Su Xiaoshue speak to him like this before.
His face instantly turned sour.
At this moment, he had an ominous feeling in his heart. For some reason, he just felt that he might be in trouble. I know that I didn't want to do anything, Xiaoshue, I just want to be by your side for the rest of my life, even if I don't have any status. Chen Bei looked really pitiful at this time, and was able to arouse the protective instincts of many girls.
It was also for this reason that Su Xiaoshue brought him back in the first place. If she knew everything that had happened now, Su Xiaoshue would definitely not have brought him back.
But unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. If something is done, then one has to bear the consequences, and there is no way to change it. Seeing Chen Bei like this, Su Xiaoshue's annoyance grew even stronger.
It's just as well that you're here. Let me tell you something. Your treatment will remain the same, but your job needs to be adjusted a bit. Go to the logistics department. It's more suitable for you. Ha! At this time, Chen Bei was shocked. Logistics department? That department is the lowest ranking department in the entire company.
Generally speaking, it is only useful when buying work supplies for the company. At other times, it has no sense of existence at all. Therefore, although this department is called a department, in fact, there are only a dozen people in it, and basically all of these dozen people are relatives of the company's senior management. If he goes into this department, it would be like exile.
Although the treatment will remain the same, in reality, the time he usually spends with Su Xiaoshue will be gone. Could it be that?
Xiaoshue, I beg you, please don't let me go to the logistics department, please. Chen Bei didn't know what to say at this time, and his voice trembled.
Chen Bei, go. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to stay in the company. Hearing this, Chen Bei froze. Threat. This is a threat.
In the past, Su Xiaoshue never spoke to him like this. Perhaps at this time he understood the feelings of Gu Chufeng at that time.
But in fact, his current suffering is not comparable to that of Gu Chufeng at the beginning.
Because Gu Chufeng had real feelings, and only because he had feelings did he get seriously hurt. But now Chen Bei is just worried about his happy life. In that case, his pain is not that great. Chen Bei walked out dispiritedly, went to his seat, and started packing. Seeing this, the people in the secretariat were happy in their eyes. These people in the secretariat are all true elites, from top universities, with excellent abilities.
They usually look down on trash like Chen Bei, and it doesn't matter if you're trash.
Usually, if you learn to behave, no one will say anything, but you're trash, but you still bully people because of the chairman's favor, shouting and yelling.
Now that you're like this, everyone must be happy in their hearts. But although they are happy inside, they won't say anything. After all, you never know with these things. What if this guy comes back one day? A truly clever person would not leave themselves open to a big problem. Chen Bei knew that these people must be gloating. Their eyes were like knives piercing their bodies one after the other. It really felt like a thorn in their back. He looked viciously at the entrance to Su Xiaoshue's office. Then he carried his things and left. Meanwhile, inside the office, Su Xiaoshue was resting behind closed doors when her phone rang. It was Xia Shirhan. Upon seeing it was Xia Shirhan's phone, Su Xiaoshue sat up and answered the phone. Hello. What's going on? Are you preparing to go to war with Huang Ziki? Su Xiaoshue's investment had already started to spread, so Xia Shirhan knew immediately, and therefore, she keenly judged that this time it should be for Gu Chufeng, and Su Xiaoshue spreading the news, without a doubt, was to formally tell Huang Ziki that Gu Chufeng I will not let go. Although Huang Ziki seems like a gentle kitten in front of Gu Chufeng, in reality, she is also an iron-fisted goddess in business. How could she give up? It's impossible. If she was willing to give up, she wouldn't have taken Gu Chufeng to her old house to meet her parents. So it can be seen that there will be bloodshed between these two women. Chapter 16 Huang Ziki had no choice but to cry to her husband, and Su Xiaoshue, what are you doing breaking the defense? I'm not going to give Gu Chufeng to her. Su Xiaoshue's words also made Xia Shirhan understand the other person's thoughts. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan sighed in her heart. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. What about Chen Bei? I've already told him to go to the logistics department. Xia Shirhan nodded. Okay, I guess Gu Chufeng should have already known by now. In fact, Xia Shirhan was right, Gu Chufeng already knew, and Huang Ziki had even told her. Honey, boo-hoo-hoo. Your ex-boss is bullying people. Boo-hoo-hoo. I feel so sad, I want to kiss my husband, if he doesn't kiss me back, I won't feel good, boo-hoo-hoo, honey. Huang Ziki's voice was full of coquettishness, and she was not angry at all. To be precise, she didn't take Su Xiaoshue's provocation seriously at all. And most importantly, Su Xiaoshue provoked her, but she was still able to snuggle up to Gu Chufeng. For some reason, Huang Ziki felt a little excited. It was as if she were being unfaithful to her husband. Wait, being unfaithful to her husband? Doesn't sound right. Su Xiaoshue is a woman.
But it doesn't matter, there's actually not much difference, it's just the same thing.
Gu Chufeng smiled as he listened to what the other person was saying. Do you want to kiss now? Hey, yeah, why don't you come to my company? Just a friendly reminder, I'm not doing anything this afternoon, and there's a lounge in the company. I don't know if someone would like to come. Someone? Why don't you just say Gu Chufeng's name? Okay, I'll be right there.
Gu Chufeng thought about Huang Ziki, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This guy really completely has a hold on himself.
It's kind of cute. Okay, honey, I'll be waiting for you, hee hee. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
He had also contacted Deco just now, and to be honest, he felt that Su Xiaoxue had gone crazy.
100 million for these conditions. There is something completely wrong with this. For herself? But what makes her think that she will turn back?
There is one thing that, once done, can never be considered as if it never happened. However, Gu Chufeng did not care about Su Xiaoxue's business, he was now focused on Huang Ziki.
Just as he was about to leave, Gu Chufeng's phone rang.
At first, Gu Chufeng thought it was Su Xiaoxue, but he didn't expect it to be someone else, so he answered the phone.
Hey, if I remember correctly, you should be on vacation in the Maldives right now. What, the beautiful woman next to you isn't attractive anymore?
Gu Chufeng said this with a teasing tone. This person was also one of Gu Chufeng's friends, of course, the relationship was not as close as Wang Duan's.
If he calls you, it must be something important. Otherwise, why would I not want to hold on to a beautiful woman?
I'll tell you, I just got the news.
The leaders above have approved the proposal to annex Lin County next to the Magic City.
If nothing goes wrong, a plan should be announced next year.
The 9,300 mu of land you bought in Lin County is estimated to fetch a good price. I'm about to become friends with a billionaire. Are you happy? Gu Chufeng was a little surprised to hear this.
At the beginning, he actually had a feeling that the Magic City might annex Lin County and set up a new development zone. Therefore, at that time, he established a flower company and, in the name of this company, bought about 9,300 mu of land to grow flowers there. At that time, Lin County was poor and land could not be sold at a high price. At the beginning, some people also felt that Gu Chufeng was crazy to spend nearly 200 million yuan to buy this land of little value. However, Gu Chufeng felt that even if his speculation was wrong, he could still recover the cost by selling flowers alone, it would just take longer, almost 20 years. So for him, this was a sure profit.
As it turned out, the flower company could bring Gu Chufeng a net profit of nearly 8 million yuan every year. Is this for real?
Yes, so you just wait for the price of the land there to skyrocket.
In the next few days, there should be quite a few people contacting you about buying the land, so you'd better think about how much it's worth. Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. I didn't expect that you rascal, would be so lucky. Damn, when you first asked me to buy it together, I should have listened to you.
The other party also knows that if they are given another chance, they will most likely not agree.
The reason is simple, no one would have thought that the Magic City would really annex Lin County.
After the two men talked for a while, they hung up. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chufeng arrived at the parking lot, got into his car, and drove to Huang Ziki's company. Meanwhile, the person responsible for monitoring Gu Chufeng immediately reported the news to Su Xiaoxue.
You mean to say that he has already arrived at Huang Ziki's office? Su Xiaoxue felt gloomy and uncertain when she heard this. Huang Ziki must know about her investment.
Then at this time, Huang Ziki asked Gu Chufeng to come over just to tell Su Xiaoxue that Gu Chufeng is now hers and has nothing to do with you, Su Xiaoxue.
This guy, really? Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of indifference.
Keep staring, and tell me immediately if anything happens.
Yes.
Judging from the results of this battle, Huang Ziki has already won, because Huang Ziki did not break her guard despite Su Xiaoxue's declaration of war, but Su Xiaoxue did. It's like this, you're competing with someone else, but before the competition even begins, your goddess walks over and kisses you in front of everyone. Although the competition hasn't officially begun, your guard is already broken. And most importantly, this competition is still about competing for a goddess.
Hubby, ooh. At this time, on the sofa. Gu Chufeng was sitting on the sofa, while Huang Ziki was sitting in Gu Chufeng's lap.
Their eyes were full of flirtatious glances.
What a silly look. You miss me so much. You called me over.
As he said this, Gu Chufeng subconsciously placed his hand on Huang Ziki's buttocks.
Ha.
You were bullied by your ex-boss, weren't you? After saying this, Huang Ziki kissed Gu Chufeng, her eyes full of tenderness.
Don't worry. It's over between her and me. Right now, you're the only one in my heart. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki.
He had never been the type to play around with two women at the same time.
With Huang Ziki, he would be completely devoted.
As for Su Xiaoxue, he really didn't know her well.
I believe you. Hug. Huang Ziki put her arms around Gu Chufeng. She took a deep breath. This is the smell.
Huang Ziki found the smell of Gu Chufeng very charming, and she could never get enough of it. The weather today is quite nice, and the sunlight hitting the two of them gives off a warm feeling. Since there is nothing to do this afternoon, Huang Ziki brings Gu Chufeng to the lounge, which is of course in the chairman's office. The two of them just lie around and cuddle up, and as for anything more serious, the two of them can refrain from doing it. After all, this is a company, and they would never do anything strange. If it were to be discovered, although unlikely, as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, if it were to be discovered, then Huang Ziki's authority would be completely destroyed within the company. Huang Ziki rested her head on Gu Chufeng's shoulder. Just then, Huang Ziki's phone rang. Hello, it's me. Okay, I understand. When Huang Ziki answered the phone, her aura changed. Unlike the gentle and cute girl she had just been, the Huang Ziki who had just answered the phone was actually a cold and decisive female CEO.
Hang up the phone. What's wrong? I just received news that the demon capital has annexed Lin County.
This has already been passed at a cabinet meeting, and if there are no unexpected circumstances, it will be officially announced today or tomorrow at 7 p.m.
But I remember that your company does not participate in real estate investment, right? Although Huang Ziki has invested in many fields, she has never entered the real estate sector. Hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded. It's true that I haven't, but I'm just feeling a bit emotional. I guess this development will create a lot of rich people. That's true. Such a large-scale annexation and then turning it into a development zone must be a big move. It's true. For example, me. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and smiled. At this time, Huang Ziki had some doubts. Why? Where do you have land?
3 years ago, I bought more than 9,000 acres of land there to grow flowers. I was thinking of doing some small business, but I didn't expect. Hearing this, Huang Ziki was a little surprised.
No? This person has such good vision? 3 years ago? He probably didn't have this idea yet, but this guy bought it? This is really unique vision. I don't believe it. You're in financial investment, and you're doing your own business. But I guess you'll make a lot of money this time.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
Not necessarily. If there are no national projects or national construction on my land, then I guess I'll have to sell it to some company. When that happens, the 9,000 odd mu of land should be worth about 35 billion yuan. Gu Chufeng's land is in a pretty good location, but if it's a national project or land, there's definitely some people who won't look at it favorably. But if a development zone is set up here at that time, there will definitely be a lot of policy support, and many big companies will come here to set up branches. If you sell them the land yourself, you can make a lot of money. Gu Chufeng is not interested in industry, he's in the financial investment sector, which is a quick way to make money. In fact, people who are used to doing finance don't do industry, which is a slower way to make money. So Gu Chufeng thought about selling the land to other companies, making a profit, and then making some other investments. 35 billion is actually quite a lot. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng. She felt that this person was really capable and seemed to have the ability to predict the future. In that case, in the future I can just rely on my husband to make a living. La la la. Gu Chufeng smiled a little at this. A moment ago, he was the overbearing CEO, but now Huang Ziki has become a cute little sister, and one can only say that the contrast is truly fascinating. Su Xiaoxue was in the office, and the more she thought about it, the more she broke down her defenses. This time, she had declared war herself. As a result, she had been told to go and fetch Gu Chufeng. Who knew what the two of them were doing? Was Gu Chufeng putting his arm around Huang Ziki and saying that he loved her most? At this time, Su Xiaoxue simply couldn't think about these things. If she did, she felt a surge of anger in her heart that she simply couldn't suppress. This anger made her somewhat lose her guard. She really wanted to call Gu Chufeng, but she couldn't. Still not out? Su Xiaoxue looked at the staff next to her and said coldly.
The few people looked at each other, some shivering, and they didn't know how they should answer. In the end, one person plucked up the courage inside.
Chairman, Mr. Gu really hasn't come out.
At this time, cold sweat was also dripping down his back. The aura of Su Xiaoshua's entire body at this time was very intimidating, and they were completely afraid to breathe.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshua nodded. Huang Ziki, okay, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Fine, I'll see who wins between the two of us. Su Xiaoshua clenched her fists.
At this moment, her desire to win had also risen. She must get Gu Chufeng back to her side. Gu Chufeng can only be hers, no one else can touch him, and anyone who does will be dead.
Chapter 17, He is better off without you.
While Su Xiaoshua was breaking through her defenses, Huang Ziki was embracing Gu Chufeng. On the bed in the lounge, Huang Ziki kissed Gu Chufeng's neck every now and then.
My neck is now covered in your saliva. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki with a teasing tone in his voice. Hearing this, Huang Ziki blushed. Humph, my saliva is fragrant. If you don't believe me, try it.
After saying this, Huang Ziki took the lead and directly pressed Gu Chufeng against the bed, then bent down. The next moment, the lips of the two came into contact. In fact, Huang Ziki's lips were slightly cool, and they were also a bit thick, so Huang Ziki's lips were really exceptionally comfortable to kiss. While the two were kissing passionately, Gu Chufeng's phone suddenly rang. At this time, the two could only part. Gu Chufeng picked up his phone, which had an unfamiliar number on it. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chufeng answered.
Hello, who is this?
Hello, is this Mr. Lin?
This is Wang Jiaming, the chairman of Jiaming Real Estate.
Gu Chufeng was slightly taken aback when he heard this name.
Wang Jiaming, of course, he knows.
The leader of the domestic real estate industry, with a market value of 3.79 trillion, is also the richest man in the country. Although the other party did not explicitly say why he was calling, Gu Chufeng could vaguely guess what the other party was thinking. It was probably for the land in his hands.
Wang Jiaming's style of doing things is to use money to bully people.
The normal price is 1 billion, but he is willing to pay 1.2 billion. Therefore, the financial community all think this guy is crazy.
Wang Dong, I wonder what's the matter?
Gu Chufeng smiled.
He also didn't expect the first person to find him to be Wang Jiaming.
It is like this, I think you have also heard something. At present, our Jiaming group also has the idea of investing in real estate and related fields in Lin County, so we hope to communicate with you about the land you have.
Don't worry, we are the leading real estate company in the country.
So to speak, there is only a price that others cannot offer, not a price that we cannot afford.
So we are very sincere.
Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this.
I naturally know this.
You are our richest man. If you cannot offer this price, then I am afraid that no one else will be able to either.
I just want to ask, what price do you think is more appropriate?
Gu Chufeng went straight to the point and said, how much? The other party did not expect Gu Chufeng to be so direct. In theory, there should be some small talk, but unexpectedly, the other party directly brought up the matter of money. This is also Gu Chufeng's style, business is business, straightforward. As for chatting about feelings, it's not impossible, but it has to be after things are over. In that case, we think our starting price is slightly less than 40 billion.
We also know your style.
After signing the contract, we can transfer the money to you within 3 days.
If you are not satisfied, we can meet to discuss the specific amount and details.
40 billion.
This price should be a premium. It really is a big spender.
However, Gu Chufeng had recently heard that the other company seemed to be having financial problems. But whether the situation was serious or not was a core company secret that they could not possibly know.
I see.
But the premise is that the funds must be transferred within 3 days.
This must be written into the contract. And, on the day of signing the contract, I need a deposit of 3 billion yuan.
If the remaining amount is not transferred within 3 days, then the contract will be null and void, and the deposit of 3 billion yuan will be given to me as compensation.
This is the basic condition I agreed to meet and talk about.
If you think it's okay, then let's meet, but if you don't think it's okay, then I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. Now Gu Chufeng is after all the person who owns the most land in Lin County.
In fact, not many people think that the Magic City will annex Lin County, because the transportation from Lin County to the Magic City is not good.
If you want to complete the annexation, then you must build a transportation system, which will require a lot of investment, at least 200 billion yuan.
But unexpectedly, the higher-ups have really approved this. Wang Jiaming nodded after hearing this. No problem. When do you have time?
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked at his phone and
said, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the Magic City.
You can choose the exact location.
Okay, no problem. I'll send you the location of the evening meeting.
I hope we don't miss each other then.
Okay.
After saying this, Gu Chufeng hung up the phone. At this time, Huang Ziki, who was standing next to him, looked at Gu Chufeng.
Wang Jiaming? Yes, he said he wants to use 40 billion to buy all the land I have in my hands. 40 billion. Huang Ziki thought for a moment, and her mouth slightly rose.
If I were you, I would raise the price to 55 billion.
Gu Chufeng frowned slightly when he heard this. Why? Gu Chufeng asked at this time. Why do you think he is so eager to buy your land?
As far as I know, there are problems with their internal financing, so they need a high-quality project or land to boost market confidence in themselves. Now, the large-scale development of Lin County is inevitable, so the land you have in your hands is already very important. With this land, he can go to the bank and at least keep the company from running out of money for the next 5 years. In other words, he is willing to spend tens of billions of dollars, not on the land, but on the company's capital chain for the next 5 years. Therefore, even if you raise the price to 55 billion at this time, I guarantee that he will agree.
Gu Chufeng sat on the bed, frowning. 55 billion. That's a lot of money.
It took less than 200 million to earn 55 billion.
That's definitely a myth in the investment world.
When we negotiate tomorrow, I'll have my company's legal team go with you. After all, this kind of contract must be handled by the most professional people.
There's really no problem with that.
Because the terms of this contract are so complicated, if you're not careful, you'll get screwed. Therefore, you must have the most professional legal team. Huang Ziki's company's legal team is famous in the country for being top-notch and has handled many large mergers and acquisitions.
You're helping me so much. Of course, you are my husband.
The two of them smiled at each other, and everything was said without words.
In fact, Su Xiaoxue already knew about this matter.
She knew about Gu Chufeng buying the land in Lin County, but at that time, she didn't take it to heart. However, she didn't expect that Gu Chufeng's judgment was so accurate. It was simply unbelievable. Not to mention, Gu Chufeng really has good judgment. In the private room, Xia Shirhan looked at Su Xiaoxue and said, in the past, Gu Chufeng was very impressive, but in the eyes of people like us, he was just an average rich guy. But now, if Gu Chufeng sells all this land, he will really become a capitalist overnight. And with Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng together, Gu Chufeng will enter the top social circle of the Magic City. Who would have thought that a few months ago, Gu Chufeng was just a worker here at Su Xiaoxue's place, earning an annual salary of 1 million. In fact, Xia Shirhan felt that even without Chen Bei, Su Xiaoxue could not be considered good to Gu Chufeng. After all, companies outside would be willing to pay 10 million or even more to recruit someone with Gu Chufeng's abilities. But Gu Chufeng rejected all offers because of Su Xiaoxue, and then unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxue brought in Chen Bei and was tortured. If you stand on a neutral point of view, Xia Shirhan feels that she can understand Gu Chufeng's decision.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue was calm.
At the moment, Su Xiaoxue felt a little uncomfortable. At the beginning, she felt that Gu Chufeng's life would definitely not be good after he left her, at least it would definitely not be as good as when he followed her, but now looking back, she really was too naive. After people left her, they lived better and better.
With Huang Ziki, the investments were all successful.
This is what happens after a boyfriend and girlfriend break up. The other half doesn't want the other to do better than themselves. Only in this way can they prove how wrong it was to leave them. Of course, Xia Shirhan naturally wouldn't say such things, so she could only think them in her heart.
Yes, he really is gifted. It feels like many people are better than him. What a good eye.
Gu Chufeng's growing success proves just how trashy Chen Bei is, and it proves how stupid Su Xiaoxue's past decisions were. Su Xiaoxue picked up the glass in front of her and drained it in one go.
I have something to do, so I'll be going first. With that, Su Xiaoxue turned and left.
Everyone let out a sigh as they watched Su Xiaoxue's back as she left.
Do you think Xiaoxue will succeed this time?
One person suddenly asked, and when they heard this, everyone shook their heads. No way, don't you see that now Su Xiaoxue is provoking Huang Ziki, but in fact, the crux of this matter lies between the two parties. The first party is Gu Chufeng, and the second party is Huang Ziki. As long as these two people on their side support each other and stay firm together, then no matter what Su Xiaoxue does, she will not succeed. In the past, Su Xiaoxue hurt Gu Chufeng too much, so how could Gu Chufeng possibly turn back? Yes. How could he possibly turn back? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Perhaps only Su Xiaoxue thinks that Gu Chufeng will come back. Gu Chufeng is no longer the homeless boy he was at the beginning. He is now too successful. In just a few years, he has completed the capital accumulation of several generations. He is no longer someone that Su Xiaoxue can manipulate as she pleases. Sigh. In the end, everyone let out a sigh. The dividing line. Su Xiaoxue drove to the residential area. She parked at the entrance to the community, got out of the car, and looked up at a window not far away. That window belonged to Gu Chufeng's home. She didn't know why she had come here, she just wanted to come and see Gu Chufeng. She had already forgotten when she had last spoken calmly with Gu Chufeng and had dinner with him. What was he doing right now? Su Xiaoxue wondered. Maybe he's treating Huang Ziki the same way he treated her before. Inside the room, Gu Chufeng looked at the pajamas in front of him. He froze for a moment. Well, today Huang Ziki bought them to replace the couple's pajamas. One is a dinosaur and the other is a rabbit. Are you sure we're really going to wear these? Gu Chufeng looked at the two pajamas and couldn't hold back his laughter. Although they were very cute, he really didn't dare to imagine what Huang Ziki would look like in the bunny pajamas, because they didn't match her own temperament. Of course. Hurry up and wear them, please, honey. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with an attitude that said, if you don't wear it, I'll make you look bad. Hearing that, he gave it to him. Gu Chufeng smiled a little. Okay, since my wife has spoken, I'll just have to wear it. Gu Chufeng changed into the dinosaur pajamas. Gu Chufeng in this outfit really had a feeling of a male college student. Huang Ziki also quickly put on her own pajamas. They're also kind of cute. It's true, beautiful people look good in whatever clothes they wear. Take Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki, for example. No one else can achieve the same effect as they do. Hey, let's take a photo of the two of us and post it on WeChat Moments. Sure. Gu Chufeng nodded, and the two of them went to the mirror. Take the photo. After making sure there were no flaws, Huang Ziki posted her WeChat moment. Hey, who's so cute? Well, it's the two of us. The WeChat moment was sent. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chufeng also posted a circle of friends. Wow. In the past, when they were with Su Xiaoxue, the two of them never went public, and even in the company, they pretended to be just an ordinary superior and subordinate. Maybe no one else in the company would have known that they were actually in that kind of relationship, but now it doesn't matter if they know or not, because at this time they have already separated. Since they have separated, no matter what they have experienced in the past, it doesn't matter anymore. There were countless likes and comments under the two people's circle of friends, and basically they all praised them for being suitable. And Su Xiaoxue saw it too. When she saw the circle of friends, Su Xiaoxue was a little surprised. She had seen many appearances of Gu Chufeng, but this one was a little simple, similar to that of a male college student. She really hadn't seen it before. Perhaps, in her heart, she was afraid that she had already forgotten that Gu Chufeng was just a boy in his 20s. Looking at this photo, Su Xiaoxue thought of a lot of things from the past. It should have been a few months after Gu Chufeng had just followed her. That day, Gu Chufeng received his first paycheck at the company, and without any hesitation, he bought a lot of things for couples, thinking about using them at home with Su Xiaoxue. And what was Su Xiaoxue's reaction at that time? She just threw all of those things away. It seems that she also said something. Su Xiaoxue thought about it carefully and remembered what she had said at that time. Don't bring back so much rubbish at home in the future. Su Xiaoxue shook her head when she thought about it. Why did she do that at that time? It seems that she has always been very decent when dealing with other people, and she has dumped all her negative emotions on Gu Chufeng. What was he feeling at that time? Uncomfortable, devastated, or something else? Su Xiaoxue doesn't know, and she will never have the opportunity to find out. Chapter 18 Worth 10 billion, Chen Bei's jealousy, I wish I were him. The next morning, Gu Chufeng put on a sharp suit. After all, he was going to negotiate with Wang Jiaming today. How is it? Gu Chufeng asked Huang Ziki with a smile after putting on his suit. Handsome. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you.
It's a good thing that Wang Jiaming is a man, otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease. Don't say it, Gu Chufeng's looks and temperament are really a rich woman's favorite. Don't worry. Even if she is a rich woman, I only love our wife. Huang Ziki blushed when she heard this. Humph, I'm not married yet, so I'm not your wife. Ah, it's not like someone doesn't want to get married, this. Huang Ziki gave Gu Chufeng a little tap. You just know how to bully me. Honestly, who would dare bully Huang Ziki? If you bully me, the Huang family will sink this person's body in the Huangpu River the next day. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Huang Ziki went to the door and opened it. It was the legal team she had arranged. There were 3 people in total. Gu Chufeng had dealt with these 3 people before. After all, they were in the same circle, and there had been some conflicts. Naturally, they dealt with each other frequently. They used to be enemies, but after they got together with Huang Ziki, they became a family. Mr. Gu. They were not surprised by the fact that Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were living together. After all, it had been officially announced, so there seemed to be no problem with boyfriends and girlfriends living together. Hello. Gu Chufeng and the others also greeted them. Next, the group communicated with each other. To be precise, Gu Chufeng should talk about his price and some other conditions. During the negotiation, these people will also bargain with the other party to ensure that they can meet Gu Chufeng's minimum conditions. Now the time is getting closer and closer. This time, in order to show their respect, the other party specially chose a business restaurant that is relatively close to Gu Chufeng's home. This business restaurant has an average taste, but a very nice environment. It is generally chosen when negotiating contracts, and it is said that the owner behind this restaurant is also quite impressive. Time is almost up, so everyone sets off. The group quickly arrives at the restaurant. They enter the private room. Wang Jiaming arrived in the Magic City by private jet, and if expectations are not wrong, he should be here soon. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Wang Jiaming also arrives. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I'm late. Not at all, we just got here too. Come, Wang Dong, please sit down. Gu Chufeng held out his hand, indicating for the other person to sit down. When they saw the 3 people that Gu Chufeng had brought with him, everyone was surprised. Now, in the entire business world, who doesn't know that Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki are together? The industry's evaluation of the 2 people being together is that they are a powerful alliance. This time, we can be considered as coming with sincerity. I also believe that today, the 2 of us will definitely be able to get the cooperation we want. Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. Of course, I hope so too. After a few simple and polite words, the negotiations began. We are willing to provide 40 billion. I think we already communicated about this when I called yesterday, so I don't know what you think of this price. To be honest, I personally think that this price is on the low side. We would prefer 60 billion. Although the land is not in the city center, it is not that far away. And as far as I know, the leaders have invested almost 1 trillion yuan in the construction of this development zone. So I personally think that this place will become the new economic growth center of the city, and countless enterprises will come here to develop. By then, the example you get will probably far exceed 60 billion. When you start negotiations, you should name a higher price, so that both sides can bargain. If you name your own psychological price right away, then the other party will continue to lower it, and in that case, you won't get much. 60 billion. This price is a bit too high, isn't it? We're not hiding anything. Our bottom line is 45 billion, and we'll give it all to you within 3 days. This can all be written into the contract. And 60 billion is too much. The 2 sides started to argue. You say something, I say something. Then cooperate with some special negotiation methods. In the end, the 2 sides successfully communicated to 52 billion. Is that the price? Yes, that's the price. Since the money issue has been discussed, the next step can be left to others. After all, money is the key, and the remaining conditions are not that important. Since they are not important, there is no need for the 2 bigwigs to get involved. After all, if this gets out, it might not be very honorable. And the subordinates are the ones who talk about this. Therefore, people from both sides began to communicate. As for Gu Chufeng and Wang Jiaming, they sat there, drinking tea and chatting. I heard that you and Miss Huang are together. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Yes, we just got together. What a handsome man and beautiful woman.
You two are arguably the two most powerful people in the investment world. This time, you can be considered a powerful alliance.
It is possible that in the future, all the money will be taken away by the two of you.
Gu Chufeng listened to Wang Jiaming's words and smiled.
Wang Dong, you're joking. You're now our richest man. What is our capital in front of you? It's just a small fish and shrimp. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you for many projects in the future.
The two men just praised each other. After all, everyone carries the sedan chair.
Although others don't believe it, it sounds happy. How is this possible?
In the future, we hope to cooperate more. Wang Jiaming picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank with the other person.
Huang Dong, let me ask you a question off topic. What are you going to do with all this land?
Well, on the one hand, we'll build some residential areas, and on the other hand, the CBD building, which will have more commercial properties. After all, there are too many residential areas now, and houses are not selling for good prices, so we are also considering a commercial transformation, but it's so difficult.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded.
It was estimated that the other party had also heard some news and was therefore considering a transformation. And this land was very important to them. In that case, they could buy themselves a few years.
Without those few years, they might just go bankrupt.
But with those few years, they still had a chance. That was why the other party was so willing to pay any price to get this land, because the land was the key. The other party discussed for almost 3 hours, and after confirming all the details, the next step was to sign the contract.
These are 2 contracts. Please take a look, and if there are no questions, we can sign the contract.
At this time, Gu Chufeng looked at the team next to him, and the team nodded to confirm that there were no problems. Then, Gu Chufeng signed his name. After signing, the two exchanged the contracts in their hands, and then continued to sign their names. After signing their names this time, it represented the official establishment of the two people's cooperation.
15 minutes later, 3 billion yuan entered Gu Chufeng's account.
Within 3 days, we will transfer all the remaining money to you at once.
Okay, no problem.
Finally, the two shook hands. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future.
Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate happily. After saying this, Wang Jiaming also turned and left. Gu Chufeng smiled as he watched his departing back.
If there are no unforeseen circumstances, then by tomorrow at the latest, we will be able to see news that the other party has successfully acquired the land, and then through this land, they will go to the bank for a loan and attract investment. This method is not uncommon in business, and Gu Chufeng has seen it too many times. But it really is very bold.
52 billion, this price is actually 7 billion higher than our bottom line.
We thought that the other party might continue to lower it, but we didn't expect that they would just agree directly.
Sure enough, they are still very wealthy. One person said.
It's not that they're rich and arrogant, it's that they want to make a quick decision.
If they continue to drag their feet, I'm afraid other capital will enter the market and they'll come up with even more money.
The other party contacted them too quickly. Before the other capital could react, this guy already came to the door to talk about the terms, and then signed directly.
No wonder they were able to become a really big company.
This decisiveness is really extraordinary, but Gu Chufeng didn't lose either.
It can even be said that he made a huge profit. After all, this is 52 billion.
At present, in the entire city of Shanghai, there is no company with 52 billion in liquid capital in its hands. Even having 10 billion can be considered quite difficult.
Facts have proven that Gu Chufeng's thinking is too simplistic. Will this be announced tomorrow?
No, the news appeared online less than an hour after the contract was signed.
They're fast. Gu Chufeng was chatting with Huang Ziki at the time, his tone flirtatious.
It is estimated that the other party has already been well prepared, waiting for the contract to be signed, and then immediately starting to publicize it. You can take a look at their stock price now, it has already started to rise. And I heard that the other party has already started to contact the bank, presumably for a loan.
Sure enough, people who can reach the pinnacle of their industry are not simple people. Okay, next, just wait for the other party to send the final payment.
Gu Chufeng didn't care either, because all he wanted was money. As long as he got the money, the rest didn't matter.
Meanwhile, in the logistics department of Su Qiaoshua's company.
Have you heard? Gu Chufeng bought the land in his hands and reportedly sold it for more than 80 billion yuan. Because the contract amount is highly confidential, although everyone knows that it was Gu Chufeng who sold it, not many people other than the parties involved know the exact price, so the current market price is basically based on hearsay.
I heard it was 100 billion.
That's impossible, the price is too high. What kind of idiot would agree to that?
I don't know, I heard it from my family. Anyway, Gu Chufeng has made a fortune this time.
Chen Bei, who was sitting next to him, listened to the discussion of the people around him with surprise in his heart. 80 billion, 100 billion, no matter what that price was, it was undoubtedly a sky-high price. At the thought of this, his heart was full of pain. In order to make money, he could only secretly take a part of the company's money and invest it.
And he was still feeling uneasy. What was the result?
After Gu Chufeng left the company, he got so much money all of a sudden by himself. At this moment, Chen Bei really wished he was Gu Chufeng. If he were Gu Chufeng, he would be so happy. But unfortunately, Chen Bei, this loser, could never become Gu Chufeng. Chen Bei sat in his seat, his face looking ugly. Maybe he felt the gap between him and Gu Chufeng was too big.
But there is nothing he can do about it. Many things are innate.
Even if you want to change, if you don't have the ability, there is nothing you can do. At this moment, the people next to him are all looking at Chen Bei, with strange expressions on their faces. At the beginning, they targeted Gu Chufeng so much, wanting to take his place. Now, Gu Chufeng has left, but you haven't taken his place. Instead, he has made an amount of money through himself that you would never dare imagine.
What is a clown? This is the real clown.
Chen Bei knew exactly how these people saw him. Now he also knew that his situation was already quite embarrassing. Obviously, Su Xiaoxue was already unhappy with him because Gu Chufeng had left, otherwise she would not have transferred him from the secretariat to the logistics department. Most importantly, since leaving, Su Xiaoxue had not sent him any messages.
Last night, he also tried to send some messages, but what was the result? No one had paid any attention to him at all, which made him feel very bad. So he also feels that it is only a matter of time before he leaves, so his last hope is his tens of millions of investment stocks. If this can make a profit, then everything will be fine, but if this also fails, then it is really over. But what he doesn't know is that in a villa, a group of people are talking here. It's almost time. Let's get started.
When a person speaks, there is calm in their tone. But unbeknownst to him, it was this calm tone that was about to cause an earthquake in the stock market. And this earthquake would make countless people lose their capital and send countless people to the rooftops, but they didn't care, because they were capital, and they only needed one thing, which was to make money.
As long as they could make money, it would be worthwhile to do anything. Chapter 19, the stock market exploded, and Chen Bei asked, "Where's my money?"
Late at night, Chen Bei sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression on his face. At this time, he was very nervous and always felt that something was about to happen.
Just then, the doorbell rang at the door.
After hearing this sound, Chen Bei hurried to the door and opened it. It was his friend. After seeing his friend, he let out a sigh of relief.
After entering, this friend's tone was full of doubt.
Chen Bei didn't speak at first, but instead gestured for the other person to sit down.
This person could only obediently sit down. "Let me ask you, there must be no problem with this stock, right?" Chen Bei's tone was full of seriousness as he spoke.
He knew that this stock was already his last chance.
If there really was a problem with this stock, then his end would definitely not be particularly good.
Hearing this, the other person laughed a little, thinking that it was something else, but he didn't expect it to be this. "Brother Chen, don't worry, there is definitely no problem with this stock. It is still rising today, and there are still people buying like crazy in the market, so there is definitely no problem.
Just get ready to sit at home and count your money."
Hearing this, Chen Bei let out a sigh of relief, and he sat on the sofa.
"If I sell it at this time, how much money can I make?"
Chen Bei looked at the person in front of him and asked. Hearing this, the person thought for a moment. "You can make almost 2 million.
The man said.
"In that case, sell it now, right in front of me."
Chen Bei was now very scared. He felt that the best decision was to sell it right away. Hearing this, the other person froze for a moment.
"No, Chingu, if we sell it at this time, we will make too little money, just 2 million.
What can you do with 2 million now?"
"Go to the city center and buy a house, then decorate it a bit, and the 2 million will be gone."
This person's tone was full of helplessness.
He didn't understand why Chen Bei wanted him to sell at this time.
How dare he even think about playing the stock market? It was outrageous. I don't know. I always have a vague and ominous feeling in my heart. Now that we've made money, let's sell it all.
At least we'll get 2 million. Don't worry, you'll get the promised 800,000. The most important reason why this person is willing to do this for Chen Bei is that Chen Bei promised to pay him.
Hearing this, the other party frowned tightly.
It was Friday night, and according to the regulations, it was already closed at this time, and it would not open on weekends either. Even if it was to be sold, it would need to be on Monday.
Chen Bei was slightly stunned. Monday. That means there are still 2 days. Chen Bei walked around the room. He didn't think anything would happen in 2 days.
He could only say that although this guy worked in a financial company, he was obsessed with Su Xiaoxue. If he were willing to ask around, he would know that in this so-called financial market, 2 days is a long time, long enough to turn a person's lifetime accumulation into nothing. It doesn't even take 2 days, if it's quick, 2 hours, 2 minutes is enough. This is why so many people who speculate in stocks end up losing their reputation and their families. Then just wait until Monday to sell it when you can. Seeing Chen Bei's firm attitude, what else could this person say, so he could only nod his head to show that he understood.
Chen Gu, is it that you know something? I think the development is going well right now.
If we wait a few more days, it could be worth tens of millions.
You don't know, the development is really going really well right now. I feel that in a week, its price will double. Hearing this, Chen Bei shook his head.
There is nothing wrong with what you said, but I have a bad feeling in my heart.
Besides, let's just take the money and run. This money is not mine, it belongs to the company. If the company finds out about this, do you know that just a few tens of millions of dollars can get you and me to stay here together?
How come no one doesn't know now that Su Xiaoxue particularly likes you, and you are her boyfriend?
For someone like Su Xiaoxue, a few tens of millions of dollars? Even if it's a few hundred million, it's just pocket money. Would she send her boyfriend to prison for some so-called pocket money?
Chen Bei heard this and his heart was filled with bitterness. If this were in the past, he felt that Su Xiaoxue would not have done this, but now, he really did not have the courage for the simple reason that Su Xiaoxue's recent behavior had completely destroyed his confidence. He could feel that in Su Xiaoxue's heart right now, Gu Chufeng was far more important than himself, so in order to get Gu Chufeng back, who knew what Su Xiaoxue would do to him?
And he hasn't even returned yet, and he has already been transferred from the secretariat to the logistics department. If he really does return, I'm afraid his fate won't be much better. He might even be worse off than when he was targeting Gu Chufeng. He knows what he did at the time, but what if he is even more vicious than I am?
At the mere thought of this, Chen Bei couldn't help but tremble a little. He was scared, and cold sweat broke out on his back.
Better safe than sorry. At this time, be cautious. Don't worry, if I can make money, I will give you everything I promised.
Seeing that his last persuasion was useless, this person simply didn't say anything else.
After waiting for a while, this person left. He went downstairs. What a coward.
With such a lack of courage, he still wants to be promoted.
I don't know what Su Xiaoxue saw in a person like you. It's outrageous.
If it weren't for the money, this person would not have called Chen Bei brother Chen over and over again. In his eyes, he could not look down on someone like Chen Bei, but there was nothing he could do. Whoever is in a stronger position than others, and this person was able to win over Su Xiaoxue's favor with his smooth talk, so he can only endure it. At least even if he is unhappy inside, he cannot show it at this time.
Perhaps the two of them will never know that something unimaginable is about to happen tonight.
And this event will completely shatter their thoughts. As time passed, most people had already fallen asleep. At this time, in a hotel's presidential suite, a dozen people were sitting around, each with a computer in front of them, their expressions serious.
The person in charge looked at his phone. Okay, the time has come. Act now.
Remember, our goal is to reduce the price by 80%.
Can you do it?
Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Then they immediately started to take action. Every time they clicked the keyboard or mouse for the first time, they completely destroyed the lives of countless people. These so-called capitalists had already sold all the stocks they had in their hands before the closure, which made them make a lot of money, and as for those retail investors who were attracted to them, well, I'm afraid they were dead.
But what can you do? Stocks are actually no different from gambling. The only difference is that one is legal and the other is not.
No, to be precise, gambling may be slightly better, for the simple reason that if you want to keep you playing, gambling will definitely make you money in the early stages, but stocks will not. Apart from a small number of lucky people, the rest will lose all their money no matter how much you invest, and this is the reality. And the dream of wealth for many people has completely vanished this evening.
The next morning, Gu Chufeng woke up from his sleep. Huang Ziki next to him was still in a deep sleep.
It was Saturday, so the other person didn't go to work either. Watching the other person sleep so happily, Gu Chufeng didn't want to disturb the other person. At this time, he picked up his phone. When he saw the news pushed to the screen, Gu Chufeng's face was full of surprise.
The stock price had fallen?
It seemed that those people had already made enough money. Gu Chufeng was surprised by this, not because of the fall, but because he felt that those traders seemed to be lacking in courage. If he were to arrange this himself, he would let the price continue to rise by 30%, and then wait until it reached that position before harvesting. But the other party actually chose to harvest at this time, presumably because they were worried about being discovered, so they chose to play it safe and get what was in their hands. In any case, this incident did not have any impact on Gu Chufeng, because he had already sold his shares and made a lot of money. As for those retail investors, or those who bought before the market closed on Friday, they lost a lot of money because they bought at the peak. They had hoped to become the ones who got a taste of the soup, but they never expected that they would become the last ones to lose money. However, compared to Gu Chufeng's carefree mood, Chen Beik on the other side was not so happy.
Chen Bei had just woken up at this time.
He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Although he was not as good as before, he was much better off than most people who came to work in the Magic City. After all, he had his own independent house and did not have to share it with others, and his monthly income was not bad. He came to the living room sofa, slowly took out his mobile phone, and was about to watch videos and enjoy his holiday. Suddenly, he froze. Because he also saw the push notification. At first, he thought he had read it wrong, but when he rubbed his eyes, he realized that he hadn't. But he still didn't want to believe it, so he immediately opened the stock trading app. By this time, his hands were shaking. At this moment, he wished it was all a lie, because if it was true, he felt like he was dead. When he opened the app, his heart finally stopped beating. Because it was true. The stock price had really fallen. His eyes were red, and at this moment, his mind went blank. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that he was finished. He immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the person who had told him to buy the stocks.
The phone rang. No one answered.
He tried again, but still no one answered. Chen Bei had an ominous feeling in his heart.
No way. Chen Bei immediately got dressed and went to the person's place.
He hoped that the person had not run away, but Chen Bei could think about it.
Even if he hadn't run away, the person was still there, but what was the point? Could he change the current situation?
If he could really change it, then they wouldn't be making money this way, so for Chen Bei now, there was actually nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was to vent his emotions or go to the roof and end his life directly. But unfortunately, he didn't have the courage either. Finally, he went to the man's house and kicked the door open.
Chapter 20. Su Xiaoshui called, "Chen Bei, I feel like my head might be moving."
Ah! When the door was kicked open, there was a scream from inside. It was two girls.
This guy actually ordered 2 women last night. Brother Chen, you.
This guy is lying in bed, a little dazed.
What's going on? Why is it so early in the morning? At the moment, he still doesn't know that there are already problems in the stock market.
After all, last night was really tiring, so he didn't even look at his phone.
It's normal that he doesn't know.
Seeing this guy in bed, Chen Bei completely lost control of his anger. He immediately came next to the guy and held him down. At this moment, Chen Bei's expression on his face was like he wanted to eat the guy.
It can be imagined how angry he was at this time. I'm asking you, what's going on? What's going on? This person had no idea what the other person was talking about. Chen, what's going on? This person asked helplessly. In fact, the 2 girls next to them were both scared and quickly got dressed. My money. I'm asking you, didn't you say that there was nothing wrong with this stock? Then what's going on?
After saying this, Chen Bei directly threw his phone at him. Although this person didn't know what was going on, his intuition told him that something must have happened, otherwise Chen Bei wouldn't have reacted so strongly. This person quickly picked up his phone and read it. When he saw the content on it, his face was full of disbelief.
What's going on? Why is it like this? Could it be a technical adjustment?
But if that were the case, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly.
This doesn't make sense. And most importantly, the decline is still continuing.
This shows that this drop was deliberately arranged.
And it's the weekend, so they can't sell it at all.
At this moment, his mind went blank.
In fact, he already understood what was going on.
They were being fleeced, and there was no doubt about it.
Although he had figured it out, he didn't dare admit it, or rather, he didn't want to admit it. Chen, this may be a technical adjustment. Really, there is definitely nothing wrong with this.
Just think, so many people bought this stock, even if it's not 1 million, I'm afraid it's hundreds of thousands.
If this really happens, it will definitely cause a mass incident. They simply don't have the guts. This person is really naive. What is there that capital won't do?
If you don't have the guts, then explain to me why it fell 50% in one night and is still falling.
If I'm not wrong, the price should have fallen 20% since we bought it, right? Shouldn't you explain that to me?
When Chen Bei said this, his eyes were red with rage. Just from this look, if others see it, they will think that he wants to kill someone. In fact, Chen Bei really feels like killing someone right now, because he knows that if Su Xiaoxue is willing to let him go, then he will be left with nothing at most, but if the other party is not willing to let him go, then he is dead.
So will the other party let him go? Hard to say. He is not Gu Chufeng. Gu Chufeng even beat Su Xiaoxue, but what was the result? Su Xiaoxue still hopes that Gu Chufeng will come back, but does Chen Bei have the face for that? Does he have the relationship? Dream on.
This person listened to Chen Bei's words and opened his mouth. He also wanted to explain, but there was simply no way to explain.
For something like this, who can explain it clearly? Brother Chen, let me go first. You believe me, it must not be right. Maybe, yes, maybe it will go up in a while. That's all he can think now. What if it goes up? You'd better hope it goes up. I'm telling you, if it doesn't, you figure out how you're going to survive. Bastard. After saying this, Chen Bei slapped the guy directly.
Brother Chen, I also invested more than 300,000 yuan.
I'm not you. This 300,000 yuan is my last remaining capital. If I wanted to rip you off, why would I invest it as well? This person is also now in a state of collapse.
Because he has also invested all of his assets.
If there really is a problem, he's finished too. These two people are going to end up in the same situation anyway, so don't talk about each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xiaoxue's company is currently compiling this week's statistics. After they're done, they can go on holiday.
Generally speaking, there are basically never any problems with these kinds of statistics. Even if someone were to embezzle money, they would have cleaned up all traces of it, so there would be no way to tell there was a problem. But today, they discovered that something was wrong.
Something is wrong here. Why is there 4 million missing? One person noticed something was wrong because the accounts didn't match up. All they could say was that Chen Bei was just too stupid. Even if you want to get some of the funds out, you have to do it at least a little better. At least there can't be any problems with the accounts. But this guy didn't understand any of that. He just thought that if he intercepted some of the funds, then even if he got the money, he didn't even consider the rest.
I also found a 6 million shortfall here.
I also have one here.
In the end, everyone did some calculations and found that there was a 32 million shortfall. This was quite a lot, so everyone had a feeling that something was wrong, but they still did some more calculations to see if they had made a mistake. If one person made a mistake, then it could be explained, but several people had done the calculations well, so it was hard to believe that they could all have made a mistake. Sure enough, after recalculating, the 32 million problem still appeared. At this time, everyone could only report the matter. Soon, Su Xiaoxue in the villa heard about it. A 32 million shortfall? How could this be? Where did the problem occur? We have already started an investigation. If there are no unexpected circumstances, we should be able to give you a satisfactory answer within an hour. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's face turned cold. To suddenly lack so much money is something she cannot allow to happen. Fine, investigate it for me, I want to see who has the nerve to do this. Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of murderous intent. Recently, because of Gu Chufeng's matter, Su Xiaoxue's mood was not good, and she didn't expect someone to run right into the gun's muzzle. So she, Su Xiaoxue, would not be polite, she would make these guys pay a price that would be better than death. Yes. The leader was also helpless. He was supposed to be on vacation, too, but he never expected this to happen. So, with no choice, he had to hurry back to deal with this matter. If he could, he really wanted to directly kill the guy who did this and delayed his rest. With a professional team, everyone quickly found a person. And that person was naturally Chen Bei. Chen Bei? Are you sure? The leader frowned when he saw the name Chen Bei. Everyone in the company knew about Chen Bei's relationship with Su Xiaoxue by now, and Su Xiaoxue had even agreed to leave the company with Gu Chufeng for Chen Bei. It was clear that Su Xiaoxue trusted Chen Bei, but if this was Chen Bei's doing, what should he say to Su Xiaoxue? Although it seemed that Chen Bei was no longer the chairman's favorite, who could tell for sure in matters of the heart? Maybe there have been problems in their relationship recently, but maybe their feelings will return after a while. What if Chen Bei holds a grudge against them and seeks revenge? But if we don't say anything, what about the anger in the chairman's heart? They will be dead anyway. We also felt that it was a bit unlikely, so we reviewed the situation 3 or 4 times, but it really was him, and we also found the account to which the money was transferred. We just got in touch with the bank, and the account holder is Chen Bei. On hearing this, the leader was at his wit's end. No. Buddy, are you serious? Opening an account with your own ID? How stupid is that? At this point, even if they wanted to cover it up, it would be impossible. After all, this choice on the part of the other party is really too rubbish. Unless they are blind, they did not see Chen Bei's name. Okay, I understand, I will report this to the chairman. There's no way around it. This situation can really be said to be well documented. If you don't say anything, that would be a problem. So since that's the case, just say it. How it's handled in the end is up to Su Xiaoxue herself. It doesn't really have anything to do with them anyway, right? After confirming what he wanted to say, the leader directly dialed Su Xiaoxue's phone. Hello, Chairman. Yes, it's me. How's it going? Have you found out what was handed over to you? Hearing this, the other party quickly nodded. Leader, we have investigated and found out that it seems Chen Bei did this. The leader quickly explained the whole story and some evidence. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's expression was calm and unsettled. Chen Bei? It was him? To be honest, Su Xiaoxue really didn't expect it to be him. In her heart, Chen Bei should be an honest person, and she didn't believe that the other party could do such a big thing. Are you sure? I'm sure. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. At this time, the leader sighed. Could it be that his chairman is still protecting Chen Bei? He doesn't understand. What is so good about this Chen Bei guy? He has done so many things and influenced so many things, and the chairman is still protecting him. In the past, Gu Chufeng didn't even get this kind of treatment. Chairman, what do you think we should do about this? Should we just? Hear this, Su Xiaoxue thought for a moment. I'll handle this, and you guys continue to investigate to see what the other party did with the money. We have already found out that the other party used the money to invest in stocks, the bull stock. Su Xiaoxue laughed when she heard this. Stupid. Who is this stupid person? Without a doubt, it must be Chen Bei. Su Xiaoxue couldn't understand it. With such an abnormal rise in the stock market, how could this guy not feel anything wrong? Could there really be a free lunch in the world? He has been in the company for a few months, and he doesn't know about this kind of thing. Now Su Xiaoxue really wants to ask Chen Bei what the hell is in his head? Is it water? Or is it rat shit? Okay, call the police in an hour. Understood. The leader let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's the way it should be. Why protect someone like Chen Bei? Just call the police and let them handle it. However, he also couldn't understand why they had to call the police in an hour. But since it was the chairman's order, they didn't dare to question it and could only follow it. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoxue's face was full of dissatisfaction. She picked up her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she dialed Chen Bei's number. At that moment, Chen Bei was at the man's place. His expression was also ugly. He was also thinking about how to deal with this matter, but for the time being, he really couldn't think of any way. Ding dong. His phone rang. When he saw the note on the phone, Chen Bei's cold sweat poured down. The person he least wanted to receive a call from was the one who called. His heart sank. If he could, he really didn't want to answer the call, but could he afford to not answer it? In fact, at this time, Chen Bei still had one last hope, and that was that Su Xiaoxue didn't call because of the money or the stock. However, there was a rule in this matter: the thing you least want to happen will definitely happen. And even if he doesn't answer, there are too many ways for someone to find him, so this is not something that can be solved by avoiding it. So there's no choice, he has to answer. Chen Bei coughed to make his voice sound more normal, and then answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Shui. Chapter 21, Those with no shoes on are not afraid of those with shoes on. Chen Bei, Su Xiaoxue, go to hell. Where are you? Su Xiaoxue's tone was cold and ruthless when she spoke. Chen Bei's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. This tone only comes when Su Xiaoxue is very angry. Could it be that? I'm outside. Xiaoxue, is there something wrong? Chen Bei really hoped that he was still in a dream at this time, but obviously, this was not a dream, but reality, a bloody reality. Come to me for a while. Is it the villa? Yes. After saying this, Su Xiaoxue hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Chen Bei felt like the sky had collapsed. But what could he do? If he ran away, Su Xiaoxue would be able to find him without any difficulty at all, and the consequences would be even more tragic. After spending some time together, Chen Bei actually understood that someone like Su Xiaoxue was really ruthless. He also couldn't understand why Gu Chufeng had been able to persist for so many years, and under such circumstances, Gu Chufeng had even fallen in love with Su Xiaoxue. So, with no choice, Chen Bei could only go to Su Xiaoxue's place. Along the way, Chen Bei was uneasy in her heart. She didn't know what to expect. Meanwhile, Gu Chufeng also received news from his former colleagues. Brother Gu, good news. Chen Bei took the company's money and invested it in stocks. I guess this guy is finished. Upon hearing this news, Gu Chufeng's face remained calm. To be honest, when he heard this news, his heart did not feel any emotion, as if he was just listening to something that had nothing to do with him. Of course, his colleagues did not ask if Gu Chufeng would return. Everyone knew that Gu Chufeng would not return. Not to mention the fact that when he left, Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue had a messy breakup. Just looking at Gu Chufeng's current wealth, which was worth tens of billions of dollars, it was impossible for him to return. When he saw the investment in stocks, Gu Chufeng suddenly thought of the stock that had plummeted today. Could it be this one? Gu Chufeng asked. It seems to be this one, but I'm not sure exactly. Anyway, I heard that the chairman is very angry about this matter and may send Chen Bei in. Send him in? Yes, this is Su Xiaoxue's style. Ruthless and merciless. She did this to him at the beginning, and now she's doing the same to Chen Bei. Anyway, this is what she should do. Gu Chufeng put down his phone and stopped worrying about this matter. He had already left and decided to say goodbye to the past, so why would he think about these things? For him, there were two most important things right now. The first was when the other party would transfer the rest of the money, and the second was how effective the marketing of the game company he had invested in would be. Apart from these two things, the rest was naturally Huang Ziki. As for Su Xiaoxue, sorry, he really didn't know her well. The game company has already started marketing today. Currently, all places such as Weibo and short videos are already full of advertisements, and you can download the game after clicking on the advertisement. The game company you invested in is quite good. I see that the game download volume has already exceeded 1 million. Gu Chufeng was a little surprised when he heard this. He had expected the results to be good, but he had never imagined that the game would have 1 million downloads just 3 hours after it was released. Honestly, this result is already quite good. You have excellent taste. Huang Ziki's tone was full of admiration. She had to admit that Gu Chufeng's taste in some areas really far exceeded her own. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng smiled. My taste is definitely good. Otherwise, how would I be with my wife? This complimented the two of them. The first was Gu Chufeng, and as for the second, there was no doubt that it was Huang Ziki. Hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled. You have a sweet mouth. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng lay on the bed. So, do you want to try it? At first, Huang Ziki didn't react, and it was only when she saw Gu Chufeng pout that she reacted. At this time, Huang Ziki's face was full of excitement. You said it. Then don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Huang Ziki slowly walked over. No, help, someone is trying to force me. Well. Huang Ziki frowned when she heard Gu Chufeng's words. No, that sounds weird? But it's so exciting.
Beauty, you are the master today. Ha ha ha.
At this moment, the two began role-playing.
Sure enough, no matter what identity or status, the happiest time is definitely when you are resting.
The two of them started fighting, and the bedroom was filled with happy sounds.
On the other side, Su Xiaoxue was not having such a good time. Because at this time, Chen Bei had already arrived at the villa. At this time, his heart was a little uneasy. He pushed open the door and walked in. On the sofa, Su Xiaoxue's face was gloomy and uncertain, and there were a few other people next to her.
Xiaoxue looked at the expression on Su Xiaoxue's face, and Chen Bei's hand in his pocket was already sweating.
What's the deal with the 32 million?
Chen Bei, if I remember correctly, I'll give you 50,000 yuan a month.
Why, are you so short of money? Hearing about the 32 million, Chen Bei's heart finally died. He never expected the other party to know about this. I can explain this to you. Su Xiaoxue laughed when she heard this. It was a kind of ridicule. Explain? What do you need to explain? This is downright stupid. I really don't understand.
You've been in the company for a few months, and you don't even know the basics of the stock market.
What, do you think things like this just fall from the sky? Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of indifference.
In her eyes, Chen Bei was no different from a pig. And this is 32 million, not 3,200 yuan. Even if you sell Chen Bei, he can't make up that kind of money.
Xiaoxue, give me one more chance. I know that 32 million is nothing to you. Really, just let me off, okay?
I swear, I will work like a horse to repay you in the future. Please, Xiaoxue, give me one last chance, really. Looking at Chen Bei, who was kneeling on the ground crying and screaming, Su Xiaoxue's eyes were full of unspeakable disgust.
How had she chosen such a guy in the first place?
He was useless, to say nothing of the fact that he didn't have any backbone. Gu Chufeng from before would never have acted like this. 32 million is nothing to me, but it depends on who you give it to. If it were you, I don't think you're worth even 32 million, let alone 1 million.
These words completely irritated Chen Bei. If he is not worth it, then who is? Gu Chufeng? Chen Bei simply could not think of this name right now. If he did, his mind would explode. He felt that if it wasn't because of Gu Chufeng, he would not be in this situation. After all, it was because of Gu Chufeng that Su Xiaoxue had been so cold towards him for some time, and he had been thinking only of Gu Chufeng's return. This made Chen Bei very afraid, and it was because of this fear that he chose to transfer some of the funds from the company for his own future. But now, the stock market had crashed, and the money he had invested was gone. This made him want to cry but have no tears. If he had known this would be the result, he would have taken the money and left the country, but it was too late, and he could no longer leave. You look really ugly like this. I can't stand the sight of you. But never mind, you'd better think about what to tell the police. In half an hour, the police will be back. If nothing goes wrong, you should be arrested.
Su Xiaoxue's tone was cold and ruthless at this time. She had always wanted to get rid of Chen Bei, but she never had the chance.
Now that the chance had come, she would not hold back.
Hearing this, Chen Bei already understood that the other party would not let him go.
If he was arrested, he definitely would not want that.
Now his heart was filled with anger. He looked in his pockets and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes.
It seemed that this was the only way. Since he was going to end up in trouble, he would not let Su Xiaoxue get away with it either.
Chen Bei crawled over to Su Xiaoxue and said as he passed by, "Xiaoxue, please let me go, really, as long as you let me go, I can do anything." Su Xiaoxue's eyes were cold, and it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation in this matter.
This expression also completely determined Chen Bei. Su Xiaoxue, go to hell.
At this moment, anger welled up in his heart.
Chen Bei took action.
He took out a knife from his pocket and charged at Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue had not expected anything like this to happen, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the people around her were also dumbfounded, and time seemed to have come to a standstill.
Pop! The dagger pierced Su Xiaoxue's body. At this moment, the bodyguard next to him reacted, quickly coming over to control Chen Bei. Hurry, call 120.
Looking at Su Xiaoxue, who was bleeding profusely, at this moment, the bodyguard panicked. Chapter 22 Refusing to visit, Gu Chufeng, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Neither the bodyguard nor Su Xiaoxue expected such a thing to happen.
For a moment, the entire villa was like a vegetable market.
While waiting for the ambulance to come to the villa, Su Xiaoxue covered her wound, but how could the blood be stopped? Her hands were covered in blood. For some reason, at this moment, Su Xiaoxue suddenly thought of Gu Chufeng. She wondered, if she died, how would Gu Chufeng react? Happy? Or sad? After all, the two of them had been together for so many years. In fact, Su Xiaoxue didn't even know at that time that Gu Chufeng would actually have such a position in her life. In fact, it was only right to think about it. From that day on, Su Xiaoxue's life had undergone earth-shattering changes. Because of her father, her mother died, and she died in front of her. No one except Su Xiaoxue herself knew how Su Xiaoxue spent that time. Then Su Xiaoxue met Gu Chufeng, and she brought Gu Chufeng out of the mud, but Gu Chufeng also brought Su Xiaoxue out of the mud. It's just that she doesn't believe in love, and she doesn't realize her feelings for Gu Chufeng. Then a series of things happened. At this time, the only person she thought of in her head was not her best friend or her family, but Gu Chufeng. Gu Chufeng's every expression appeared in front of her. Many past events surfaced one after the other. Obviously, at that time, she didn't feel anything, but now when she thinks about it carefully, she realizes that she was really happy at that time. Perhaps it was because there was too much blood flowing, but at this time, Su Xiaoxue felt a little dizzy in her consciousness. It seemed that she was one step away from finally passing out. She was hanging on, she didn't want to pass out, but in the end, she still couldn't hold on. And in the last second before passing out, she seemed to see a group of people rushing in, seemingly doctors.
Am I going to die? I don't know. But Gu Chufeng, will you be sad? I hope you will, but I don't want you to. The next moment, Su Xiaoxue fainted completely. What?
When Xia Shihan heard the news at home, her face expressed disbelief, and at the same time, her heart was full of worry.
How could this be? How dare Chen Bei?
At this time, Xia Shihan also dared not delay, and hurried to the hospital. She prayed in her heart that Su Xiaoxue would not have any problems.
Soon, Xia Shihan arrived at the hospital, at the door of the resuscitation room.
Several of her girlfriends had also come, and the expressions on everyone's faces were ugly.
How is Xiaoxue?
Xia Shihan's voice trembled as she said this.
She is still being resuscitated. I don't know the details. Chen Xian's voice trembled as she said this.
Hearing this, Xia Shihan clenched her fists.
At this time, no news is the best news. At least this proves that Su Xiaoxue is still fine, otherwise the doctor would have already told us. Chen Bei. Bastard. I'm going to kill him.
Xia Shihan's tone was full of murderous intent.
This was the first time she had been so angry with someone. But now is not the time to deal with Chen Bei.
Anyway, Chen Bei is already under police control, and there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with this guy in the future, she promised. Chen Bei will definitely not come out of prison alive.
Time passed by minute, everyone's hearts were in their throats.
Finally, the door to the resuscitation room opened, and a doctor walked out.
When they saw the doctor come out, everyone hurried over. Doctor, how is the person inside?
Xia Shihan asked hurriedly. Fortunately, the knife was not very sharp, and it got stuck in the bone when it was stabbed in, so there was no fatal injury.
After a while, when the patient woke up in there, he could be transferred back to the ward.
During this time, he had to stay in the hospital and rest.
Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As long as he is fine, that's all that matters.
God knows how uneasy Xia Shihan felt in her heart when she heard about this.
Now it's fine.
Although it can't be called a false alarm, it's also like a stone that has been hanging in the air finally falling to the ground. Just then, the doctor thought of something.
Which one is Gu Chufeng? Come with me. Ha? Gu Chufeng? Hearing this name, they all looked surprised. No, why would the doctor mention this name? Is Gu Chufeng not here? Doctor, why did you call Gu Chufeng? Xia Shihan asked. While the patient was being resuscitated, she kept saying the name Gu Chufeng.
I thought this person was her family member or husband.
Now that we need a family member's signature to admit her, are any of you her family members? Upon hearing this, everyone was silent. While in a coma, she kept calling out Gu Chufeng. Why did Su Xiaoxue love him so much? But if she loved him so much, why did she hurt Gu Chufeng like this? Everyone looked inside the operating room. Xiaoxue, what were you thinking? Everyone was thinking in their hearts.
The patient's family will be here in about 10 minutes, so don't worry, he will come find you after he arrives.
Okay.
Xia Shirhan is worthy of being the central figure in this circle, and she immediately stabilized the situation. After sending the doctor away, Xia Shirhan sat on a chair outside the resuscitation room. She took out her mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, stood up, went to the stairs, and dialed Gu Chufeng's phone.
Do.
At this time, Gu Chufeng was cooking at home. Huang Ziki was wearing the couple's pajamas, sitting on the sofa, watching variety shows, and occasionally sweetly calling out husband. This was the life Gu Chufeng yearned for the most, and the person he wanted at first was Su Qiaoxue. Unfortunately, Su Qiaoxue did not give him the opportunity, but instead, Huang Ziki let him experience it. Gu Chufeng looked over at Huang Ziki, and seeing the happiness on her face, Gu Chufeng smiled knowingly. At this time, Huang Ziki also noticed that someone seemed to be watching her. She subconsciously turned her head, and when she realized that Lan Ma was Gu Chufeng, she ran over barefoot.
Hubby, why are you looking at me? You look a little cute. Then let your cute girlfriend give you a kiss. Muah.
Everything is said without words. While the two were sweet and close, Gu Chufeng's phone rang. When he saw it was Xia Shirhan's phone, Gu Chufeng was even more puzzled. After ending things with Su Qiaoxue, he had no longer had anything to do with that circle, so why was Xia Shirhan calling him at this time? But after thinking about it for a moment, Gu Chufeng still answered the phone.
Hello, Miss Xia.
At this time, Huang Ziki snuggled up to Gu Chufeng's chest and could hear the two people's conversation.
Chufeng. Ha?
Xiao Shui was stabbed by Chen Bei with a knife.
Can you come?
Hearing this, not to mention Gu Chufeng, even Huang Ziki was a little surprised.
Su Qiaoxue was stabbed?
This sentence was really too niche, and the two people didn't react at first.
Chen Bei? Su Qiaoxue?
They.
Gu Chufeng reacted quickly at this time.
It is estimated that it should be because the so-called tens of millions triggered the conflict. This guy Chen Bei is also a ruthless person. He even decided on a one-for-one exchange. That's right, the barefooted are not afraid of the shod. For someone like Su Qiaoxue, she will not let Chen Bei take away the company's tens of millions, no matter how much she loves him. If this is not dealt with, others in the company will follow his example.
Then how can this company be managed in the future?
Therefore, based on Gu Chufeng's understanding of Su Qiaoxue, there is no doubt that Su Qiaoxue will definitely send Chen Bei to prison for a huge amount of money, at least 10 years or more. For Chen Bei, going to prison for 10 years is no different from ruining his life, so there is no way Chen Bei can just sit back and do nothing. Therefore, it is estimated that the other party wants to completely ruin Su Qiaoxue.
Ha! Gu Chufeng took a deep breath. This has nothing to do with me.
And Miss Xia, you should have seen my circle of friends.
Now I have a new life. If I go over there, what do you think my current girlfriend will think?
When Gu Chufeng said this, his tone was cold and ruthless.
Hearing this, Su Qiaoxue was slightly stunned.
She didn't expect Gu Chufeng to say such a thing. When she was unconscious, she kept calling out your name. Even if it's for the sake of the past relationship, I think I should come over. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
Past feelings?
But when she did that in the first place, it didn't seem like she considered our past feelings, and what kind of feelings did we have anyway?
Am I not his tool person?
Okay, Miss Xia, I'm still cooking on my end, so I won't continue talking, and you know me, I've never been one to like being morally kidnapped. Maybe, in the end, my kindness to Su Qiaoxue is to wish her a speedy recovery.
Apart from that, I don't have anything I want to do or say.
Having said that, Gu Chufeng hung up the phone directly.
Yes. What should I say at this time? The past?
Since it has been determined that there is a clean break with the past, it is best to be ruthless. If there is still a connection, it will not only hurt oneself, but also Huang Ziki. Therefore, he will not do that. In fact, it can be summed up in one sentence: the feelings for Su Qiaoxue in the past were real, and the feelings for Huang Ziki are also real. Now and in the future, Huang Ziki is more important to Gu Chufeng and more worthy of cherishing. As for Su Qiaoxue, that's in the past.
This is a bit too outrageous. Huang Ziki's tone was full of surprise. Who knows what's going on? Gu Chufeng smiled and petted Huang Ziki's head, his eyes full of tenderness. Okay, go wait over there, it will be done in a moment. Ah, you're so fast? Ha!
For some reason, Gu Chufeng felt like a car had just driven past in front of him.
Why don't you try? Here? Huang Ziki was not intimidated and was directly preparing to take off her clothes. Sister, I was wrong. Fine. Who can compete with my sister?
Just admit defeat, otherwise, if Huang Ziki really does something like this, it seems that Huang Ziki is very obedient, but there is a wild streak in her bones.
Oomph, I'll let you off this time.
Although she said that, Huang Ziki's heartbeat quickened at this moment. After all, Gu Chufeng was the first man in her life, and she had never done it in a place like the kitchen before, only seeing it when she did some theoretical research before.
Thank you, sister, for not killing me.
Hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled a little, and then returned to her seat. On the other side, Xia Shirhan sighed and looked out the window at the scenery outside.
At this time, Qin Xian walked over. He doesn't want to come, right?
Hearing this, Xia Shirhan was a little surprised, and she looked at Qin Xian.
How did you know? I'm not stupid. If you didn't call Gu Chufeng, I would just jump off here.
Qin Xian is also a smart person, but she doesn't like rules, so she likes to do things that go against the grain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she was pursuing Gu Chufeng when Su Xiaoshui and Gu Chufeng had ended. She just didn't expect Huang Ziki to act so quickly and give her no chance. So she had to give up. After all, Huang Ziki is not someone she can provoke.
He really didn't want to come.
When Xia Shirhan said this, her tone was full of helplessness.
Of course she wouldn't come. Do you remember the first time Gu Chufeng came to our party?
Chun Shan looked at Xia Shirhan and asked. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan also recalled that day.
It should have been many years ago.
At that time, Gu Chufeng was still immature, just a child.
He was very handsome and charming, with a youthful exuberance. When he arrived, I don't know how many girlfriends were dumbfounded, secretly moved in their hearts, and then began to tease Gu Chufeng, saying that Gu Chufeng couldn't drink, and asked Su Xiaoshui to drink to celebrate the two of them being together.
At that time, Gu Chufeng really couldn't drink, not even beer, but that day, Gu Chufeng couldn't bear to see Su Xiaoshui drink so much, and stepped forward. Then he got these girlfriends drunk, while Gu Chufeng went straight to the hospital. At that time, I knew that Gu Chufeng was a gentle-looking person, but he was tough inside. Once he made a decision, he would never change. He was like this when he fell in love with Su Xiaoshui and was willing to do anything for her, and he was like this when he gave up on her and didn't even want to take a look at her while she was in the hospital. In fact, if there were no Huang Ziki, I would really chase after this man. He is very charming, handsome, and can make a lot of money. And most importantly, he is loyal to his girlfriend or woman.
Come on, who wouldn't like this kind of boyfriend who was a Tibetan Mastiff outside and a husky inside? I really like this contrast. Chen Xian also looked out at the scenery. You really are in love. But with your temperament, I guess you'll break up in a few days.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xian smiled. Just as the two were talking, the door to the emergency room opened. Seeing this, the two stopped talking and hurried over.
Chapter 23. Su Xiaoshui woke up. Did he really not want to take a look at me?
When Su Xiaoshui was sent out, her face was pale. Although her eyes were open, it could be seen that her eyes were vacant. It should be that the anesthesia had not completely worn off, so she was in this condition at this time. Because Su Xiaoshui's father had just arrived at the hospital and had completed the admission procedures, she was sent directly to the ICU after she came out, which was also a simple observation. If there were any problems, they could be dealt with as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
the real estate company had already transferred the rest of the money to Gu Chufeng.
Looking at the balance in the bank card, Gu Chufeng was happy.
In fact, Gu Chufeng has always had his own little dream. To be with the one he loves, to have a house, and then to have a few billion in his hands. If possible, it would be best to have tens of billions, but now it seems that all of this has already been achieved.
How is it? Did their money transfer come through?
At this time, Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with a teasing tone in her voice.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng smiled. Say, how did you know? That must be it. Look at the happiness on your face, it's so obvious.
I don't think you would be this happy about anything else except for the money arriving.
Huang Ziki's tone was full of teasing when she said this. Then how come I would definitely be happy about other things too?
Huang Ziki was intrigued at this point, and she looked at Gu Chufeng and asked with a smile.
What is it then?
Huang Ziki stared at him with her eyes, and Gu Chufeng thought for a moment.
Being with you.
I have to say, Gu Chufeng is really good at flirting. Hearing this, Huang Ziqi's face turned red, and her ears had already turned a little red.
Oomph, smooth talker. Huang Ziqi said this, but the happiness on her face was obvious. Who wouldn't like their lover to say sweet things to them? I thought Gu Chufeng was a bit of a straight man, but I didn't expect that this guy really knows how to do it. Just a few words made my heart beat faster, and it seems that he doesn't know how lethal what he says is. He looks at you with a dumbfounded expression. Well, since I'm so happy, why doesn't someone hug me? Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. Oops, it turns out you want a hug. Well, in that case, I won't be polite.
The two of them hugged tightly, their ears and cheeks rubbing together, looking like a loving couple.
Maybe he didn't think there was much point in hugging like that, so Gu Chufeng gave Huang Ziqi a princess hug and the two of them went to the sofa.
I see that the game company you invested in has already started marketing, and it's already trending on Weibo.
I know about that, I just don't know the specific data. I'll ask about it tonight.
Gu Chufeng also checked Weibo just now, and the reviews are quite good. The number of downloads in the App Store has already exceeded 700,000, and it's also being recommended in every major app store. It really is true that money can make the ghost push the mill. In fact, the main development direction has now become mobile games, and the most important reason is that they are easy to carry. A very simple example, you are playing a game, and suddenly you need to go to the bathroom.
The problem is, you can take your phone with you into the bathroom, but can you take your computer with you?
There are also some other reasons, such as the fact that there have been no good games for PC games in recent years, which is why the current situation has come about.
I feel that this investment should be effective.
Huang Ziqi is a professional investor, and as the saying goes, an expert sees the wood for the trees. She also looked at the online response, which was quite good. As long as there is popularity and word of mouth, the content product will not do too badly, and at the very least, the cost can be recovered.
Then thank you, my wife, for your encouragement.
The two of them smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. While the two were talking, on the other side, Su Chaoshua had also regained consciousness. At this time, the effect of the anesthesia had worn off, and she could clearly feel the pain in her wounds. This feeling had never appeared before. When people are in pain, they especially want the people they care about to be by their side. She looked outside and saw her best friend, but the person she was most looking forward to seeing was not there. With such a big event, I'm afraid the entire financial circle already knows about it, so Gu Chufeng will definitely show up as well.
But, coincidentally, he didn't come. In his heart, am I not important at all? Su Chaoshua thought to herself. At this time, Su Chaoshua reached out with difficulty.
After seeing the situation, Xia Shirhan entered the Lku wearing a costume specially provided by the hospital.
Xiao Xue. Are you okay now?
When Yan Yan said this, her tone was trembling. Her eyes were full of pain.
I'm fine. Where's Chen Bei?
I think he just finished. So at this time, when Su Chaoshua spoke, her voice was weak. Xia Shirhan had known Su Chaoshua for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen Su Chaoshua like this. Hearing this, the secretary hurriedly said.
He has been sent to the police station.
Don't worry, I have already arranged a lawyer, and I will definitely make this guy receive the heaviest punishment. Hearing this, Su Chaoshua looked at Xia Shirhan.
Didn't Gu Chufeng come? This was the question she most wanted to ask.
Hearing this, Xia Shirhan didn't know what she should say, and in the end, she could only tell the truth and shake her head.
No, he didn't come. I guess he doesn't know about this. Xia Shirhan didn't say anything about her calling Gu Chufeng. At least she was lying to Su Chaoshua. Hearing this, Su Chaoshua shook her head. No, he won't. This guy definitely knows. By now, the entire financial circle should already know about this. You think he doesn't know? I don't believe it.
Su Chaoshua sighed, her eyes full of pain.
Yes.
She has a best friend by her side, but there is no one she likes.
At this moment, Su Chaoshua sighed.
In terms of relationships, she has really failed miserably.
Chen Bei wants to kill her, and Gu Chufeng?
He has nothing to do with her anymore.
What is Gu Chufeng doing right now? Is he hugging Huang Ziqi, telling her about his foolishness? Or perhaps he's saying some of the sweet things he used to say to her? Okay, don't think about it. You've just had surgery and need to rest. Don't worry about the rest, I'll take care of it.
Xia Shirhan took Su Chaoshua's hand, her expression gentle.
Thank you.
At this time, Su Xiaoxue was also thinking about how to deal with Chen Bei. She knew that if she followed the normal legal procedures, then if there were no accidents, Chen Bei should only go to prison for 10 or so years. But Su Xiaoxue had never suffered such a great loss before, so she naturally would not accept this result.
So, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. Then let Chen Bei die? Die in prison and never come out again.
There are some people who should pay the price for their decisions. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue had already made her choice in her heart.
Chapter 24. Stop it, I'm on the phone. Evening. Gu Chufeng was having a video call with Takuko. Mr. Gu, this is the situation. Our current background data is out.
Today, the number of people who downloaded our game was 3.82 million, and among them, the number of people who played the game for more than an hour was 2.82 million. On hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. He knew that the data was very good, especially since it was the first day. There was plenty of room for growth in the future. It was estimated that after the end of this marketing campaign, there might be 10 million people, or even more.
Continue.
Gu Chufeng nodded, indicating that the other person should continue.
Yes.
According to the background data, 72% of the players were female and 28% were male. Because of the nature of this game, it is proven that there will be more female players. In this world, the spending power of women is quite a bit stronger than that of men. Therefore, when designing this game, many elements that are more popular with women were considered.
Of course, men cannot be completely abandoned, so this also shows the greatness of DayZ.
What women like and what men like actually conflict to some extent, but DayZ can find a good balance, so that both sides can find their favorite points in this game. It can only be said that such a person is truly a genius.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. So how many people have charged money?
The current number of people who have charged money today is 740,000, and the amount charged is 12.36 million. If this calculation is followed, and if there are no future changes, then in a year, this game will be able to generate nearly 4 billion in revenue. For a two-dimensional game, this is already quite a lot. At the very least, Gu Chufeng is very happy, and this proves that his investment was a very good one.
Yes, it seems that I made the right decision to cooperate with you.
In fact, we should also thank you.
If you hadn't invested in us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have achieved what we have now.
When DayZ said this, there was humility in his tone.
Gu Chufeng in front of him was not someone he could offend.
Now everyone knows that Gu Chufeng has just made tens of billions of dollars from land trading. Such cash flow is really rare in the country, and it can be called capital. Moreover, his girlfriend is Huang Ziki, and I'm afraid not many people in the country can offend him.
Is tomorrow's marketing ready?
Don't worry, everything is progressing steadily. We predict that the game's downloads may exceed 6 million tomorrow.
I believe that.
Then after saying a few other things, Gu Chufeng hung up the video and stood up from his position, stretching. At this time, he was in the study, came to the window, and looked at the lights and revelry outside the city.
Gu Chufeng had some emotions in his heart.
When he first followed Su Xiaoxue to the city, he was like an ant, but now he has achieved so much, which he probably would not have thought possible at that time. He shook his head, banishing all those thoughts from his mind, then tidied up a bit and went into the study. At this time, Huang Ziki was on the phone with her family. She was sitting on the sofa, and Gu Chufeng didn't say much, just sat next to Huang Ziki.
Huang Ziki naturally put her feet on Gu Chufeng's lap. Huang Ziki's feet are very white and very pretty.
For some reason, at this time, Gu Chufeng had some evil thoughts in his heart.
Watching Huang Ziki talking on the phone, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose, and then he placed his hand on Huang Ziki's feet.
This was the first time Gu Chufeng had done this, so Huang Ziki's feet suddenly turned red. She wanted to take them back, but she didn't expect Gu Chufeng to hold on. Then he scratched the soles of her feet. Huang Ziki almost screamed out, but perhaps she thought that she was talking on the phone with her family. If that was the case, it seemed that it would make her family suspicious. Although her family would not say anything, and they would understand, Huang Ziki was embarrassed just thinking about it. At this time, Huang Ziki restrained herself, then looked at Gu Chufeng and said with her mouth,
"I'm on the phone." "Ah, it's okay, you were just daydreaming. The game should be going well, I saw that the online scores are good."
Huang Ziki's voice was choked with sobs because she had been scratching her itch the whole time. She hadn't done anything, but for some reason, Huang Ziki felt a little embarrassed by the situation. It seemed that this scene often appeared in many small life theory videos. He is very impressive in himself. His net worth is almost as high as mine.
Okay, don't worry, we know what we're doing.
Okay, I got it.
If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first.
At this time, Huang Ziki really couldn't hold back anymore, and she quickly hung up the phone.
Ha ha ha. Don't you dare.
Brother, please. Huang Ziki had one thing that only she knew about, and that was that she was really ticklish, just like right now.
I'll fight you.
At this time, Huang Ziki also knew that she couldn't continue like this. Then she rushed towards Gu Chufeng.
No, sister, I was wrong.
At this time, it was Gu Chufeng's turn to admit defeat.
Humph, do you dare to do it again in the future? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng viciously, but this look was really not lethal.
On the contrary, if she encountered a gangster, she would be even more excited.
I dare not anymore. Gu Chufeng quickly said. However, at this time, Gu Chufeng's eyes twinkled as he watched Huang Ziki open her mouth and prepare to say something. Gu Chufeng knew that his opportunity had come.
He stuck out his finger and, with lightning speed, stuck it into Huang Ziki's lips. Then he played with it a little, and while Huang Ziki was still not able to react, he quickly escaped from her control. At this moment, Huang Ziki woke up from her dream.
That finger. Damn.
It touched my foot and played with my lips.
Damn it. Gu Chufeng, don't run. I promise I won't beat you to death.
At this time, Huang Ziki held up the pillow on the sofa, her face full of ferocity. Although the two were fighting and fooling around, this kind of happiness had not appeared on their bodies for a long time. The financial industry may seem glamorous on the surface, but only those who work in it know how much pressure there is. This is especially true for those in high-level positions like them.
One decision-making mistake could easily destroy a company that has been around for decades. So this kind of noisy fighting can be considered a kind of relaxation. Finally, Huang Ziki caught up.
Here, lick me. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng menacingly, then put her foot to the side.
How about this?
I want you to wash up and put on a pair of black socks.
Preferably silk. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki with a lecherous expression in his eyes. Chapter 25, Immersed in the moment, Su Xiaoxue, was he feeling the same way in the ICU? While Gu Chufeng was happy, Su Xiaoxue was lying in the ICU on the other side.
At that moment, she felt what it meant to be lonely. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue suddenly thought about the days when Gu Chufeng was in the ICU.
Was Gu Chufeng that lonely and helpless during those days? What was he thinking at that time?
There is never true empathy in the world, unless you can let her experience it for herself. At that time, Gu Chufeng called Su Xiaoxue, hoping that she would come to the hospital to see him.
But Su Xiaoxue was staying with Chen Bei because Chen Bei couldn't sleep. So in the end, Su Xiaoxue didn't come to the hospital.
At that time, Su Xiaoxue just said, "It's not like I'm going to die, why would I go?"
Gu Chufeng, please remember your status.
Yes. At that time, what was Gu Chufeng's status? He was her dog.
An illegitimate lover.
But now, she was also lying here, and Gu Chufeng had similarly failed to show up. At this time, she seemed to be able to understand Gu Chufeng's feelings at that time. He was devastated.
No one was with him.
She could only lie inside this cold cu, with no sound except the cold mechanical sounds, which plunged her into a great sense of loneliness.
When one is lonely, one always thinks of many things from the past, and Su Xiaoxue was naturally no exception.
At this time, she thought of the way she had first met Gu Chufeng. At that time, she thought the boy was really cute. Although his clothes were a bit shabby, his eyes made her feel at ease. And he also had a painful past. Therefore, Su Xiaoxue brought him back and became his lover. In fact, at that time, Su Xiaoxue didn't think that Gu Chufeng would have such powerful abilities, but coincidentally, he really did. At first, everyone in the company said that Su Xiaoxue and Gu Chufeng had an improper relationship, but as Gu Chufeng slowly revealed his abilities, these voices all disappeared, and more people said that Su Xiaoxue had discerning eyes.
If we had been together at that time, would it have been a different outcome? Su Xiaoxue thought about it for a moment.
If they had announced their relationship at that time, they might have gotten married by now.
It should be no different from the past.
At work, Gu Chufeng helped her, and in the investment field, he was unstoppable. In life, Gu Chufeng took care of her. It was laughable to say that, even though Su Xiaoxue was obviously older, it seemed that Gu Chufeng took care of her more. Su Xiaoxue also knew that she had a bad temper and was prone to anger sometimes, and Gu Chufeng, who came into contact with her the most, had no idea how many times he had to bear it, but every time, he was able to calm himself down and then deal with the things that made her angry cleanly. Because of Gu Chufeng, she was actually a lot more relaxed. But all of this was messed up by Su Xiaoxue. In addition to losing someone who could help her at work, she also lost someone who loved her and who she also loved. Su Xiaoxue never thought that she would actually fall in love with Gu Chufeng. After what happened with her parents, Su Xiaoxue thought that she would never fall in love with any man in the world, but she fell in love with Gu Chufeng anyway. It was after the two of them had parted ways that she discovered her love for Gu Chufeng, which was a huge tragedy for Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue's eyes were red, and tears fell unnaturally. There was no one else here, and she could recklessly express her emotions. Even Su Xiaoxue didn't expect to cry. After the day her mother left, she thought she would never cry again in her life, but this time, she cried because of a man. At this moment, on the other side, Chen Bei could not be spared. This guy must be made to die. Chen Shen looked at Xia Shirhan, her tone was full of coldness. Hearing this, the others nodded, they also thought the same way. The biggest difference between Chen Bei and Gu Chufeng was that Gu Chufeng was really capable. He had been in the industry for so many years, meeting and knowing a lot of people, it was impossible to move him. But Chen Bei was just trash, a vase. Even if he really killed him, no one would notice. I think Xiao Shui should have already made a decision about this, so let's not add to the chaos at this time. Xia Shirhan said helplessly, and when she heard this, everyone looked at each other. Yes, Xiao Shui should have made a decision, and Chen Bei will definitely not fare well, but what about the people who were harmed because of Chen Bei? But can Gu Chufeng come back? At this time, a person suddenly mentioned this matter. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Will he come back? I'm afraid not. Everyone has had contact with Gu Chufeng many times, and they know exactly what kind of person he is. He seems like a cute, gentle college boy, but if he makes a decision, no one can change it, except Su Xiaoxue. But everyone also knows that Su Xiaoxue was able to make Gu Chufeng change his mind, not because Su Xiaoxue convinced Gu Chufeng, but because Gu Chufeng loved Su Xiaoxue and was willing to compromise for the other person. But now it seems that Gu Chufeng no longer loves Su Xiaoxue. No, he doesn't. He's already with Huang Ziki, and they've even met the parents. The next time we hear news about the two of them, it'll probably be about their wedding. Yes. The wedding. Gu Chufeng has always wanted a family. Because he is really lonely in this world. Now that someone who loves him is gone, and now that he himself loves her, then I'm afraid the two of them will end up getting married. And on that day, what will Su Xiaoxue be feeling? There was some silence among the group. Look at Huang Ziki's moments. At this time, Xin Xian spoke up. Hearing this, the group picked up their phones and opened up moments. Sure enough, a few minutes ago, Huang Ziki had posted a moment. What is it like to have a cheap boyfriend? The following is an expression of Gu Chufeng making a face. After being with Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki rarely posted to her circle of friends. Even if she did, it was about things related to the company. But after being with Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki's frequency of posting to her circle of friends increased, and there was no difference from an ordinary young couple. Seeing this circle of friends, the group looked at each other. This is the first time they have seen Gu Chufeng like this. Everyone says that when they meet someone they like, boys become childish. Now, looking at it, Gu Chufeng really perfectly fits this description. In the past, their impression of Gu Chufeng was that he was mature and stable. Although he was not very old, he could handle everything in an organized manner. But now, when he is next to Huang Ziki, he seems to have some of the characteristics of a boy of this age. He is happy, posting pictures of himself with his girlfriend and torturing his dog. He can stop pretending to be mature all the time, and instead be a bit more lively and cute. Sigh. In the end, Xia Shirhan let out a sigh. She knew that Su Xiaoxue didn't stand a chance. Yes, she could declare war on Huang Ziki, but Gu Chufeng would stand by Huang Ziki's side. This was about feelings, not a project, so it was destined to be a declaration of war that would never succeed, because Gu Chufeng wanted Huang Ziki to win. The dividing line. Next Monday night, do you want to come to our company dinner? Apart from my family, the rest are some partners, and many of them you know. In the bedroom, Huang Ziki was lying on the bed, snuggling against Gu Chufeng's chest, like a little bird, and then her fingers drew circles on Gu Chufeng's chest. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki. That's fine.
Gu Chufeng nodded.
In fact, within this circle, Gu Chufeng also knew clearly that bringing him to the dinner party meant what? It was like the outside world confirming that the Huang family had accepted Gu Chufeng as a member of the family. After all, the last time they visited the Huang family was in private, and only a few people knew about it. But this time, attending the dinner party was a formal announcement of the matter. It also meant that the two of them were getting married, and upon hearing this, Huang Ziqi's face was full of joy.
That's right, my father also said so.
He said he hopes we can confirm an engagement. After all, it's not good for the two of us to keep living together if it gets out.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose upwards.
It seemed that the circle did not care about this matter. He said that the family wanted an engagement, but it was probably Huang Ziqi herself who wanted it.
However, Gu Chufeng did not expose this matter and nodded. It's fine. My future wife. Huang Ziqi gave Gu Chufeng a light pat. Don't call me that. We're not together yet. Huang Ziqi said this with an embarrassed expression on her face.
At this time, Gu Chufeng took out his phone, found the interface where he and Huang Ziqi were chatting, and then randomly picked a voice.
Yes, my husband. Oops, we're not together yet, so don't call me husband.
Gu Chufeng's tone was teasing, but in fact, after being with Huang Ziqi, many hidden sides of Gu Chufeng have been revealed. Mature and stable is him, lively and mischievous is also him, but only when they are all combined together is he truly himself. In the past, Su Xiaoxue only saw the mature and stable side, but she didn't, or was unwilling to see the other side of Gu Chufeng, because she didn't give Gu Chufeng a real chance to be together. It seems that every girl, no matter what position she is in, knows the two-fingered divine technique. No, Huang Ziqi was teased, so she fatally broke her guard a little, and then placed her hand on Gu Chufeng's waist and gave it a gentle twist.
And a bite.
At this time, Gu Chufeng let out a cold breath.
It hurts. Sister, I was wrong. Oh.
Seeing Gu Chufeng like this, Huang Ziqi smiled a little.
Humph. Let's see if you'll laugh at me in the future. SSSHH.
Huang Ziqi stuck out her tongue in a provocative manner, but the next moment, Gu Chufeng bit Huang Ziqi's tongue directly.
At this moment, Huang Ziqi's eyes widened instantly.
Of course, this bite was not a forceful bite. It was just a little trick between young lovers.
Then. What about you? Isn't this wife's charm too great? Gu Chufeng's mouth corners rose slightly. Huang Ziqi looked at this and poked Gu Chufeng's forehead with her finger.
You're just silly. It's all your fault. I'll have to take another shower. It's a good thing it's the weekend tomorrow and I don't have to go to work, otherwise I don't think I'll be able to get up, Huang Ziqi thought.
There's no rush. Maybe I'll need to shower again later. Huang Ziqi looked at Gu Chufeng and thought about it for a moment. It seems that's also the case, and then I went back to bed.
Well, these are a few good days that I had my family arrange.
Take a look and see which one you like, and then we'll consider it the time of our engagement.
In fact, Huang Ziqi had already discussed this with her family, and her family was very satisfied with Gu Chufeng, so they simply said that they would let them decide for themselves.
After they had decided, they would let them know. Gu Chufeng took the phone and looked at the times on it.
There were 3 times in total. 2 of the times were this month, and the other was at the beginning of next month. Looking at these times, Gu Chufeng frowned.
So soon? Will I be able to come back in time to prepare?
Gu Chufeng had never been married, but he knew that even an engagement banquet was not easy to arrange, especially for a large family like the Huang family, and there were bound to be many things involved.
My father has already retired, hasn't he? Then let my father's side take care of the arrangements. As for whether it can be done well, if my father wants a grandson quickly, then it will be done well. Sure enough. Huang Ziqi directly handed the matter over to his father. Then this one.
Gu Chufeng chose a date, the 29th of this month. The reason for choosing this month was also very simple, because Gu Chufeng liked the number 9. There was no reason, just because he liked it.
So in that case, let's choose a number with a 9. Okay, now I'll contact my father.
After saying this, Huang Ziqi took out her mobile phone and dialed her father's number. Soon, the phone connected.
Hello.
At this time, Huang's father was sleeping, so when the call was connected, his voice was all dazed. Dad, Chufeng and I have set a date for our engagement, which is the 29th of this month.
I've looked it up, and you currently have 23 days left, so please hurry up. Huang's father woke up instantly when he heard this. the 29th. No. Isn't that too fast? Okay.
Since his daughter liked Gu Chufeng so much, he probably wanted to confirm the engagement quickly.
But that was fine.
After all, his daughter was getting old, and all of his old friends were already bringing their grandchildren around, while he had nothing.
So if the engagement could be confirmed quickly, then he could legitimately urge her to get married and have children.
Fine, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
At this point, Huang Ziki gave Gu Chufeng a look that said everything was settled, and as for the rest, then just let her father handle it.
Chapter 26, Getting Engaged? Su Xiaoxue, before that, I want to meet him. The next morning, Su Xiaoxue slowly woke up in the ICU. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, and she hadn't fallen asleep.
It was only when it was slightly light that she fell asleep, but she only slept for less than an hour. At that moment, the nurse pushed open the door to the ICU and walked in from the outside.
Nurse, when can I go out?
The nurse had also heard from her supervisor that this person was no ordinary person, so when she spoke, her tone was full of respect, for fear that her words would provoke this extraordinary big shot. Your current vital signs are all normal.
We will continue to observe you for the rest of the day.
If there are no major problems today, you should be able to be transferred to the general ward tomorrow. The nurse said so, and Su Xiaoxue now felt very uncomfortable. There were tubes all over her body, and she couldn't move around as she pleased.
Since she was young, Su Xiaoxue had never had such an experience. But this was the last day.
As long as today was over and she was in the general ward, then everything would be fine.
Because she was in the ICU, Su Xiaoxue didn't know what was going on outside.
If she knew, I'm afraid Su Xiaoxue would feel that she might as well continue to be in the ICU. At present, Su Xiaoxue still doesn't know that Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki will appear together at the group dinner. Although the two have already met the parents in private, and more or less everyone in the circle knows about it, the concept of knowing in private and appearing together in public is different. Just at this time, Xia Shirhan walked into the ICU. Now she is wearing a special hospital-provided gown, and she can only enter here by wearing this special gown. Seeing Xia Shirhan come in, Su Xiaoxue's face finally showed some expression.
How is it? Are you feeling more comfortable now? Last night, Su Xiaoxue couldn't sleep for 2 main reasons.
The first reason was naturally because her wound hurt. Although she had already had the operation, there was still no big problem, but it was impossible for the body to not hurt after such a big cut for a few hours. The second reason was that the environment in the ICU was too quiet, and the air smelled of disinfectant.
With this kind of smell, how could a person sleep peacefully? Not bad. It doesn't hurt as much as it did yesterday.
Upon hearing this, Xia Shirhan nodded.
That's good.
Xia Shirhan glanced at Su Xiaoxue, hesitated for a moment, but still did not tell her about the two people, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. After all, Su Xiaoxue was still in the room at this time, and if she told her, it was likely to make Su Xiaoxue collapse, which would not be conducive to recovery. You don't need to worry about the company either. Your uncle has already returned to the company to take charge of the situation, and the company has basically stabilized internally for now.
Although Su Xiaoxue's father was emotionally called a scumbag, his abilities were quite good.
Coupled with the fact that there were also many of his old subordinates in the company, it was therefore still easy to control the company and prevent it from having problems because Su Xiaoxue was in the hospital.
What about Gu Chufeng now? Su Xiaoxue is not worried about the company. Her main concern right now is Gu Chufeng.
For some reason, Su Xiaoxue has a vague feeling of worry in her heart at this time, as if something is about to happen.
Hearing this, Xia Shirhan was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Su Xiaoxue to take the initiative to ask this question. I don't know about that right now. I don't have any interaction with him right now.
Xia Shirhan thought about it and still made up a lie. At least she couldn't let Su Xiaoxue know these few days. If possible, she could hide it for a few more days.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue smiled. Shirhan, do you know that when you lie, you always subconsciously rub your clothes?
Everyone has some small habits, and these small habits may even be unknown to yourself, but many people who have been next to you for a long time can see them at once. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan was slightly stunned.
She sighed. None of these things are important. The most important thing for you right now is to quickly get your health back.
As for the rest, we can talk about it after you get healthy.
Xia Shirhan still didn't want to say anything at this time. This matter was a huge blow to Su Xiaoxue. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue shook her head. Tell me. Did Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng do something? Su Xiaoshue's guess was very accurate.
After all, Xia Shihan and she have known each other for so many years, and Su Xiaoshue knows Xia Shihan too well.
If Xia Shihan really doesn't want to talk about it, there is only one possibility. Tell me, okay? You know, if I want to, I can have someone investigate for me. You can't hide it from me.
Finally, Su Xiaoshue added, and on hearing this, Xia Shihan could only sigh.
I just got the news. Tomorrow morning, Gu Chufeng will also appear at the dinner hosted by Huang Ziki's company. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshue frowned tightly. Appear at the dinner? And Gu Chufeng is not an employee of Huang Ziki's company, so in what capacity will he attend?
Su Xiaoshue is no fool, on the contrary, she is actually a very smart person, so she immediately understood that this time, Gu Chufeng would appear before those people as Huang Ziki's boyfriend. So many years have passed since Su Xiaoshue and he met, and during that time, Gu Chufeng fell in love with Su Xiaoshue and wanted to be her boyfriend openly, the kind that is announced to the public. But Su Xiaoshue never gave him that status in the end. But Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng have only been together for a few days, and they are already preparing to announce their relationship to the public.
So the gap between love and not love is so big. I never thought it would be like this. I never thought he would be like this. What else could Xia Shihan say? She knew that this was too cruel for Su Xiaoshue. Obviously, Su Xiaoshue was still in this situation. Looking at the pain on Su Xiaoshue's face, Xia Shihan opened her mouth, but in the end, she closed it. Should she not mention that piece of gossip? If she did, I'm afraid Su Xiaoshue would find it even more unacceptable. Tomorrow, I want to go and see Gu Chufeng once. Before he goes to that dinner party officially. Upon hearing this, Xia Shihan froze for a moment. Now that Su Xiaoshue's body is in such a state, under these circumstances, she still wants to go? Xia Shihan couldn't believe that Su Xiaoshue could joke around with her health like this. No, Xiaoshue, don't you know what condition your body is in right now? If you go out at this time, what if you get infected or something else happens, then what? No, I can't agree to this, and I don't think my uncle will agree either. Xia Shihan directly refused. She felt that Xia Shihan was just playing with her life. And things have already turned out like this. To put it bluntly, even if she really went and met Gu Chufeng, what would be the point? What would it change? No, it's impossible. Gu Chufeng is also someone in this circle, with so many friends, how could he not know what attending this dinner means? He must know, but he agreed to go, which proves that Gu Chufeng also feels in his heart that Huang Ziki will be his wife. And there is also that piece of gossip. If this piece of gossip is true, then it proves that Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki will definitely get married in the future. So in this situation, what can meeting change? If they were ordinary people, meeting might give them a chance, but they are both in this position now, with too many things involved. If they suddenly change their minds, it will have too great an impact, and the two sides will also become enemies. Therefore, this also shows the firmness of the two growing up together and their determination not to change. At this point, Su Xiaoshue is actually quite like an authority figure who is blind to the situation. Xia Shihan can see this kind of thing, but Su Xiaoshue can't. To be precise, perhaps Su Xiaoshue can see it, but she doesn't want to admit it, and can only deceive herself in the way she is now. But I must go. If I don't go, it seems that there will be no chance. Hearing this, Xia Shihan was silent. But if I go, will there really be a chance? Su Xiaoshue, I told you before, you can't force relationships. Sometimes if you miss your chance, you've missed it. If you keep on being unwilling to accept it, then you'll just be making yourself suffer and wasting time, and that's not going to get you anywhere. So take my advice and don't go. Xia Shihan was still trying to persuade her at this point, hoping that she could change Su Xiaoshue's mind. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshue shook her head. No. Shihan, you know me. This time, I'm definitely going. No one can stop me. Su Xiaoshue was not convinced in the end. She was determined to go. Perhaps at this time she felt that as long as she met Shunan, then everything would be fine. In the end, what could Xia Shihan say? She could only sigh. After talking for a while, Xia Shihan left, and outside, Chen Xian was still here. How is it? Is Xiaoshue doing okay? Not good. At present, Su Xiaoshue already knows that Gu Chufeng will appear at the group dinner tomorrow, so she must meet with him before then. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian froze for a moment. No, how could you tell her about this? Didn't we just agree that you mustn't tell Su Xiaoxue anything? Chen Qian's tone was full of anxiety, and Xia Shirhan sighed. She asked, and you think I could hide it from her? Yes. Su Xiaoxue is smart.
Amongst their girlfriends, Su Xiaoxue is the smartest, and lying to someone like her is basically impossible. Therefore, after Chen Qian heard what the other person said, there was also a vague silence.
She didn't know what she should say either. But her mood must not be good.
Xia Shirhan looked at Chen Qian, and at this moment, Chen Qian suddenly realized something.
Wait. Does she know the time of the engagement announcement by Gu Chufeng at the Huang family banquet tomorrow?
Upon hearing this, Xia Shirhan shook her head.
I didn't say anything about this, just that Gu Chufeng would be appearing at the banquet. Su Xiaoxue was already unable to handle it, so if I really told her about this as well, do you think she could handle the blow? It's also a good thing I didn't say anything about this, otherwise I'm afraid Su Xiaoxue would have fainted from the shock. Also, what should I do tomorrow?
No one can change the decision that Su Xiaoxue has made. Arrange an ambulance, and let a doctor follow the whole process.
I hope everything goes well.
Xia Shirhan went to the window, and Chen Qian followed.
Huang Ziki acted too quickly. Just now, it was officially announced that the two were together, and now Gu Chufeng was directly allowed to appear at the banquet as a boyfriend, and even the time of the engagement was to be announced. Chen Qian still found it incredible. Although it was the normal procedure, the speed was too fast in this circle. Gu Chufeng was an excellent person, and Huang Ziki probably didn't fall in love with him only when Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue were indignant. If you recall carefully, you will find that every time Huang Ziki met Gu Chufeng, her eyes were, and what surprised me the most was that Xiaoxue actually gave up Gu Chufeng for Chen Bei, so things turned out like this. All I can say is that Xiaoxue made the stupidest decision in the world, and Huang Ziki instantly seized the opportunity, leaving Xiaoxue with no chance of a comeback. Xia Shirhan also understood why Huang Ziki was so powerful in the investment field. This ability to seize opportunities is really too strong. Knowing that she likes Gu Chufeng and that Gu Chufeng has just ended his relationship at this time, she took direct action. She cut the Gordian knot and did everything she could to be with Gu Chufeng, and then announced their engagement. And most importantly, Gu Chufeng also liked Huang Ziki, so it was actually very quick. In fact, Huang Ziki herself didn't expect it either. If it wasn't so embarrassing, she would have actually wanted to invite Su Xiaoxue when she married Gu Chufeng. The reason is that the first time Huang Ziki met Gu Chufeng, it was because of Su Xiaoxue. At that time, it was Su Xiaoxue who introduced the two of them to each other. Also, it was because Su Xiaoxue gave up on Gu Chufeng that the two of them had the opportunity to be together. Otherwise, at this time, Huang Ziki would probably still be in unrequited love. So if you look at it this way, then Su Xiaoxue is like the matchmaker for the two of them. Since she is the matchmaker, it should be reasonable to invite her to the wedding, right? Of course, even if that is what is said, Huang Ziki will not invite Su Xiaoxue. After all, if Su Xiaoxue comes, who knows what will happen? So, it was all because of Chen Bei and Xiaoshue's own stupid decision. In the end, Chen Qian said helplessly. Who is to blame? Blame Su Xiaoxue. Chapter 27, Coming to the door with injuries, Gu Chufeng, I beg you, come with me. Early the next morning, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki got up early, because they were going to accompany dinner that night, so Gu Chufeng helped Huang Ziki choose what to wear. In the past, Gu Chufeng had participated in countless such dinners, so he wasn't nervous at all. It was just that compared to other dinners, this one was a bit special, because it featured himself and Huang Ziki as the main characters. At the same time, at this dinner, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki would also announce the time of their engagement. How about this? Gu Chufeng asked with a smile, wearing a perfectly tailored suit. The suit was a stunning azure blue, and if anyone else had worn it, it would have looked out of place, but on Gu Chufeng, it instantly raised the outfit's class, giving him an indescribable charm. Looking at Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki's eyes were starry. She had never seen anyone else who could wear a suit with such charisma. Yes, this appearance is definitely the focus of the entire dinner. He is so handsome. Huang Ziki sighed again at this time, wondering why there was someone as good-looking as Gu Chufeng in this world. It seemed that he was completely the favorite son of God, given his perfect appearance and talent. This was simply inconceivable, that such a perfect person actually existed in this world. Should I take a look at the others? Gu Chufeng felt that wearing this suit gave him a bit of a boy-next-door vibe. It wasn't that it was a bad look, but because Huang Ziki had an air of regal femininity about her when she wore an evening dress, and next to her, he just didn't quite fit the bill.
He wasn't exactly a mama's boy, but there was always a sense of him being a gigolo.
Is also fine. Huang Ziki nodded.
After hearing this, Gu Chufeng picked up another suit of his own.
This suit was pure black. Gu Chufeng quickly put it on.
As soon as he had put it on, the aura around Gu Chufeng changed.
If just now he was the boy next door, then at this time Gu Chufeng's aura was that of a domineering president, an abstinent handsome guy. It's over.
At this time, Huang Ziki felt that this suit was even better looking. It's that kind of abstinent feeling, which is too seductive for girls, especially when the other person is still their boyfriend. This identity combined with this temperament is completely fatal poison for Huang Ziki, one that is completely defenseless.
At this time, Huang Ziki couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What do you think? Give a review? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and asked with a smile. Huang Ziki didn't answer. Instead, she kept looking at Gu Chufeng.
At this moment, Huang Ziki suddenly realized that there was something liquid flowing out of her nose, and she subconsciously touched it.
Holy cow, blood.
At this moment, Huang Ziki couldn't believe that just by looking at Gu Chufeng, she had caused him to get a nosebleed.
This man is terrifying. If this were in school, I don't know how many thousands of young girls would be charmed. Gu Chufeng also didn't expect Huang Ziki to react like this.
Clearly, he didn't do anything, but the other person warned of a nosebleed.
It's outrageous. Gu Chufeng looked at himself and didn't seem to have anything wrong.
Could it be that he has become the kind of demonist described in novels? Gu Chufeng picked up the toilet paper from the side and handed it to Huang Ziki.
Thank you.
Huang Ziki's face was red at this time because her performance was really too much of an enemy. Obviously, she and the other person had done everything, but she ended up getting a nosebleed. Now she wished she could just find a crack in the ground and dive into it.
How about this set then? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and asked. Hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded.
Okay, this set it is. After deciding on the outfit, Gu Chufeng took it off and put it in the closet, ready to wear it when he left for the evening.
I feel that if you appear at the dinner party tonight, I'm afraid that many rich aunties and young ladies from wealthy families will have a crush on you.
Huang Ziki's tone was full of teasing, and when she heard this, Gu Chufeng smiled.
Including you? My rich aunt? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki.
Although she spoke very softly, for some reason, the image of Gu Chufeng just now wearing a suit suddenly came to Huang Ziki's mind, so she couldn't help it.
Cough cough, I have to go to work. Huang Ziki felt that she should leave quickly.
It wasn't because she disliked Gu Chufeng, but because if she stayed a little longer, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave.
After all, Gu Chufeng was starting work at the hour, and there was also a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning, so without any hesitation, she decisively left. Looking at Huang Ziki's departing back, Gu Chufeng smiled.
Meanwhile, at the hospital, Su Xiaoxue had been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward.
Xiaoxue, are you really going?
Everyone looked at each other when they heard Su Xiaoxue was going, especially Xia Shirhan, who was the first to know that Su Xiaoxue was going to find Gu Chufeng. And after a day, the rumors from yesterday had been confirmed today. At today's dinner, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were really going to announce their engagement.
Well, I've already thought about it.
At this time, Su Xiaoxue still felt some pain in her wound, but after thinking about it, she decided that she was going to go. If she didn't go, she and Gu Chufeng would never have another chance.
You guys go out first. Xiaoxue and I have something to say.
Xia Shirhan suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the crowd didn't say much and obediently left.
What's wrong?
Su Xiaoxue looked at Xia Shirhan and asked. I just got the news that tonight, in addition to attending the banquet, Gu Chufeng will also announce the engagement of the two of them. It is said that the Huang family has already started making arrangements for the engagement, and many people from the upper echelons and business circles will be invited. Xiaoxue, you are a smart person, you should know that if the Huang family does this, it means that it is set in stone.
Otherwise, their reputation in this circle will be ruined and become the subject of others' discussions over dinner and tea. Do you think that you going there will be able to make Gu Chufeng change? No, so if that's the case, why go? Accepting the current situation is a more reasonable decision, don't you think? Isn't it? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's expression was incredulous. What? Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki are engaged? And the time is to be announced in the evening? Wait.
At this time, Su Xiaoxue suddenly realized something.
They've only been together for a few days and they're getting engaged?
Su Xiaoshua's voice trembled as she said this, and upon hearing it, Xia Shirhan let out a sigh.
Relationships are really mysterious.
Some people fall in love for 10 years, but get divorced after marriage, while others meet for just a few days and get married, but stay in love forever. Perhaps Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki met the perfect person at the right time, so it's not impossible for them to announce their engagement so soon. Well, I heard from them that several big shots have already received the news and will be attending. If you go, even if it does work out, you'll be slapping the Huang family in the face, and do you think the Huang family will let you and Gu Chufeng off the hook?
All you'll get in return is retaliation. Not to mention, there's a 99.9999% chance that you won't be able to take Gu Chufeng away with you.
Su Xiaoshue lay on the hospital bed, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
Why? Why is it like this? Engagement.
At this time, Su Xiaoshue's face revealed a smile.
It was a bitter smile. No, I'm going. In the end, Su Xiaoshue thought for a moment. No matter what, she had to go. What if the Huang family retaliates against her?
She is not an ant, and it is not that simple for the other party to want to retaliate against her. They can't both die or lose, and both lose. At this moment, she only wants Gu Chufeng. Xia Shirhan also didn't expect that after saying so much yesterday and today, Su Xiaoshue still wanted to go find Gu Chufeng. In the end, she could only sigh and let it go. Maybe for many things, especially in relationships, one will only give up completely after experiencing them for oneself, otherwise there will always be a last glimmer of hope.
After getting the news, the hospital immediately mobilized.
They organized the most capable doctors and nurses to follow the whole process, for fear that Su Xiaoshue would have an accident on the way.
Soon, the afternoon had arrived.
Su Xiaoshue had just got out of bed when she felt her wound pain.
Her face turned pale.
At this time, the hearts of the people next to her were in their throats.
They quickly came over to support each other.
The doctor wanted to say something, but they knew the identity of the other party. They knew that no matter what they said, the other party would not listen. So, since it was the case, they just kept quiet.
Soon, Su Xiaoshue was taken to the hospital entrance, where a Rolls-Royce was waiting.
Behind the Rolls-Royce was an ambulance.
This combination was rare. Moreover, the clothes Su Xiaoshue was wearing today were very meaningful, because this was the first gift Gu Chufeng gave to Su Xiaoshue.
Perhaps in Su Xiaoshue's heart, if Gu Chufeng saw this clothes, he might think of some past things and maybe change his mind.
Su Xiaoshue underestimated Gu Chufeng. If Gu Chufeng could really change his mind so easily, then when she first found him, why did he go back?
It can only be said that Su Xiaoshue has really given up her usual rationality for Gu Chufeng, but it's too late. In the desert, you don't give the other person water, and now that the other person is guarding the water reservoir, you suddenly give the other person water, so what's the point?
Let's go.
Sitting in the car, Su Xiaoshue simply adapted for a while, and after making sure there were no problems, Su Xiaoshue looked at the driver in front of her.
After hearing this, the driver nodded and then drove.
Because of Su Xiaoshue's physical condition, the driver drove more slowly when driving, for fear of hurting Su Xiaoshue.
On the other side, Gu Chufeng also didn't know about this.
At this time, he was chatting with Huang Ziki. There was some tension. Gu Chufeng frowned when he saw a message from Huang Ziki.
You've attended so many dinners, and you've been to higher level ones, so why are you still nervous?
Gu Chufeng's tone was teasing, but in fact, what was making Huang Ziki nervous wasn't this so-called dinner, but the thing that would be said at the dinner.
Engagement. Or engagement with the person you love? This is the first time in your life, so how could you not be nervous? It's not because of the dinner, it's because of the engagement. What do you think will be like at that time? It's when the engagement is announced. Huang Ziki imagined her reaction and Gu Chufeng's at that time.
To be honest, at this time Huang Ziki couldn't imagine it. She should be very excited, because it hasn't been announced yet, but even if she thinks about it, her heart rate has already increased quite a bit.
If it is really announced,
it should be a handsome man and a beautiful woman, which will blind them directly. Feeling the other person's nervousness, Gu Chufeng teased a little to let the other person relax a bit.
Looking at the news from Gu Chufeng's side, Huang Ziki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Stupid, so narcissistic. Oops, I don't know who it is. After seeing me in a suit, I couldn't help but.
Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and blushed at this time.
You're not allowed to say it. Oof. This is a secret between you, me, and the heavens. If anyone else knows, I'll kill you. Huang Ziki said viciously, but the vicious tone was a bit like a gangster's excited fist. Ah, then you're willing to. I'll kill you in bed. Ah, this. Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. It seems that Huang Ziki can really do it. The dinner is in the evening, and there are still about 3 hours before it starts, so Gu Chufeng thought for a moment. I'll go find you now. Then we'll go to the dinner together. I'll also bring my clothes over, and change them just before it starts. Hearing this, Huang Ziki thought for a moment, that's fine, there are some things that can be communicated with the family. Okay. At that moment, there was a sudden doorbell ringing at the door. Hearing this doorbell ringing, Gu Chufeng frowned slightly. Who is it? A friend? No. They all know that today is an important day for themselves, so they won't come and disturb me, right? Gu Chufeng shook his head, pushing all those speculations out of his mind, and then went to the door to open it. When he saw the person at the door, Gu Chufeng frowned tightly. Su Xiaoxue. And at this time, Su Xiaoxue's face was full of vicissitudes. I think it must be that Chen Bei killed her. Isn't this guy in the hospital? Why is he here? Gu Chufeng looked at the other person, and there was some confusion in his eyes. Is there something wrong? If there is something wrong, just say it. If there is nothing wrong, I still have things to do. When Gu Chufeng said these words, his tone was cold, as if the person in front of him was a complete stranger. At this time, he didn't feel any pain for Su Yan. Just as he said, the two of them would have no relationship in the future. Chapter 28, Look Back, I beg you to look back, Gu Chufeng. Regarding Su Xiaoxue, at this time Gu Chufeng felt that he and the other party no longer had anything to say to each other. Since they had cut ties with the past, they must sever all ties completely. Are you going to the dinner party? Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng looked at Su Xiaoxue. At this time, his eyes were calm. To be honest, he didn't expect that even though he was staying in the hospital, the other party knew about this. He nodded. Yes. This is no secret. Many people in the circle know about it, and I guess Xia Shirhan and the others also know. Therefore, there is no point in hiding this matter. In that case, it is better to just say it directly. So are you going to announce the time of your engagement? Yes. Gu Chufeng said calmly again. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's expression was very unpleasant. At this time, she was very different from the past. In the past, no matter what, Su Xiaoxue was always above it all. But now, for some reason, Gu Chufeng felt that the other party was a bit like a stray dog. Perhaps this description is not accurate enough, but it really is too similar. The way she felt when she heard it from others and when she heard it from Gu Chufeng was a little different. For example, at this moment, after Su Xiaoxue heard the other party admit it directly, her heart had already broken. She really hoped that Gu Chufeng would tell her that this was a lie. If that was the case, maybe she could feel better inside, even if the other party was deceiving her, but that wasn't the case. Gu Chufeng had simply admitted it. Yes, Gu Chufeng had never been a liar. This is really rare in the field of finance. At this time, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. You should know that if you really do this, there is no turning back. Tell me, if the Huang family forces you, I can take action. My strength and influence will definitely make the Huang family afraid. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng frowned tightly. After so long, Su Xiaoxue really doesn't understand me. In this world, can anyone force you to do anything? It seems not. He shook his head. Su Xiaoxue, you really don't understand me. Really? Since I agreed to this, it proves that I am willing. No one forced me, and I am indeed with Huang Ziki. So the time for our public engagement should be a very logical thing. I also hope that you can bless us. At least, our past relationship was still good, right? Xia Shirhan, who was standing next to her, felt her heart being pierced as she listened to these words. Had Gu Chufeng done something wrong? No, he hadn't done anything wrong. There were times when Su Xiaoxue did things that were too much, and even as friends, they couldn't stand to watch sometimes. But as best friends, thinking about Su Xiaoxue's current state, and then hearing these words, Xia Shirhan also felt sad for Su Xiaoxue. She just looked at the two of them. A few months ago, they clearly weren't like this. But a few months later, the two had completely broken up. Sometimes Xia Shirhan wondered if it would have been better if Su Xiaoxue hadn't realized that she liked Gu Chufeng. In that case, she wouldn't have been so miserable. But who could predict these things in relationships? I can't do it. Gu Chufeng, we've known each other for so many years.
In these past few months, I have indeed had some problems, and now Chen Bei has gone to prison.
Don't you know what I'm thinking?
I don't believe that your relationship with Huang Ziki, which has only been a few days, can surpass the many years we had. At this time, Su Xiaoshua's tone was hoarse.
Perhaps because she spoke too loudly, Su Xiaoshua coughed violently.
The doctor next to her saw this and her heart skipped a beat, but fortunately nothing serious happened. Su Xiaoshua stumbled a little but managed to steady herself. Seeing this, the doctor let out a sigh of relief. Gu Chufeng just looked at Su Xiaoshua for a long time and then sighed. Su Xiaoshua, just as you said, for several years of our relationship, I was the one who couldn't be seen in the light.
Now, I've met a girl that I like and who is open about it.
Although it's only been a few days, I feel that these few days have been happier than many years of our past together. If you really still care about our past, go back.
I don't ask for your blessing, I just hope that we don't have any relationship in the future. My blessing for you is that you go back and get well, and live a long, happy life in good health. Gu Chufeng was serious.
At this time, they were very undignified, but in the past, the other party had really helped him, so his blessing was also serious. He looked at Su Xiaoshua like this, his eyes full of calm to the point where it seemed as if he was just looking at a stranger.
Blessing? Gu Chufeng, do you think I can accept your blessing? I don't want your blessing, I just want you. I just want you. When she said this, Su Xiaoshua's voice was choked with emotion.
At this time, her eyes were red and her eyes were full of tears. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
I can't give it to you. There are more important people waiting for me now.
At this time, Gu Chufeng's phone rang. It was a call from Huang Ziki.
Gu Chufeng glanced at Su Xiaoshua and then went next to him to answer the phone. Husband, are you here yet? Not yet, I ran into some trouble when I left the house. Some trouble.
Su Xiaoshua listened to this and looked at Gu Chufeng. It turned out that in Gu Chufeng's eyes, she was now just a trouble.
The expression on her face was one of collapse. Ha? Do you need me to send someone over?
No, just wait for me there, I can handle it, be good, wife.
Okay, then come quickly, I miss you. I miss you too.
When Gu Chufeng talked to Huang Ziki, his tone was full of tenderness. This tenderness was once reserved for Su Xiaoshua, but now, it had nothing to do with her.
I have some things to do here. Miss Xia, you take Miss Su back.
Gu Chufeng looked at Xia Shirhan next to him. Xia Shirhan nodded when she heard this.
She didn't know what she should say now.
After saying this, Gu Chufeng walked past Su Xiaoshua and was about to leave when Su Xiaoshua suddenly grabbed Gu Chufeng's arm.
Is it really impossible to come back? Yes.
After saying this, Gu Chufeng broke free from Su Xiaoshua and walked towards the elevator not far away.
Su Xiaoshua just watched him from behind.
At this moment, she hoped so much that the other party would turn back, but it didn't happen.
Chapter 29, The Wound Has Ruptured, Take Su Dong Away. Su Xiaoshua, Gu Chufeng has already left. Let's go back too.
When Xia Shirhan said this, there was emotion in her tone. It turns out that people who used to be so good will also become estranged from each other, and this time they are leaving, I'm afraid that the two of them will never have any possibility in the future. Maybe next time they will hear the news that Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki are getting married. In a few years, maybe Gu Chufeng will have a child, and then. At this time, Xia Shirhan looked at Su Xiaoshua.
What would happen to Su Xiaoshua? I don't know. This time, she left Gu Chufeng, but will she like another person in the future?
In fact, Xia Shirhan felt that at this time, Su Xiaoshua was very similar to her father, except that Su Xiaoshua's father had let his wife down in the past, while Su Xiaoshua had let Gu Chufeng down.
Gu Chufeng, Su Xiaoshua.
For some reason, when Xia Shirhan heard these two names together, she would feel sad.
But nothing could be changed.
At this time, Su Xiaoshua crouched on the ground and burst into tears.
At the same time, blood appeared on Su Xiaoshua's clothes.
It seemed that she had just broken the wound, causing the blood to appear.
Doctor.
Seeing this situation, Xia Shirhan did not have time to think much and immediately yelled.
Hearing this, several doctors nearby rushed over. Miss Xia, there is equipment on the ambulance. Right now, we need to go back to the ambulance so that we can deal with it. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan nodded. Okay. No need to treat me, I'm fine. Xiao Shui, you're crazy, if you keep going like this, you might die. Die?
At this time, Su Xiao Shui felt that she might as well just die.
She couldn't care less anymore.
Xiao Shurhan looked at the doctors and nodded, indicating that they should take her directly
to the demarcation line. Inside Huang Ziqi's office, Gu Chufeng also arrived. Huang Ziqi's face was full of joy and happiness at this time.
For Huang Ziqi, Gu Chufeng's affairs, at present, many people in the company already knew.
You're here? It's been a long time. Humph.
Huang Ziqi looked at Gu Chufeng and, without any hesitation, directly embraced Huang Ziqi after he arrived.
Didn't something happen? After I finished dealing with it, I came over. How is it? Is the dinner ready?
Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziqi and smiled, and upon hearing this, Huang Ziqi nodded.
Don't worry, it's all been taken care of. Hey, now we just have to wait for the time to come, and then we can go over there. My father and some other elders are there. But don't worry, they all really like you.
This is true. After all, Gu Chufeng's past experiences were a bit undignified, but in this field, although not everyone has them, they are not uncommon. Everyone is also used to seeing strange things, and most importantly, Gu Chufeng has cash flow. In addition to cash flow, the gaming company he invested in is also a big hit. Naturally, they need a son-in-law like him.
Well, do you like me? Are we the same?
Gu Chufeng pursed his lips and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Ziqi reached out and gave Gu Chufeng a gentle pat.
Stupid.
You can't say that in front of them later. Of course, after all, Gu Chufeng is not a fool, and this kind of thing is just a private chat between a couple. Meanwhile, Huang Ziqi suddenly thought of something, picked up a list from the table, and handed it to Gu Chufeng.
This is a list of the people attending the dinner. Take a look. Gu Chufeng took the list the other person handed him and looked it over. It was indeed a list of people he knew. This circle is really small.
In the past, Gu Chufeng cooperated with Su Xiaoshui and fought battles all over the place, killing people left and right in this circle. These people have more or less fought against each other and naturally know how formidable Gu Chufeng is. They also know that Gu Chufeng is different from other people and that he is good at many things.
These are all old friends. Many of them are also your defeated opponents. Take that Ma Dong for example. The last time you competed for investment in an internet company, you ended up taking it even though Mingming's offer was higher.
I heard that Ma Dong broke his guard when he found out about it.
Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. Investment is not just about money, it also involves a lot of other things.
Although Chairman Ma invested a lot of money, he doesn't know much about the internet.
He just thinks that the internet is very profitable right now, so he wants to get in on the action.
Well, I heard that basically all the internet companies he invested in have gone bankrupt.
Even if they haven't gone bankrupt, they are just hanging on for dear life. Gu Chufeng's tone was full of confidence.
The situation of Chairman Ma is very dangerous. It is estimated that the headquarters only has 2 to 3 years left before it goes bankrupt. After all, a large amount of investment has already dragged down the headquarters. There is a saying that really doesn't have a problem, which is that it is not afraid of rich people eating and waiting to die, but it is afraid that rich people have dreams and start businesses.
Past Ma Dong's assets.
To put it bluntly, even if the descendants gamble and eat and drink for 10 lifetimes, they will not let their family go bankrupt. But he chose to invest in this field, which is not for everyone, so it is normal for this situation to arise. Some people are actually standing on the cusp of the times, and Ma Dong is a more typical example, except that they cannot recognize reality and think they can figure out all industries, which is presumptuous. I heard from my family that this time he came here hoping that you could go over there and take over his investment company, saying that he could give you 30% of the dividends. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng froze for a moment.
He really didn't know about this. Are you going?
Huang Ziqi looked at Gu Chufeng and asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng shook his head.
I know about his investment company.
In fact, this company has already entered its grave.
If you want to fix it, you need at least 50 billion. Do you think he can provide that much money now?
If he can't provide that much money, even if I go, it won't be useful at all, and it will definitely go bankrupt, so I'm not going to get involved in this mess. Gu Chufeng knows the other party's current situation too well, but precisely because he knows, he will not go.
How capable is he of taking over this company? Does he really think his reputation is too good? If he thinks his reputation is too good, then go to Weibo and post some rebellious comments. Had ha. Forget about him, haha, there's still some time. Do you want to go into the lounge and take a break?
Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and pursed her lips. Gu Chufeng felt that this expression seemed to have a deep meaning.
Chapter 30 Refusing to eat, Su Xiaoxua damages herself by 10,000 and injures the enemy by 0.
After resting for a while in the lounge, of course, the two of them were just resting. After all, they still had to attend the dinner party that night, and they had to maintain their best condition. Therefore, after resting for a while, and seeing that it was almost time, the two of them changed into the clothes they would wear to the dinner party.
Huang Ziki wore a long black evening dress.
This kind of dress looked good, but it was really uncomfortable to wear. However, the dinner party would only last 3 or 4 hours, so she could endure it and still manage.
The venue for this dinner was located in a 5-star hotel in the Magic City.
This hotel was owned by Huang Ziki's company and was one of the most luxurious hotels in the country and the world.
Dad.
Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng arrived at the hotel and, after looking at Huang's father, Huang Ziki hurried over.
Uncle.
Gu Chufeng also called out, and looking at Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki, and Huang's father, their faces were all happy.
Well, here you are. This time, the two of you are the main characters. Father Huan looked at his daughter with satisfaction in his eyes.
At their age and status, their biggest wish was to find a good successor for themselves and the company.
He was a very lucky man.
Huang Ziki was capable and decisive, and he could trust her with the company.
Besides, Gu Chufeng was also a capable person, and with Gu Chufeng by his side, he could rest assured that both Huang Ziki and his company would thrive. I don't know how many people in this circle envy him.
After all, successors are really hard to find.
Even many friends have considered professional managers. But professional managers also have certain risks.
The biggest risk is that if the professional manager has an idea in his heart and kicks the owner out, then the industry they have worked hard for decades will be gone. This kind of thing has not happened for nothing, so everyone is a little worried about professional managers.
You've done well this time. I heard you made a lot of money? Huang Ziki's father looked at Gu Chufeng and said, I heard that you made a lot of money.
Gu Chufeng's mouth slightly rose at the corner upon hearing this.
Thanks to your good fortune. I don't have such good fortune. I will leave Ziki in your hands from now on. Live a good life.
She sometimes has a bad temper, so you have to be more tolerant.
She has a bad temper?
But Gu Chufeng feels that Huang Ziki has a very good temper.
How come? I think Ziki is very good.
Sometimes I'm not very mature either, and I also need Ziki to help and guide me more, so that we can make progress together.
Gu Chufeng was speaking from the heart, not just saying something to be polite.
After all, this was the lounge, and they were among family here.
I'm relieved to hear that.
Huang Ziki's father came over to Gu Chufeng's side, patted him on the shoulder, and his eyes were full of approval. Sir, miss, the guests are almost here. At this time, the staff walked in and said, hearing this, Huang Ziki's father nodded.
Okay, let's go over there.
I'll introduce you to a few of our partners in a moment. This introduction can be considered a formal introduction of Gu Chufeng into the core of the Huang family.
Okay.
The three of them walked towards the front. When they arrived at the dinner hall, they immediately attracted all the attention. When they saw Gu Chufeng, many girls' eyes were full of surprise.
It was because Gu Chufeng's appearance was really too attractive.
It seemed that the appearance of all the male celebrities in the entire entertainment industry combined would not be as good as Gu Chufeng's tonight. He was just standing here, doing nothing, and would become the protagonist of the day.
He is so handsome. But that handsome face is someone else's.
I heard that tonight the Huang family will announce the engagement date of Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki.
Why is such a handsome guy someone else's? It's so unfair. The last celebrity puppy you kept wasn't good enough? Why don't you want it anymore? What do you know?
That celebrity puppy is naturally very handsome, but compared to Gu Chufeng, that puppy doesn't compare in terms of appearance, and it doesn't have the kind of charisma and depth that he has. Many girls are discussing Gu Chufeng.
Huang Dong, you haven't shown up for a long time. Huang Ziki's father took Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng to meet some partners.
The man in front of them was in his early 50s, with some gray hair.
Gu Chufeng knew this person, the pioneer of the domestic internet.
He basically owned shares in most of the internet companies on the market at the moment. Although he had retired to the second line, as the godfather, he is also a real internet tycoon. It is said that the last time two internet companies fell out, he personally stepped in, made the two reconcile, and presided over the merger of the two conflicting branches into the same company, preventing the situation from deteriorating further. From this incident alone, one can see the influence of this person. Now that he is getting old, his health is getting worse every day, and he has now handed over the company's affairs to Ziki.
Come, Ziki, Xu Feng, say hello to Uncle Wang. Huang Ziki's father glanced at Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng.
Hearing this, the two of them came here.
Uncle Wang. Well, it really is a match made in heaven.
With such a daughter and such a future son-in-law, I estimate that in the future, all the money will be earned by your Huang family. Over this period of time, he had heard Gu Chufeng's name many times.
One of the leaders in the investment field.
He has sold a piece of land for tens of billions of yuan, and has connections with many big shots.
He is considered the pillar of the younger generation in the investment field.
No, Uncle Wang, there are some things we still need to learn from you seniors.
Yes, Uncle Wang, if you have time in the future, I hope you can give me more guidance.
After all, you are a senior, and you have to give me face.
It may not be useful, but it sounds good to people.
Meanwhile, at the hospital, where Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were attending a dinner party, Su Xiaoxue was lying in bed. Perhaps because she had just lost so much blood, she looked particularly pale at this moment, as if she had been dead for several days. Seeing this, Xia Shirhan felt heartbroken.
Xiao Xue. Why are you torturing yourself like this? Here, have some kanji.
After Su Xiaoxue returned, she didn't say a word and didn't eat anything, just like a child throwing a temper tantrum.
But no matter how she threw a tantrum, Gu Chufeng would not come back.
At this time, Xia Shirhan looked at the time. If there were no accidents, Gu Chufeng and the others should already be inside the banquet hall by now.
So even if Su Xiaoxue hurt herself, Gu Chufeng would never know and never care.
This is punishing herself, hurting the enemy by 0 and herself by 10,000.
Chapter 31, Su's father regrets it. If he had given her a happy family, she wouldn't have done this.
Xia Shirhan, just let it go.
I really don't have an appetite right now.
Su Xiaoxue's mind is now filled with the image of Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki together, so she really doesn't have an appetite to eat.
Xia Shirhan heard this and sighed. She didn't expect the withdrawal reaction to be so strong.
In the past, she knew that Su Xiaoxue liked Gu Chufeng, but she never imagined that she would love him so much. From the looks of things, it seems that as long as they are not together, Su Xiaoxue cannot live.
She loves him too much.
Just as Xia Shirhan was about to say something else, the door suddenly opened. Xia Shirhan turned her head and looked over.
It was Su's father.
When she saw him, Xia Shirhan quickly stood up.
Uncle.
Shirhan, you have worked hard. Su father looked at Xia Shirhan and then at Su Xiaoxue. Xia Shirhan was such a smart person that she immediately understood that Su father wanted to say something to Su Xiaoxue. Therefore, Xia Shirhan quickly said. Then, uncle, you go and say something to Xiaoxue.
I'll go out for a while.
Okay. Xia Shirhan quickly left the ward. At this time, the two of them, father and daughter, were left alone in the ward.
Have you gone to see Gu Chufeng? Su father sat in the chair next to him and asked. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxue looked up at Su father. My business is none of your business.
Su Xiaoxue hates Su father too much, especially because of what happened to her mother in the beginning. Su Xiaoxue feels that if it wasn't for her father, her mother would not have died. So she will never forgive him for this. Strictly speaking, I have no right to say this because of the past, but since it is so difficult now, why did you do that in the past? Chen Bei, a single person, broke up the relationship between the two of them.
But then again, no matter what, there is no way to change the relationship between Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki. Since there is no way to change it, the only thing that can be done is to let go. As long as you let go, you will be able to live a better life. Su Xiaoxue's father looked at Su Xiaoxue with a tone of helplessness in his voice. Gu Chufeng is no longer the same person as he was back then.
If he were still the same person as he was back then naturally he could be tied back down, or even do something crazy, but now although Gu Chufeng's personal background is still not as good as theirs, but he is no longer an ordinary person. To move against him is to move against too many people, and it will definitely lead to conflict. For people like them, that is simply not a rational decision, especially since the Huang family has also joined in.
So from a rational point of view, the best way is one that is to give your blessing. Leave with some dignity.
In that case, both you and the other party will feel better.
but now Su Xiaoshua's series of actions are completely aimed at a fight to the death. From this point of view, Su Xiaoshue is too irrational.
At the very least, she doesn't seem like a mature businessperson. And most importantly, she won't succeed, and she will only add some laughs to the circle.
It seems that when it comes to Gu Chufeng, Su Xiaoshue simply doesn't have any sense at all, which was unthinkable before. So you've also let go of the matter of your mother? Su Xiaoshue retorted, and upon hearing this, Su's father was momentarily taken aback.
Just as Su's father was about to continue, Su Xiaoshue immediately interrupted him.
Okay, I don't want to hear it. Get out. Su Xiaoshue's tone was rude. Hearing this, Su's father sighed. What could he say?
What he had done in the past made him unqualified to say anything. He was also a complete failure in terms of relationships. And now, Su Xiaoshue had also followed in his footsteps. In fact, Su's father also felt that the main problem in this matter was himself. If he and Su Xiaoshue's mother had reconciled and had a happy and peaceful family, then Su Xiaoshue might not have become like this in terms of relationships. Although at that time, he wanted to make up for it with Su Xiaoshue, it was already too late. No matter how he tried to make up for it, he could not go back to the past.
In that case, Su Xiaoshue might not have met Gu Chufeng.
Even if she had, the two of them might have gotten together normally.
Maybe then, none of this would have happened.
But since it has already happened, it cannot be changed.
Don't punish yourself for your mistakes. Let bygones be bygones.
Su's father left with these last words.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chufeng was chatting with a few people. Everyone knew each other from before, and although they couldn't be considered friends, they were acquaintances. I wonder what fields you're interested in these days.
If so, we can withdraw from these fields in time. The tone of the person's voice was teasing.
How could it be? Recently, there really haven't been any fields I've wanted to invest in.
Even if Gu Chufeng has a few areas he wants to invest in, it's impossible to tell these people, so he can only make up something to say.
I don't know if you have any ideas about real estate at the moment? At the moment, I plan to enter the real estate sector. If you need it, I think we can work together.
The person speaking is a young man in his 30s. He is the only son of the owner of a relatively powerful retail company in China.
He has currently acquired a football club abroad and is doing quite well.
Gu Chufeng froze for a moment when he heard this.
Although the domestic real estate sector is currently booming, everyone has already sensed that something may be wrong. Many bosses have even heard about the red line.
At this time, the other party is giving up his mature career and entering an industry that will soon collapse.
What kind of fool would do such a thing?
The biggest difference between the real estate sector and other sectors is that the real estate sector requires a large amount of capital and has very low profits. At the moment, I really don't have any ideas for the real estate sector. Right now, I might consider some asset-light businesses or some industrial businesses with better prospects.
If you guys have some good projects, don't forget to bring me along. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Not far away, Huang Ziki was also talking to other people.
These people were also some of her more important investment companies. She glanced at Gu Chufeng in the distance, and seeing Gu Chufeng's current spirit and vigor, Huang Ziki felt that she liked the other person even more.
There he was, seemingly shining. Chapter 32, Engagement Announcement, You Can't Leave Me Behind. Halfway through the dinner, Huang's father brought Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng onto the stage.
Everyone knew what was about to happen. After all, they had heard the rumors that the two of them were about to announce their engagement that night.
Thank you all for coming to our dinner. You are all friends of our group. We have gone through a lot together in the past, and now please let me express my gratitude to you.
This dinner party is basically equivalent to half of the business world.
Hearing this, everyone applauded. There is also an important thing that needs your witness today.
That is, my daughter Huang Ziki and Mr. Gu Chufeng will officially get engaged next month.
It really is this matter. No one is surprised.
Huang Ziki's face was embarrassed when she heard this, and Gu Chufeng's face next to her was full of happiness. Needless to say, looking at the two people on the stage, everyone had the idea that they were a good match in their hearts. After all, Gu Chufeng and they had been in contact before, and they were very clean. In the business world, everyone liked dealing with people like this. If there was any dark history, then it would only be the unclear relationship with Su Xiaoshue in the past. However, the Huang family didn't mind this kind of thing, so naturally they didn't care either.
Not to mention that Gu Chufeng is at the peak of his fame at the moment, Who would mock the other party for this? Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki both smiled at each other, and at this time, the reporters at the dinner party also took photos of the two of them smiling at each other as quickly as they could. However, Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng are both people in the business world, and they are not well known in public, so this matter will not cause a big stir. After talking about this matter, the dinner continued. Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki went over to the side. There was no turning back this time. The engagement had been announced, and if you don't want me, then I'll become the object of ridicule. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and said, and when she heard this, Gu Chufeng smiled. How could that be? Even if I don't want myself, I won't not want you. I was still wondering what would happen if you didn't want me. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki, his tone full of tenderness, and his eyes full of love as he looked at Huang Ziki. Hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled. Silly. Then let's pinky swear. No one can abandon anyone. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded firmly. The two held hands together, and the light shone on them, making them even more beautiful. Do you have any plans for the next few days? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and asked with a smile. I don't have any plans. Why? Do you have any ideas? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng. Gu Chufeng heard this and thought for a moment. I want to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Talk to my parents about this. Yes. Although it has been many years since the incident and although his own life is getting better and better, Gu Chufeng often thinks about his parents. There are times when your parents are still around, even if you are already 50 years old, but they love you and will never worry about death, because your parents are still there. But when your parents leave this world, then you will face death directly. So many times, Gu Chufeng thinks about them. If they were still around, he wouldn't have to go through all that. He would have graduated from university by now, returned to his hometown, found an ordinary job, and maybe invested in some stocks. He would have lived a peaceful life. But the cruel thing about life is that there are no ifs. What's done is done. Even if you have the most wealth in the world, those regrets, those ifs, will never come back. Hearing this, Huang Ziki was momentarily stunned. Okay, I'll go back with you. Tomorrow. We'll go back tomorrow. Huang Ziki took Gu Chufeng's hand, her tone full of tenderness. She could feel that Gu Chufeng was a little down at the moment, perhaps thinking about his parents. Yes, Huang Ziki felt that Gu Chufeng was a very pitiful person. Everyone else saw him and felt that he was in a good situation, but he lost his parents when he was a teenager, and then was brought to the strange world of Shanghai to fight for a living. What he went through in the process, perhaps only Gu Chufeng knows, and it must have been especially painful. Feeling the warmth from Huang Ziki's hands, Gu Chufeng felt better. Don't think so much. From now on, I will be your family. We will have children too, and they will be your family too. As long as I am in this world, you will never be alone. Huang Ziki's tone was full of determination. She would never leave Gu Chufeng, not now, not in the future. People say that parting is hard, but in her eyes, the only thing that could separate them was death. Su Xiaoxue could give her everything. And she could give Su Xiaoxue everything too. Because she liked this boy in front of her. This boy who sometimes could be a bit of a brat. Good. You have to show me your mother-in-law's photos. Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and asked. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. I'll show you back home. When he left Su Xiaoxue in the beginning, Gu Chufeng already took away the photos of his parents. There weren't many, only a dozen or so, but these dozen photos were the last ones he had. He had looked at them many times, because he was afraid that the image of his parents in his memory would become more and more blurry, and then he would completely forget them. Good. Huang Ziki nodded. At this time, a few people in the inn walked over. They were the company's top management. When they saw them coming, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki stood up. Chairman Huang, Mr. Gu, I wish you 100 years of happiness. Thank you. These people are Huang Ziki's direct descendants. After entering the company, Huang Ziki used her iron fist to promote her own people, take control of the core departments of the company, and take control of the company. Only then did she slowly begin to heal the company's wounds. Now the company has been booming, and it is inseparable from these people. Thank you. Huang Ziki said with a smile. Mr. Gu, in the past, we did have conflicts on some projects. Now that we are family, I hope that we can make progress together in the future. Of course, we're family. Gu Chufeng smiled, and the two of them smiled at each other.
A smile erased the grudges.
That was it. Chapter 33. So soon? Su Xiaoxue, Huang Ziki really wants to get married? The dinner party finally came to an end.
Sitting in the car on the way home, Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng sat in the back row, while the front row had a dedicated driver driving. Soon, the two returned home. Finally, they could change clothes.
This evening dress looks good, but it really isn't comfortable to wear.
Huang Ziki said so, and on hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded thoughtfully, because he felt the same way when he wore a suit. Therefore, the first thing the two did when they returned home was to hurry and change clothes. But before changing clothes, of course they needed to take a shower. After changing into their pajamas, Gu Chufeng felt that his usual clothes were still more comfortable. After getting ready, Gu Chufeng returned to the couple's bedroom. Although Huang Ziki had prepared a guest room for her when she first arrived, it turned out that there was basically no need to prepare the guest room for one very simple reason. Huang Ziki was only going to stay in the guest room for one night, and it was her first night there. At that time, the two of them had just met, so Huang Ziki was relatively restrained in some matters. But as it turned out, this restraint did not last long at all.
Because from the next day onwards, Huang Ziki went straight to Gu Chufeng's bedroom to stay.
At that time, Huang Ziki could be said to have used every possible excuse in order to stay in Gu Chufeng's bedroom, but in the end, without exception, she had succeeded.
Gu Chufeng took a box from the shelf.
The box was very exquisite. He placed the box on the bed, where Huang Ziki was actually sitting.
This is a photo of my parents.
Upon hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded.
Let me take a look, okay?
Sure. When he was with Su Xiaoxue had never seen it, perhaps because their relationship was rather awkward at that time.
But not many people knew about it, don't you think?
But they did things that only lovers in the world can do. He originally thought that after the two of them officially got together, Gu Chufeng would show it to Su Xiaoxue again, but he never expected that so many things would happen in the end. When she opened the box, there were more than 10 photos inside. Looking at the photos, Huang Ziki froze for a moment. She and her parents had hundreds of photos, but Gu Chufeng only had these dozen or so.
This one is from when I was 100 days old.
Gu Chufeng took out a photo and handed it to Huang Ziki. Huang Ziki heard this and carefully took the photo, looking at it and then looking at it again.
I think you look a little like your mother. You have the same eyebrows and eyes.
In the photo, Gu Chufeng's mother is smiling, very gentle. Just by looking at the photo, you can tell that the other person should be a very kind person, and they should be very happy.
If they weren't happy, they wouldn't be smiling so happily.
Gu Chufeng's father is standing next to her, looking calm, with a slight upward curl at the corner of his mouth. This really looks more like Gu Chufeng with a slight upward curl at the corner of his mouth. But don't say it, both of them are very good looking. Maybe it's because of this that Gu Chufeng was able to grow up to be so handsome. That's what they said when we were kids. This is a photo I took when I was in junior high school.
That was probably the first time our family went on a trip. Look. Gu Chufeng handed over the second photo.
At this time, Gu Chufeng's appearance was basically the same as it is now. At that time, Gu Chufeng pursed his lips and took this photo, which looked a bit contrived, but at that time, Gu Chufeng was full of sweetness, because he had loving parents, so of course he was sweet.
No matter what, I will accompany your son on his journey. Until the end of life. Huang Ziki looked at the photo and thought to herself.
This should be a photo we took outside when I won an award after entering a competition.
Look.
This is one of the few glimpses into Gu Chufeng's past.
Now he has told Huang Ziki everything. There are many things that Su Xiaoxue doesn't know.
Because the other party has never given Gu Chufeng the opportunity to talk about these things. So now Su Xiaoxue has found herself and said that she loves herself. When she heard these words, Gu Chufeng felt ridiculous. She didn't understand how the other party could have the nerve to say these words.
It's ridiculous and pathetic. But it doesn't matter anymore. Everything is over now. Su Xiaoxue sat in the hospital room with an uncertain expression on her face.
At this time, the news of Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki's engagement had already spread, so Su Xiaoxue already knew.
So soon?
When Su Xiaoxue said this, her tone was full of disbelief. It had been less than a month since the other person had chosen the time. Although they had never been engaged, Su Xiaoxue also knew that a month was probably not enough for so many things. I heard that the Huang family has already arranged a professional team, with the Huang family and Gu Chufeng making all the key decisions. As for the rest, things like the side materials, they've all been handed over to the team. If that's the case, although a month is a bit rushed, it's not impossible to get it done. When Xia Shirhan said this, her tone was calm.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue lowered her head and didn't say anything. She didn't know what she should say either. By the way, how are you going to solve the problem with Chen Bei?
At this time, Xia Shirhan changed the subject. Chen Bei had been arrested for several days, so she wanted to ask what should be done.
I'm going to have someone solve it directly.
Hearing this, Xia Shirhan paused slightly, then nodded.
Okay. But won't there be some trouble? Su Xiaoxue smiled. Don't worry. This kind of thing is still easy. Chen Bei is just a toy.
If a toy hurts its owner, then that person has no choice but to die. So she is going to have someone get ready to directly settle this guy. As for whether or not there is a trial, it doesn't matter, as long as Chen Bei is dead. Now Su Xiaoxue has thrown all the problems at Chen Bei. She feels that if it weren't for Chen Bei, she and Gu Chufeng wouldn't be in this situation. Sure enough, at this time, Su Xiaoxue still shifted the blame, perhaps to make herself feel better.
Okay. Xia Shirhan heard this and didn't say anything.
Since Su Xiaoxue had already made a decision, it would be like this. After all, someone in the circle had done this kind of thing before, and Su Xiaoxue was a smart person who knew how to avoid being discovered, but it just took a little longer.
Chapter 34 Gu Chufeng, it's great to have you with me.
Gu Chufeng, Huang Ziki has already decided to go to Gu Chufeng's hometown the next day, but it's a day trip, so there's no need for the two of them to bring anything, but they need to leave at 5 o'clock the next morning.
Muah. In the evening, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki lay in the bedroom.
At this time, the bedroom light had already been turned off. Huang Ziki was wearing pajamas and stayed in Gu Chufeng's quilt, her eyes full of cunning. Then she leaned over Gu Chufeng's neck and kissed him.
We have to get up early tomorrow. I'm not afraid.
When I first took over the company, I was able to sleep only 5 or 6 hours a day for a whole month.
That's true. In the financial industry, especially at the top, staying up late is a necessary skill. If you can't stay up late, you will be eliminated quickly. Gu Chufeng naturally did the same. For a project, he once didn't sleep for 6 consecutive days. After the project was completed, Gu Chufeng also lay in the hospital for 3 or 4 days, and only then did he barely recover. In the dark, although the lights were not on, the moonlight allowed the two to vaguely see each other's expressions on their faces. They smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. These two people could be said to have indulged a little tonight. As adults, they don't have many opportunities for such indulgence. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning that the two of them fell asleep. At 4 in the morning, the two of them woke up from their sleep. At this time, they were still a bit dazed, but after washing their faces, they became a bit more awake. However, they had been able to sleep for about 3 hours on the way, so the two of them weren't worried about anything. After tidying up, Gu Chufeng made some noodles again, and the two of them ate a simple meal. At this time, it was almost time, and the car they had arranged had already arrived downstairs, so Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki left the house. Sir, Miss. In the past, this driver would call Gu Chufeng Mr. Gu when they met. After all, at that time, the two of them were just boyfriend and girlfriend, but now that the engagement date has been set, naturally they have begun to change their address and call him Sir. The two of them greeted the driver and got straight into the car. Generally speaking, as long as you are rich, you will be nicer to the people around you, especially drivers, because the driver is responsible for picking you up and dropping you off every day. Many things are unknown to the higher-ups, but they know. Therefore, if the driver defected to the enemy, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, the salaries of people closer to this type of driver are very high, and the other benefits are also quite good in normal times. Sitting in the car, Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki sat in the back seats. Why don't you take a nap? Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki, his tone full of teasing. Just a few hours ago, he said he was fine, but now he's yawning non-stop since getting in the car. Sure enough, Huang Ziki was just being brave. Hearing this, Huang Ziki placed her hand on Gu Chufeng's waist and gave it a gentle twist. At this moment, Gu Chufeng let out a gasp of cold air. That hurt. This woman is amazing. It's all your fault. Huang Ziki glanced at the driver in front of them, then leaned secretly next to Gu Chufeng's ear and whispered. After saying that, Huang Ziki lay on Gu Chufeng's lap and fell asleep. Looking at Huang Ziki in this state, Gu Chufeng's eyes were full of pain, and he kept patting her back to make her go to sleep faster.
A few minutes later, Huang Ziki transmitted the sound of even breathing, and it looked like she fell asleep. At this time, Gu Chufeng also fell asleep.
The last time I went back was probably last year. After seeing my parents, I left.
After all, for me, that city is a place of sadness.
If my parents weren't still there, I probably wouldn't go back in my life.
Thinking about these things, Gu Chufeng fell asleep without knowing it. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Chufeng slowly woke up from his sleep. At this time, Huang Ziki, who was next to him, had also woken up and was looking at her phone.
You're awake. Well, when did you wake up, and you didn't wake me up?
I didn't wake you up because I saw that you were sleeping soundly.
Putting down the phone, Huang Ziki took Gu Chufeng's hand and looked at the scenery outside. Gu Chufeng felt a sense of familiarity. They were almost in the city now. The city that he could not even dream of.
Sir, we have exited the highway. Are you and Miss going to the hotel to rest, or shall we go directly to?
The driver originally wanted to ask if they were going to the cemetery, but felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate to say so. At this time, Gu Chufeng took over the conversation. Let's go to the cemetery.
Okay. The driver nodded when he heard this, and the car smoothly exited the highway. After so many years, the city has not changed at all, and it looks no different from the past.
It's true, this city is just a small city, so how could it possibly change? Everything is no different from when you left. Is this where you grew up? Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and asked, Is this the place where you grew up? Hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. Yes. Is it a big difference from the Magic City? What is the Magic City?
It is the economic center, the 10-mile foreign field.
How could such a city be comparable?
It is also a city with its own unique charm.
Huang Ziki said so, and this was a highly emotional response.
In fact, most cities are similar, except that the emotions of growing up here have given it too much charm.
Soon, the car arrived at the cemetery. This cemetery is located in the suburbs.
At the beginning, Gu Chufeng spent all the money in the family to buy this cemetery, because he hoped that after his parents died, he would have a home.
What will it be like after death? Gu Chufeng didn't know. If there really is another dimension, will he see his parents after he dies? No one knows the answer, except the dead.
But Gu Chufeng knows that his parents definitely don't want him to join them so soon, so he has to live on.
And get out of the car. Today's sky is a little gray, as if it's going to rain.
Every time he comes here, Gu Chufeng is alone, but now there's someone else by his side, and it's someone he likes.
Perhaps, Mom and Dad's spirits in heaven will be very happy to see this.
Gu Chufeng took out the flowers that he had prepared long ago, then held out his hand. Huang Ziki saw this scene and understood, and also held out her hand to shake the other person's hand. The two walked towards the inside, while the driver waited outside.
Chapter 35, He is not Gu Chufeng, and Su Xiaoxue will not break her guard.
There weren't many people at the cemetery today, just a few scattered individuals.
Soon, Gu Chufeng and Su Xiaoxue arrived at the gravesite of their parents.
Looking at the photo on the tombstone, Gu Chufeng's eyes were calm.
After so many years, they still looked the same. That was good. In that case, he would never have to see them grow old. Gu Chufeng thought to himself. What were they thinking when they were in the car accident? Were they thinking that it was good that they didn't bring themselves along? He didn't know. He would never have an answer to that question. Mom and Dad, I've come to see you. Let me introduce you, this is Huang Ziki, my girlfriend. Next month, we're going to get engaged. Gu Chufeng looked at the tombstone and said, It's obviously very calm, but when you speak, there is some trembling in your voice. So the calm you think you have is really just the calm you think you have. In fact, it's not.
Even after so many years, you still can't look at your parents' tombstones calmly, even though they lived for many years and died a natural death. As someone said, you think the hardest part is the moment your parents die, but in fact it isn't, because then you go home and go about your life, and you'll encounter all kinds of things that will bring you back to the time when your parents were still alive, and those emotions can really be devastating.
This is also the reason why Gu Chufeng rarely returns.
He is afraid that he will see the streets that he walked with his parents in the past, afraid to see the restaurants that he went to with his parents.
He can't believe it. If he really goes to those places, how far will his emotions collapse? If these things are not truly experienced, I'm afraid I will never know for the rest of my life. Uncle, Auntie. I am Huang Ziki.
Don't worry, I will take care of Gu Chufeng.
We will also be together for the rest of our lives. Please rest assured. Huang Ziki shook the other person's hand firmly. She would hold the other person's hand tightly and go on like this. Miss. The hospital in the city of demons. Su Xiaoxue was lying in a hospital bed. What? Su Xiaoxue asked, looking at the person in front of her. We just received news that Mr. Gu returned to his hometown today, presumably to see his parents. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue froze for a moment. See his parents. Okay. She remembered the past when Gu Chufeng had asked her if she wanted to go back and see her parents. Su Xiaoxue thought about it for a moment, but she really couldn't think of an answer. However, judging from the end result, Su Xiaoxue didn't go, and from then on, Gu Chufeng never mentioned the matter again. By himself? No, there was also Huang Ziki. Huang Ziki went too? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat. If he could bring Huang Ziki to this place, then he must be serious. Yes. They are engaged, and it seems quite normal for them to go there. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue thought to herself, if she had said yes that time, would Gu Chufeng have been very happy? Su Xiaoxue suddenly remembered something. If her memory was correct, then Gu Chufeng was in a very low mood that day, as if it were the anniversary of Gu Chufeng's parents' death. Memories from the past always come back to you like a boomerang, hitting you when you least expect it. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue clenched her fists. Why didn't she know about all this at the time? Why didn't she remember at the time? Chen Bei's appearance did speed up the separation of the two of them, but if it weren't for Chen Bei, would the two of them really have been together forever? No. Gu Chufeng wanted to get a job and be with Su Xiaoxue for real, instead of this kind of secret. But Su Xiaoxue didn't have this idea. At that time, the two people loved each other, but one person didn't love the other. This also led to their relationship, and even without Chen Bei, I'm afraid it would never have been possible for them to be together. I see. Su Xiaoxue looked at the sky outside, which was a little gray. There's one more thing, Chairman. What? Chen Bei handed the money over to someone, and asked this person to buy stocks. We have already found this person and confirmed his identity. Do you think we should do something? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue shook her head. There is no need. This matter itself has nothing to do with him. When Su Xiaoxue said this, her tone was calm. Upon hearing this, the staff member looked up, wanting to say something, but hesitated as to whether he should speak. What is it? Go ahead. Su Xiaoxue's tone was full of calm. Now that it had come to this, was there any blow that she couldn't accept? There was probably none, and upon hearing this, the man coughed and said, We contacted this person, and according to what he said, in fact, when Gu Chufeng left, he was thinking that if it didn't work out, he would have to leave you or the company. When the staff said this, he kept looking at the expression on Su Xiaoxue's face. At this time, Su Xiaoxue's face was calm, and she didn't take it to heart. In fact, Chen Bei's status here was really not as good as Gu Chufeng's. If it were Gu Chufeng, Su Xiaoxue would have broken her defenses by now, but for Chen Bei, Su Xiaoxue didn't. She was just calm, and even a little indifferent. I understand. Yes. Su Xiaoxue's eyes were calm, and she couldn't see any emotional fluctuations at all. Such a guy is no longer worth getting emotional about. If there's nothing else on your end, I'll go downstairs first and continue to keep an eye on them. I want to know every move they make. After hearing this, the staff member nodded. Okay, I understand, please don't worry. After saying this, the staff member left, and Su Xiaoxue sighed as she watched the staff member's back as he left. Meeting the parents. Gu Chufeng, I really should have said yes to you back then. Or maybe we should have been together back then. Su Xiaoxue looked up at the sky, which was gray and overcast, and it had slowly started to rain. Is it raining because our relationship has broken up? Su Xiaoxue muttered to herself, talking to the sky and also to herself. She took out her mobile phone. Do me a favor, go through all the videos and surveillance footage of Gu Chufeng in the company and send it to my phone. Su Xiaoxue sent a message to one of the staff members. When the staff member saw the message, he was surprised. This nonsensical request made him a little overwhelmed, but since it was arranged by the chairman, he would do it. Chapter 36, How Sweet the Past Was, How Painful the Present Is. Su Xiaoxue gave an order, and the entire company got busy. This task was actually not difficult,
but it was very complicated. Anyway, Gu Chufeng had worked in this company for so many years, and there were a lot of videos involving him, not to mention the surveillance.
What's wrong with the chairman? Why do we have to find all this stuff about Brother Gu?
Inside the office, several staff members cursed while looking for it, feeling that their chairman had simply gone crazy.
Who knows, but do you think it's possible that it's because our chairman likes Brother Gu that he asked us to find these things? Otherwise, there's no way to understand it. How is that possible? Doesn't the chairman like Chen Bei?
It's also speechless to say that Chen Bei is also problematic. Our chairman likes each other so much, but he ended up embezzling public funds.
That's fine, but he even tried to kill our chairman. I don't know if this guy is crazy. When everyone heard this, they nodded. To be honest, they felt that Chen Bei might have water in his head. Who in their right mind could do such a thing, but Chen Bei was able to do it. These staff members are all at the bottom, so naturally they don't know the grievances and hatred between Gu Chufeng, Chen Bei, and Su Xiaoxue. Therefore, it is only natural to think so. Okay, stop talking and hurry up. If this isn't finished, I guess I'll have to work overtime. But Brother Gu is really handsome. Even with the blurry surveillance footage, I can see that he is as handsome as I am. Don't flatter yourself. With his looks, Brother Gu could enter the entertainment industry directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won over Huang Ziki. That's because Brother Gu is amazing. If it was just his appearance, Huang Ziki wouldn't have wanted him.
After all, he is the famous iceberg goddess, and many people have wanted to get close to her, only to return home disappointed.
Yes.
While everyone was talking, they were also working on things. Gu Chufeng naturally wouldn't know that because of him, the employees in the company were working overtime. At this time, they had already come out of the cemetery.
What do you think, should we leave?
Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng and asked. She wanted to take a stroll, after all, this was the place where Gu Chufeng grew up, but she also knew that for Gu Chufeng, the memories here might not be good.
Let's go back. Gu Chufeng looked back at the cemetery. If they left this time, the next time they came back would probably be a few months later. Okay. Huang Ziki nodded, and the two of them got into the car.
As the car started, they began the journey home. Since they had fallen asleep in the car a while ago, neither of them were sleepy at this time. After all, they had come here and thought about some past events, so at this time, Gu Chufeng's mood was a bit low. After seeing this situation, Huang Ziki reached out and tightly shook the other person's hand. Her face was full of tenderness.
I'm here for you.
These were the words Huang Ziki gave Gu Chufeng.
I'm here for you, no matter how hard it gets, I'll be there for you. Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. It's good to have you. I should be the one saying this, it's good to have you.
The two of them hugged tightly. Chairman, this is a video clip they put together after working overtime.
The rest is still being processed, and I think it should be finished tomorrow. Would you like to take a look?
Inside the hospital, the staff opened the video they had just finished editing and played it on a tablet. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue nodded, took the tablet, and in the video, Gu Chufeng seemed to be attending a banquet. At this time, Su Xiaoxue thought about it carefully, but really couldn't figure out what kind of banquet it was. It was just that Gu Chufeng in this video looked very inexperienced, so she thought he must have just arrived not long ago.
When was this?
If there are no accidents, it should be the second year since he came to our group. At that time, we had just completed an unprecedented merger and acquisition, and it was also the first time he had led such a big project.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue remembered.
So this was the banquet. Through this project, the company's claim that Gu Chufeng was only able to come in because of connections immediately vanished, and everyone acknowledged each other's abilities.
Su Xiaoxue looked at Gu Chufeng.
No matter how much she had been through, every time she saw Gu Chufeng's face, her heart would always tremble because it was really too good looking. In the video, Gu Chufeng's but seemed to be looking at the podium. If there were no accidents, this would be the time when Su Xiaoxue was speaking, because in the past, Gu Chufeng would only give himself such gentle looks. This video clip quickly came to an end, and was followed by the next clip. This clip was of him handling things at the company. Although it was work, it had no effect on his appearance, which was perfect.
Watching this, Su Xiaoxue felt miserable. It was clearly not like this before. Chairman, do you want to take a break?
Feeling that Su Xiaoxue might be having some kind of emotional breakdown, the staff member quickly said this, and on hearing it, Su Xiaoxue shook her head.
No, I'm fine now. Fine?
But obviously, her eyes are red now, and if nothing happens, she might burst into tears in the next second.
But when facing the boss, no matter what the boss says, it must be right. Okay, I understand.
In the end, this person didn't say anything else, but just stood by the side, obediently waiting.
What do you think he's doing right now? Mr. Gu?
Yes. I guess he should be on his way back by now. This person also knew Gu Chufeng quite well, so after thinking for a moment, he said,
I see. Su Xiaoxuan nodded.
If she could, she really hoped that Gu Chufeng's departure was just a dream. When she woke up, she would find Gu Chufeng looking at her with a gentle face.
But was it possible for it to be a dream?
You go out first, I'll continue watching for a while.
Okay, Chairman Ma, if you have anything, you can notify me immediately.
By the way, when the other videos come out later, bring them to me immediately.
Yes. After hearing this, the staff member nodded and left.
When leaving, he deliberately closed the door.
And after watching the staff member leave, Su Jushua let out a sigh.
The past was so good, and now looking at these things hurts.
Gu Chufeng, is it really impossible for us?
Chapter 37, Discovery of Stalking, Huang Ziki, Su Dong, coveting other people's boyfriends, very tasteless.
Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki were sitting in the car when Huang Ziki's phone rang. Let me take this call. Okay. Huang Ziki answered the phone. Chairman, we found someone who is stalking us. Do you want to intercept it?
Huang Ziki is worth so much, so naturally there are bodyguards around her, and these bodyguards are not ordinary people, basically all retired veterans.
Hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded.
Okay, find an opportunity, don't cause too much trouble.
Understood. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki. What's wrong?
We're being followed, I'll tell them to stop the other person for a while. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng froze for a moment.
Followed? Who is it?
Although Gu Chufeng and Huang Ziki have obtained many projects in the business world, no matter what, they have used fair and above-board methods to defeat their opponents in a dignified manner, so they have a good reputation in the circles and do not have any enemies. After all, they admit defeat when they lose, and it is not some underhanded trick. However, now the other party has even said that their side is being followed, which is a bit too outrageous.
It can't be someone from Su Xiaoshua's side, can it?
Gu Chufeng didn't know why, but Su Xiaoshua suddenly popped into his head. There was no evidence, just a hunch.
Get off at the highway intersection ahead. Okay.
The driver heard this and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, in the car not far behind.
What's going on? Why did the other party get off at the highway intersection?
In the car, one person saw this situation and his tone was full of surprise. The others also had some doubts, wondering what was going on, but no matter what, the order they received was to follow, so even if the other party got off the road up ahead, they had to follow, otherwise Su Xiaoxua would not let them go.
They didn't realize that they had actually been discovered at this time.
After following Gu Chufeng and the others' car off the highway, they kept following, but this time they kept their distance so that they wouldn't be discovered by the other party. Soon, they followed them to a relatively remote place. Huang Ziki parked the car here, and these people were a little dumbfounded.
No, what's going on?
Before they could react, they were surprised to find several more cars around them.
A dozen people in suits got out of these cars. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank.
They understood that they had been discovered.
Bang! One person went straight to the door and opened it. Get down!
One of the men in suits spoke in a cold tone. Hearing this, the people in the car looked at each other. They could tell that the other party was very professional. It was very simple, because the other cars basically surrounded them, making it impossible for them to drive away in the first place. Coupled with the large number of people on the other side, what else could they do? They could only obediently get out of the car, and soon, they got out of the car. At this time, Huang Ziki and Gu Chufeng had also come over.
Who are you? Huang Ziki looked at them, her tone icy.
Hearing this, the several people looked at each other and bowed their heads.
Oof. Not going to say anything? What, do you want me to find out for myself?
You should know that if you go and find out for yourself, it won't be so nice and gentle.
Huang Ziki's tone was calm.
She was a businesswoman, and if the other party cooperated, then she could be gentle, but if they didn't cooperate, then she would make them pay.
Gu Chufeng looked at these people and felt only familiarity.
They seemed to be from Su Xiaoshua's side.
You are Su Xiaoshue's people, aren't you?
Gu Chufeng said coldly. Hearing this, the several people looked at each other and nodded.
Yes. She asked you to follow me?
What Su Dong meant was that he hoped to know what you were doing, and we have no ill will towards you. Hearing this, Gu Chufeng was speechless. What the hell did this guy want to do? It's all over, and he still wants to follow me.
It's just unbelievable. Since when? Since you decided to resign. So early.
No wonder sometimes Gu Chufeng felt like there was a pair of eyes watching him.
Su Xiaoshue is a complete lunatic. He's capable of doing something as crazy as stalking someone. Oof. He really can't let you go. At this time, Huang Ziqi's tone was full of sourness. No fool could tell that the other person was jealous.
Hearing this, Gu Chufeng laughed a little.
But no matter what, I have no relationship with the other person.
When Gu Chufeng said this, he held the other person's hand.
Let go of them.
Go back and tell Chairman Su that I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time in the future. Please also tell him that she had better not think about someone else's boyfriend, otherwise, it really makes people feel sick. When Huang Ziqi said this, her tone was full of disdain.
Su Xiaoshue?
She is just a defeated opponent.
I understand.
The several people looked at each other, then hurriedly got into the car.
Watching the backs of these people as they left, Huang Ziqi snorted. Let's go, get in the car. Okay.
The two people held hands and walked towards the car.
Chairman, we've been discovered.
When Su Xiaoshue received the phone call, her expression was ugly.
These guys are really useless. They were able to be discovered, I don't know what they were doing.
What did she say to you?
When a few people heard this, they felt a little embarrassed. Just now, Huang Ziqi did say a lot, but the key question is, what should they say in response? It was too harsh.
According to the chairman's personality, if he knew about this, he would probably be furious. Although Su Xiaoshue could do nothing to Huang Ziqi, it would be too easy to get angry and get rid of them.
Just say whatever she says. I won't blame you.
Hearing this, the crowd reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. In that case, they also told the truth. They said that you are despicable for eyeing someone else's boyfriend, and that this is the only time, and it will not happen again, otherwise she will not be polite.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoshue clenched her phone, and her expression was gloomy and uncertain.
Huang Ziqi, very good, you actually said that, really good.
How did they know you were my person? At this time, Su Xiaoshue suddenly thought of a very crucial question: how did the other party know? Their names were not written on them.
It was Gu Chufeng who recognized us. There was a sense of helplessness in the tone of the several people.
Chapter 38 Su Xiaoshue's helplessness. Huang Ziqi is really cunning. I know, go down. Su Xiaoshue waved her hand, signaling these people to go down. Looking at their backs as they left, Su Xiaoshue sighed. At this time, she knew very well that in the future, if she wanted to know what Gu Chufeng was doing, it would be extremely difficult. This made her feel a little uncomfortable, but what could she do about it? Now that Huang Ziqi and Gu Chufeng had officially announced their engagement, if Su Xiaoshue continued to chase after him, she was afraid that her reputation in the circle would not be very good.
Huang Ziqi, you really are crafty. In the past few days, Huang Ziqi has been anxious to announce the official date of her engagement with Gu Chufeng. She originally had this idea in mind. After all, in this circle, especially for company chairwomen like them, they are all decent people, and naturally have some concerns when doing things, especially face. These things are very important to them. But Huang Ziqi would never have known that Su Xiaoshue didn't care about face at all. She just wanted Gu Chufeng. As long as Gu Chufeng came back, she could do without any face. It could only be said that such a woman was simply crazy, outrageous, and too outrageous.
Meanwhile, on the other side. What are you thinking about? Huang Ziqi asked, looking at Gu Chufeng. I'm just wondering what Su Xiaoshue really wants. I made it very clear to her. And yet. Huang Ziqi smiled when she heard this. What do you want? Of course I want you. Humph, who told you to be so charming? After I go back, I will definitely squeeze you well.
Huang Ziqi looked at Gu Chufeng, her eyes full of flirtatious glances, as if she had an idea. Then just don't beg for mercy. Hearing this, Huang Ziqi's face flushed, and she knew that this was the first time Gu Chufeng had teased her. She lightly twisted Gu Chufeng's waist.
No way. Soon, the two entered the downtown area of the Demon City.
At this time, it was not yet rush hour, so there were not many cars on the road, and it was very smooth. Soon, the two returned home. Today, they traveled back and forth between the two cities, and needless to say, they were really a bit tired.
So, what do you want to eat? I'm going to order takeout. The two were both too tired at this time and naturally didn't want to cook.
Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng thought for a moment.
I'm fine with anything. Whatever you eat, I'll eat.
Gu Chufeng was not a picky eater, so naturally he would eat whatever was available. After all, when he was homeless, he had eaten the leftovers of others. Only by experiencing hunger can you know how happy it is to eat.
Okay. Then I'll order a hot pot. This hot pot seems quite delicious. Huang Ziki looked at it and asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. That's fine, I have no problem with it. Okay, then I'll order it. Okay. Gu Chufeng looked at Huang Ziki and then gently put his arm around her from behind. What? When they bring it over in a bit, just forget it. Huang Ziki didn't react at first, and when she did, her face turned red. I didn't mean it like that.
Just being with you makes my pure heart get polluted. Huang Ziki's face was red at this time, very much like the girl in high school who was easily made angry by you, very cute.
Yes, it's all my fault.
It's all my fault for liking to drive so much. Gu Chufeng's tone was playful when he said this, and soon, the hot pot was delivered. This meal cost almost 4,000 yuan, but needless to say, the food looked really appetizing and it should taste good.
Because Huang Ziki can't eat too spicy food, this time the two of them ordered the tomato pot. This restaurant really feels good. Is it a chain? Gu Chufeng took a bite and asked. Hearing this, Huang Ziki nodded. Yes. What, are you thinking of investing?
Gu Chufeng did have such an idea, because the taste was really good, and it seemed that the company had just been established not long ago, so he thought about whether he should invest. He had such an idea, but had not yet made a decision. This shop was invested in not long ago, and the people don't lack money. It seems that Lao Chen invested in it, but I don't know the details. After hearing this, Gu Chufeng nodded. In the investment field, Lao Chen should be considered a rather strange chairman, because he only invests in industries related to food and drink, such as milk tea and some chain restaurants.
However, his vision is quite good, and basically whatever he invests in becomes a success. Although he doesn't make a lot of money, he hasn't lost any money. No losses.
Only those in the investment field know the value of this. Even powerful investors like Huang Ziki and Su Xiaoxue will actually lose money in 1 or 2 of the 10 projects they invest in. Although Gu Chufeng has not yet lost money in the projects he has participated in, some of the income has definitely not met expectations.
But the point is that he can make money. That is indeed Lao Chen's style. He only invests in the catering industry. Gu Chufeng was not disappointed either.
After all, the other person had started early, so he would not invest in it himself.
Just as the two were chatting in an off-and-on manner, Gu Chufeng's phone suddenly rang.
When he saw the note on the phone, Lin Yu frowned tightly. This person was the last project that Gu Chufeng worked on before Su Xiaoxue, but it hadn't ended yet.
What did the other party want now?
At this time, Gu Chufeng suddenly remembered what his former colleague had told him.
It seemed that in the end, Su Xiaoxue did not invest in this company.
However, at that time, he was also taking a break and was with Huang Ziki, so he did not care about this matter. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Chufeng answered the phone.
Hello, Chairman Zhang. Mr. Gu, please help.
Gu Chufeng froze for a moment when he heard this.
What's wrong?
Please tell me. The other party really had no other options at this time. Their company was a chemical company, and it was difficult to raise capital for such a company. After all, not many people were optimistic about it, and coupled with the encirclement and blockade by foreign companies, it was difficult for it to survive. However, Gu Chufeng actually had high hopes for this company. He felt that based on the technology mastered by this company, it had great prospects. As long as it could get through this relatively difficult period, then everything would be fine.
There is no other way.
Right now, he can only tell them the current situation, because they really have no other way out. With their funding cut off, it seems that only Gu Chufeng can save them.
Chapter 39 Su Xiaoxue doesn't want a market value of 1 trillion? Then I'll take over.
In fact, Gu Chufeng is very clear about the situation of this company. After all, when he was at Su Xiaoshue's place, he was in charge of this matter. At the beginning, because this was a chemical company and the entire company was investing in this field for the first time, Gu Chufeng carefully investigated it and only then determined that they were really very promising. Otherwise, they would not have established Su Xiaoshue to invest in this company. But unexpectedly, Su Xiaoshue even chose to give up. How much of a funding gap is there at the moment? 130 million. That's not a lot of money, Gu Chufeng thought. How about this? I wonder if you have time tomorrow. If you have time, then let's meet and talk about it. It's the same conditions as before, except that I need a 5% increase in the dividend payout ratio. Gu Chufeng is an investor. In other words, he has spent his own money, so he must get the return he wants. And the fact that the other party contacted him at this time shows that they really don't have a better solution right now, otherwise they would never contact him. In that case, he may have to raise his conditions a bit. After all, as a businessman, the more he gets, the happier he is. Hearing this, the other party was slightly stunned. If he agreed to this condition, it meant that Gu Chufeng's profit-sharing ratio would be increased to 45%. This made him a little conflicted, but thinking that no company or bank was willing to invest in them at the moment, he made a choice after thinking about it for a while. Okay, I agree to your conditions. Okay, in that case, come over tomorrow. Oh, and bring the contract with you. If there are no problems, we'll sign the contract. Understood. The other party let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. If they pay 5% more, but as long as they get this part of the funding, everything will be fine. They have confidence in the technology they have in their hands. Now, for some reason, most of the funds are willing to enter the fields of computers, new energy, and real estate, rather than investing in industry. After hanging up the phone, Huang Ziki looked at Gu Chufeng with a curious expression on her face. What's wrong? You're looking at me like this, I'm a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Huang Ziki smiled. This guy is just being a show-off, and he's embarrassed. I don't see that the other person is embarrassed. Haven't you always invested in computers or other industries? Why are you so interested in chemical companies? This question is a bit strange. I'm not interested in the chemical industry, I'm interested in this company. I've done some research and found that in the past 3 years, they've invested a lot of money in research and development. At the moment, research and development has reached a critical stage, but the funds are running out. If there is no more money, then all the past investments will be wasted. Gone. And most importantly, the research they are conducting conflicts with many existing chemical theories. Therefore, for this reason, no one believes their research can succeed, which is why they have not received investment from others. After all, so much money is needed, and the most important point is that there is a 99% chance of failure, so who will invest? So you know it clearly, why invest? Not afraid of losses? Because I always feel like trying it. I also asked some professors, and they all felt a bit unbelievable. But I contacted the other party, and I felt that this might succeed. And there is no lack of money, so just invest a little. What if it succeeds? Right? What's more, this is my own investment, and no one is following me. So even if there is a loss, I will only lose money myself, and it will not affect anyone else. Sometimes there is actually no essential difference between investment and gambling, because both require investing in a company that you have no idea whether it will succeed or not. If it succeeds, you will make a lot of money. If it fails, you will lose everything. Fortunately, Gu Chufeng currently has enough funds in hand, so even if he loses this time, it will not have a significant impact on him. Therefore, he is not afraid. If you fail, then your title of 100% investment success rate will be gone. Gu Chufeng smiled when he heard this. Only people outside the industry find this useful, but in fact, Gu Chufeng feels that this thing has no value at all. Then I'll have to rely on my wife to support me. Oh. Huang Ziki smiled when she heard this. Okay, I'll support you then. Everything is said without words. The two of them smiled at each other. Meanwhile, the company was rushing to pack up the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, the person hurried to the airport, wanting to take the first flight there so as not to delay things. After all, this was their last chance. In fact, individual investors also have a lot of constraints. Because some companies that want to find investors will definitely give priority to investment companies. First, they have a lot of money, and second, they have a lot of resources.
Only if these investment companies don't want it will they consider individual investors.
So Gu Chufeng's recent investments have basically been because he really couldn't get investment from anyone else and had to find Gu Chufeng. It doesn't mean that there are no investment companies that don't want to invest, which shows that these companies have no value.
In fact, everyone has their limitations. You think this is impossible? In fact, it's very likely that you're just thinking that.
The only thing Gu Chufeng needs to do is find a decent one among the remaining companies, invest in it, make money, and it's as simple as that. After his reputation is established, some companies may also consider Gu Chufeng more seriously. After all, Gu Chufeng doesn't want control of the company, and unlike many investment companies, he won't kick out the original senior management and replace them with his own people after acquiring the company.
He has always supported the idea that professionals should do professional things. Since the team can take the company forward, it proves that their abilities and understanding of the industry are top-notch. So why would he replace them?
On the contrary, he only needs to invest and let them make money for him, and he can just wait for the dividends.
Can't he just count the money at home? Right?
Su Xiaoxue would never have imagined that a company that Chen Bei gave up on would become the only industrial multinational company with a market value of 3 trillion in the next few years.
Chapter 40, Greening Yourself? Su Xiaoxue, I'm the one who sent Gu Chufeng to her side. So what are you going to do?
In the hospital room, Xia Shihan looked at Su Xiaoxue, frowning tightly. She had already heard Su Xiaoxue say that her people had been discovered by Huang Ziki.
From the current situation, the best option is to give up.
If she can give up, then she can still retain the last shreds of her dignity, and spare everyone the embarrassment. In fact, Xia Shihan also advises Su Xiaoxue to give up, because relationships really require the efforts of both parties. If one person is willing and the other is not, no matter how willing the willing person is, it is impossible to succeed. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue shakes her head. Honestly, at this time, Su Xiaoxue doesn't know either.
Give up?
But the thought of giving up made Su Xiaoxue feel bad. After all, Gu Chufeng had been brought up by her. At that time, Gu Chufeng knew nothing and was just a homeless child. Generally speaking, people who have been brought up together have very deep feelings for each other. At the beginning, Su Xiaoxue also thought that Gu Chufeng would never leave her, but as it turned out, Su Xiaoxue was too confident and actually believed that he would never leave her. Even at that time, when Gu Chufeng almost died in the hospital because of Chen Bei, Su Xiaoxue didn't think that the other person would leave. In fact, at this time, Su Xiaoxue also understood that when Gu Chufeng submitted his resignation, everything had been decided, and she no longer had any chance of keeping Gu Chufeng.
Everyone wants me to give up. But Shihan, you know me. Gu Chufeng is now half of my life. If I really let him go, then I will lose my life.
No, I can't accept it, and I won't agree to it.
I only want Gu Chufeng. Just Gu Chufeng.
When Xia Shihan heard this, there was a moment of silence. She knew about Su Xiaoxue's feelings for Gu Chufeng. Over the years, no matter what happened, no matter what they went through, Gu Chufeng would always be by Su Xiaoxue's side. Even if other companies offered tens of millions of dollars, there was no way they could convince Gu Chufeng to leave Su Xiaoxue. Even their close friends thought that Su Xiaoxue would never leave, but in the end, Gu Chufeng did leave.
Su Xiaoxue had made too many mistakes. Upon hearing this, Xia Shihan let out a sigh. Xiaoxue, you are the chairman of a company. Since childhood, I have always thought of you as a very rational person. I know that you love him, but you cannot force a relationship. Sometimes fate is really very important. The order in which things happen is not important. What is important is that at the right time, the right person encounters the right other person. It would be a pity to lack any of the three. So which of the three is lacking in your opinion?
Xia Shihan was momentarily stunned.
The right time? In fact, that time was really good.
Gu Chufeng was homeless, and at that time, he was really in a desperate situation.
Whoever could pull Gu Chufeng out of the quagmire at that time would be his savior. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Otherwise, with what Su Xiaoxue did during that period of time, I'm afraid that normal people would have already left, but Gu Chufeng persisted for such a long time. Was it because Su Xiaoxue paid more? They didn't want to leave.
No, in fact, their girlfriends all felt that the money Su Xiaoxue gave them was actually pitiful. It was because other companies were willing to pay tens of millions. This proves that in the eyes of these companies, Gu Chufeng can create billions, or even tens of billions, of value by himself.
But how much did Su Xiaoxue pay Gu Chufeng? More than $1 million. More than $1 million.
Their best friend supports a gigolo, and in a year, she will have spent almost 2 million yuan. And Gu Chufeng's income is not even as much as the gigolo she supports.
So is it a lot? Not really.
Just like many times before, their best friends teased Su Xiaoxue, saying that she was supporting a slave. And Gu Chufeng also knew his own value. After being exposed to the outside offer, he could have asked Su Xiaoxue for a pay rise at that price, but he didn't. Because at that time in his heart, their relationship could not be described in terms of money, and so it became what it is now.
So is Gu Chufeng the right person?
Judging from Su Xiaoxue now, Gu Chufeng is really very good, otherwise Su Xiaoxue would not be so reluctant to part with him.
After all is said and done, isn't it because after Gu Chufeng left, Su Xiaoxue found that the happiest time in her life was when she was with Gu Chufeng?
At that time, no matter what problems she had or what made her unhappy, Gu Chufeng would solve them for her.
Although they weren't technically boyfriend and girlfriend, at that time, what difference was there between them and a boyfriend and girlfriend?
At the very least, in the hearts of their girlfriends, they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
In fact, their girlfriends even treated Gu Chufeng as if he were Su Xiaoxue's boyfriend. The girlfriends admitted it, their families admitted it, but Su Xiaoxue was unwilling to admit it?
In fact, there were many times when Xia Shihan really wanted to ask the other person,
"What are you afraid of?"
Since it's not the right time or the right person, then the last possibility is the right Su Xiaoxue. Xia Shihan looked at Su Xiaoxue in front of her and didn't know what to say.
Is it because of me?
Upon hearing this, Xia Shihan fell silent.
And silence is acquiescence.
In fact, even if you don't say it, I know it in my heart.
Isn't all of this because of my stupidity? If it weren't for those things, I really don't believe Huang Ziki could take Gu Chufeng away from me.
But it was me who took Gu Chufeng away from me.
Gu Chufeng, Gu Chufeng. It's all my fault for being stupid.
Su Xiaoxue kept hitting her head with her hands, as if she wanted to vent her dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Xia Shihan quickly held Su Xiaoxue back.
Xiaoxue, don't.
Xia Shihan hugged Su Xiaoxue tightly, her tone full of concern.
Emotionally, Su Xiaoxue was too immature in the past.
And this immaturity also made it impossible for her to see her own heart, so this is the situation that has arisen, but relationships are always like this.
Only by experiencing failure can one completely fail in a relationship. Now, Su Xiaoxue has experienced failure.
Su Xiaoxue was panicking at this time, and at this moment, she clenched her fists, as if she had made a choice.
Shihan. What's wrong?
Xia Shihan looked at Su Xiaoxue's expression and knew that the other party had not given up.